Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 9 of LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by the Valdanalist. I know most of the regular seasons are over, but we're not. We've still got weeks to go, don't you worry. Plenty more LCK.
Yes, and of course, normally LS would be in this spot today, but unfortunately he's been a little sick. So I have stepped in, and you have stepped in, actually. You weren't supposed to come today.
I literally got here 10 minutes ago, I'm not going to lie.
I didn't step in anything. I was already here.
Yeah.
You're the one who is the hero today, coming in and filling in. We swapped roles real quick just because this is what we're used to.
To swap the jackets and stuff like that. If I happen to do some weird analysis here and there and he's doing play-by-play, you know exactly why. It's because our brains are slightly melted. It's also extraordinarily hot today.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's pretty hot in here, too.
Yeah. The air conditioning not necessarily working out. It must be because the audience is here and, you know, so many warm... Wait a second.
Wait,
no. Audience. Never mind.
It's because I'm sitting next to you.
That might
must
be it.
Yeah.
Radiating a lot of heat at the moment, but that's okay. Let's get into the standings. Damwon are out in front here in first place with all of the points in the universe. Still the opportunity to get to that coveted plus 29 to equalize SKT from 2015. That is certainly an option for them. DRX hot on their heels, not necessarily in points, but definitely in match score. And today, we've got T1 and Gen G vying for that third place. Both of them have secured playoffs. However, we don't know which order they're going to be in. And the further up the gauntlet T1 lands, the easier it is for them to auto-seed into Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, they get so many points from the spring victory that it really just, you know, even if they get like third, they're going to be in a good spot. So every single game matters, not just the set. So you got to win 2-0 as much as possible to try to get a higher seed and, you know, make it into Worlds just like that. And as you guys can see, those 4 teams did make it into playoffs already, but the seeds are not 100% set. So we'll have to wait and see, as here are our POG standings. BDD still on top.
Yep, BDD at 1,100 points. I think when it comes to POG winners, we've seen lower points than this. So BDD is pretty extraordinary at the moment. I think this is very similar to what he got in spring when he also won the POG. So BDD definitely doing a lot of work for Gen G. Having a look at some of the pick and ban stats, as this is day 1. It's been a long time since I've been on a Thursday. So this came up and I'm like, what is this? This is normally when I'm sitting at home watching. This is not what I'm doing. But Volibear, definitely a very good champion at the moment. Caitlyn, however, 2-11.
Yeah.
And she's been priority picked the entire week of Week 8. It just has not been a good time for Caitlyn.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Of course, it is 13 games that she has been played. As you can see, compared to the other top champions here, she gets banned the least. And still just not able to find any success, which is definitely weird because of, you know, how much we've been seeing this champion, how much it is being prioritized.
Yeah.
Whereas everything else here, by the way, has not lost a game.
Yeah.
They're all 100% win rate. Volibear, Set, Karma, TF, all of them.
Yeah, it's all sort of the 10-14 picks that were still good and are now continuing to be so. Surprisingly, Twisted Fate among them, even after the nerf to his picker card. This is going to be our first matchup. Sandbox on our blue side starting out, and Gen G going to be facing them. As points of the match, we'll be talking mostly about the fact that Sandbox is struggling and Gen G are looking for higher seeding in these playoffs. 2 desperate teams for different reasons, not regions. These are the same region. Both of these teams are from Korea, even though one of them has a European coach.
Yes, and I want to draw your attention down to the bottom. I recently did join Sunday Night LCK here. Spoke a little Korean. It was the Korean show, and they asked me who's the most underrated player or team in the LCK, and I said Rascal because nobody really talks too much about Rascal, but he is so unbelievably solid, and he rarely dies. Like, this guy does not get solo killed at all. He's like the perfect top laner. He's not super aggressive. He's not very flashy, but he gets the job done so well, and he is a big reason why Gen G are winning so much.
Yeah, it's so funny. When he was on Kingzone, he was sort of the Aurelia, Akali player who liked to go aggressive up there towards the top side, much like any iteration of Kingzone liked to do. I mean, this is a team with Khan on it, so if you're stepping into those shoes, you're going to be a bit aggressive. But then he goes and steps into Cuve's shoes, and he's turned into this, like, ultra-consistent, very, like, largely utility tank player at the moment. However, he can do everything, right? He just does what the team needs him to do.
He's been playing a lot of Renekton recently, by the way.
He does. He's been very outspoken with how much he enjoys Renekton, so I give him a bit more of a pass because he's also been winning a few extra games on the Crocodile. So not so much of a handbag, more of that terrifying dinosaur predator that we like to think of Crocodiles as. Having a look at the stats, they're looking better over Gen G's side. However, Herald percentage, Sandbox getting around the map a little bit earlier on. And their win rate with a gold lead, Valdez. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they rarely lose when they do get ahead. And that is a lot of games where they have gotten ahead, by the way. 25 total.
On Gen G's side, yeah.
Yeah. If you look at Sandbox's side, it's only been 13 games, even though they also have a good win rate. It just hasn't happened as often because generally they are behind at the 15-minute mark in terms of gold. And also Gen G had the first blood percentage of all of the LCK, which I found interesting. They've definitely changed their image as a team. You know, they used to be, you know, old Samsung, sit back, don't do anything, we're going to win in 50 minutes. Now it's like, hey, we're actually aggressive and we like to get the ball rolling.
I actually really like it. It does demonstrate the evolution that the LCK has gone through between spring and summer. More aggression, more often. Cleared able to go back to his LPL roots. And excited to see whether they're going to do that again here today because Sandbox are ultimate sinners. They love picking for the early game. On Fleek loves to do the cheese. And we'll see whether he's going to flip correctly in the jungle this time around. As our matchup that we're going to highlight is going to be the mid lane, BDD, the king of the POG points, up against Fate, whose stats have sort of fallen off just a little bit since he came in as the starting mid laner over Dove, sort of middle of the season around when Yamato joined the roster, but he's still doing the most damage on his team, and the team does rely on Fate a lot. And up against BDD, it's going to be a tough call.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy matchup for him, that is for sure. He looked definitely very good when Sandbox were on their winning streak, but also Sandbox was facing a lot of the lower teams in the LCK while they were on that winning streak. So he had time to get comfortable, build up those stats, and now he's really being challenged by some of these really big, and LCK has some insane mid laners, okay?
Oh, yeah.
And BDD is one of them, so it's not going to be an easy task for Fate. We saw that his damage numbers are insanely high. Generally, it's him doing a ton of damage, with the rest of his team not really able to support him on that. Like, he hits the enemy champions a lot, but then, you know, his team as a whole can't really follow through. So definitely an interesting matchup. We'll see how he does do going into game one, as there's Yamato.
Yep. Yamato standing behind Sandbox in one of their biggest tests moving into the end of the season. It's going to be really rough. I mean, they have to try and finagle a win here in order to keep their playoff dreams alive. I think it's finagle.
It is finagle, but that sounded much cooler.
It's a fun angle.
It made it sound more difficult and more challenging, but also more interesting.
I mean, I got an Australian accent, so I think I just get a pass for half of the words in the dictionary, to be honest. We just say, oh, no, it's an Australian thing. That's
must
we
be.
Just don't
That's
know
what
how
I
to
assumed,
pronounce
actually. I was like, oh, must be, you know, finagle must be the way that you guys say it over there.
I don't know. I think that it still just means a fun angle. As there's the Kalista ban up against Ruler, trying to deny some of that mid-game powers. Here we are into the ban and pick. For game number one, Volibear, an understandable ban after we did see those stats in the earlier graphic.
Yeah. See the ask about here, too. They're really focusing down Ruler. They're saying, well, you have a lot of strong players, but Ruler is really the one that has been popping off of recent times, so let's go ahead and ban everything that he likes to play. Like, pretty much, you know, everything. And we'll see what they want to first pick off of this, too. I mean, you might just want to grab Caitlyn if it's available.
Let's go to 212.
If it gets banned, maybe you just have to go Aphelios, but Set is going to be taken down, and that's going to be the obvious choice for Sandbox.
Well, we'll see whether it's a trap or not, as Gen G can just lock bar Jhin if they want to.
I get it.
I don't know how much Jhin Ruler has been playing.
She puts down traps, that's why that was very punny, Atlas.
Well, you know. It's what we do. As, wow, look at this.
Yeah. It's like we got two analysts up here now.
Yeah, 10 minutes of prep time. Don't you worry, we're in there. As, should be coming in. You don't really have to be a genius to know that this is coming in. as Life should be picking the Bard, but no, it's going to be Pantheon. We're going more aggressive on the bottom side, theoretically, unless we're going to be flexing the Pantheon around, but I wouldn't expect so.
Yeah, I mean, it does maintain a little bit of that flex potency, but as you're mentioning, it's pretty much just a support pick nowadays. And Jhin, they also asked me this on the show. They were like, why do you think Jhin? What do you think about Jhin? Why is he getting picked so much? And he's just really good in the lane, and he handles range really well. So that's why, because lane is so important right now for the game for AD carry and support. So you don't want to get too far behind in the lane, and Jhin is really good at countering, in a sense, up against Caitlyn and surviving in that lane and doing well. So it is very often picked as a response, and does have a winning rate so far. It's 3-1. Not too many games so far, though.
Yep, definitely winning out as far as the comparison to Caitlyn is concerned. I'll give you that much. As BDD's Azir thinking about being picked away here by Sandbox, but no. BDD's Zoe instead. I know I'm saying BDD's. Fate is going to be playing them, but BDD's certainly phenomenal Zoe player and probably our best Azir player.
All of the mid champions are owned by BDD, and he just loans them out to the other mid laners.
He's the POG winner. That's what happens. You know, if you got all of those POG points, they must have come from somewhere. And it might have been the Zoe and the Azir mostly. As here is a Nidalee. We're going for a lot of range, Valve Analyst. Might be a poke comp coming together on Gen G's side.
Yeah, that's the thing about Pantheon you don't really think about, especially in the lane. He does actually offer a nice amount of poke, but as the game comes along, obviously he loses some of that potential, but there's a little bit there. And certainly they've got 3 champions that can do that, and it's all about the range here in this game outside of Thomas. As Lee Sin is going to be taken off the board, they're going to try to ban 2 junglers most likely.
Yep. I didn't mention the fact that Tahm Kench was picked up, but guys, if you're looking at the Tahm Kench and wondering what the heck it's still doing here, it's because Gorilla exists on Sandbox. His Tahm Kench is actually fantastic. Always has been. It's why we sort of allow him to pick up Sir Thomas. He's Timothy Kenchins for everyone else,
pretty
but
much,
when Gorilla's on him, he's Sir Thomas.
Life wasn't so bad on the Thomas Kenchins either. He's played 4 games of it, and they're actually not going to ban a second jungler here. They're going to take away Jace and say, well, we don't want Summit to have too much control up in the top side with that pick, with the Renekton also being banned away from Rascal. So there you go.
Twisted Fate taken away from BDD here also, but I think they would have picked that if they wanted it. But still, better to be safe than sorry, as Yuumi being considered. This will put Pantheon in a lane if they do lock this one away. And will also make Jhin the most speedy ever.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't have minded it, you know.
Ooh,
throw
Gragas.
Pantheon into mid to handle the Zoe, but instead it is going to be, well, I suppose the Gragas could also be in the bottom side, right? We have a little bit of a double flex going on. Either it's the support role, or it's going into top lane, you would imagine.
Nah, don't worry, Nidalee support.
Nidalee's, ooh.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're prowling around the
Gragas mid.
Yeah.
How about that? Let's throw him mid.
On jungle. Jhin top lane. Perfect. As the Olaf is the most obvious thing in the universe, this is, of course, on fleek, and his Lee Sin's banned away. So Olaf, no-brainer. What are they going to pair it with, though, is going to be the question. Is Ornn being considered? This will be the most standard front-to-back comp you can possibly go with the Olaf maybe looking a little bit out of place, as Alawi would definitely work into the Ornn. We've seen this so many times before. Thank you, Ixu, for giving us all of that Alawi practice. But this would be an old counter that Rascal's thinking about.
Yeah, and both of these hovers make me think that Zoe's going to have an annoying lane to deal with. It's either going to be big shield guy or big belly guy. It's going to be going up against her.
No, not belly guy.
You would have to imagine, unless they're just going to throw Silas into the mid lane, which I'm assuming it's not great against Zoe, and it's awesome against Ornn, so...
I mean, the argument for the Gragas going support is because it's Life's Gragas, right? And Life was our best support Gragas in seasons past. It was always Cuz in the jungle and Life at support. So they are going to go for that one, as you can see. Certainly has some great setup options. You know, you get the slow and the tag, and then Ruler can stun them up there on the bottom side. So certainly going to be working as far as CCing their opposition, and Silas into Ornn is an old one. We'll see how Gen G's comp is going to go. It's an eclectic bunch of champions, as Pantheon hasn't made an appearance in the mid lane for a really long time. But BDD pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I'm glad we mentioned all the flex potency out of that pick. And it is going to be pretty nice into the mid lane. It can counter the portal jump. It can block a lot of stuff, obviously, with its shield. So don't mind it at all here. Taking a look at this comp, I think they're definitely putting in some eggs. Putting some eggs into the basket of Root here, who hasn't been having too great of a time as of late, but they've also got Fate on his Zoe. Whereas over here, this is going to be very aggressive.
Yeah.
Out of Gen G, they are not holding anything back.
And normally when you see a physical damage mid laner, you're like, oh no, they're not going to have enough magic damage. But then they pair it with Gragas, Nidalee in the jungle, and then Silas. They've got probably too much magic damage, actually, as all the dust settles. So definitely an aggressive comp coming out of Gen G, and a super stable one out of Sandbox. They just want to poke them down a little bit with some paddle stars, get some cheeky autos in from the Caitlyn, keep everyone alive with the Tahm Kench, and then Summit can start a fight whenever he wants to. As Sandbox...
And then Olaf.
Yeah, they're going to group as 5 bottom lane. Yeah, and then Olaf, but it's on fleek, so I guess you understand exactly why.
Yeah, it's... again, we give another pass, but definitely some comfort picks for On Fleek and Gorilla.
Yep.
We're just having a little dance party here in the bush.
Yeah, we've just fallen over and things like that. It's all right. Dragonflies hanging around. But as you can see, nothing too much going to happen. Hopefully there's not going to be any wandering into the enemy jungle and dying like we saw a couple of days ago. In fact, last week. Wasn't a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
like it.
Feels like it. Our weekends are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yep.
Actually. So...
We get an extra one, though. It's like we get long weekends for the whole second round. It's actually kind of cool.
It's true. We just tack on an extra week. Instead of 9 weeks, we get 10.
Yeah. I like it a little bit more. Especially this time around where we didn't have super weeks forever with the triple best of 3s cast from our bedrooms. This is, I'm enjoying this much more, I'm not going to lie.
I'm happy we're over that time. That was a little bit annoying. But... yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this season is going to end up. There's been a lot of strong teams up at the top side and then a lot of weak teams out at the bottom side. A lot of people were buying into the Yamato/Tomato hope.
Some of that tomato magic.
Yeah, the magic. And they have struggled in a couple of their last games, especially up against some of the stronger teams. We'll have to see if they can put up a challenge here up against Gen G, because Gen G are just looking really good right now.
The thing that I'm sort of happy about when it comes to Sandbox is what they're building, not necessarily what they've built now. I feel like they are putting in a lot of work in shoring up their communication and how this team's supposed to work, and I think that Yamato certainly has been a good test for that. I just think, unfortunately, it came a little bit too late this season. But with the virus, everything like that, it's certainly been difficult to get everything together, and Sandbox have managed to do it. So even though it is a little bit late, these are trying times, and you can understand exactly why there's been a delay, as Rascal's down to 100 health. Just showing some of the early laning prowess of this Ornn, as Summit is thinking about diving him.
That's a solo queue thing where you're just taunting the enemy laner by doing the stutter step. I'm a big fan of that one. It's always a tilting move when you go up against it.
Yep.
The mind games.
I love the non-verbal trolling, actually.
Yeah. Or even, you know, you don't even have to throw out an emote. You can dance, you can laugh, you can stutter step like he did.
Yep. Rascal just trying to Kingslayer his way around. Probably didn't want to have ducked that particular minion, but does get the CS. So that's good news. 0-2 Root, last week's Caitlyn performances. He doesn't need to feel too bad. Caitlyn did terribly on every team. So,
yeah, and the stat we had show up on screen was that 2 players played it 1-1, and one was 1-2, which don't encapsulate all of the games of Caitlyn, in case you guys were wondering. We did have 13 games. She's 2-11, so not feeling too good.
That is going to be BDD copping a lot of damage. Puts up the shield a little bit too late, as he'd just recently teleported back. So Fate with the heal, doesn't want to get burst down by any sort of cheeky ganks or anything like that with Clid coming in. Of course, Pantheon Nidalee, a terrifying combination to champions, so you want to be defensive with your choices.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
They push mid lane. There's no vision of this. They're trying to jump on Fleet. Here we go.
There it is. There's the stun, and this is exactly the combo that we were talking about. Smite comes down. BDD trying to stay in there as life is... Oh, the spear, not quite enough. Grazed his bottom there just a little bit as he walks away. But no first blood just yet. Now Ruler taking a little bit of poke in this lane, but you can see Jin's lane control just real scary with the dancing grenades. It just means that you're always contending with Jin and a minion wave, which is why Life has so much positional advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. It's part of the reason why we do see the Jin into this lane very often. And that was rough for Clid. He was just a couple pixels away from landing that spear and picking up first blood for both spears, actually. The one that was looking to engage and missed, and the one that missed under turret after the flash. So a little bit unfortunate. It was a nice setup by Gen G, but they're going to be denied that play. Yep. Still, you can see the potential of the Pantheon, right? You can push very fast and then try to roam, especially after level 6.
They didn't get punished for it though, really, right? Like BDD was able to shove out the wave. Ruler was there. It wasn't like he was getting zoned or anything like that. So Gen G demonstrating why their comp is so powerful in the early game, right? Like they can afford to leave lane and just do what they want, as Ruler might need to stand back a little bit. There's the heal after the exhaust. Great double knockback with the body slam from Life, but now there's no longer the aftershock and he's running. Gorilla gets hungry, but not hungry enough as the Peacemaker is not going to land here today. We're probably going to have a bit of a back as OnFleek has started off the Drake with all of that control of the bottom lane that they have now managed to pick up.
Yeah, also the Zoe pushing in mid. They're just going to easily take that one down. It's Infernal, which is going to be really nice for the Zoe and the Caitlyn in particular. And you can see how they opened up that fight too. Ruler stepped about a couple inches too close to the minion wave, got, you know, in a place to get licked, essentially. Yeah. And they were just able to follow up from there and trade a couple of summoners and take back some of the control in the lane. So definitely a good look up against the Gen G bottom lane, which is absolutely very strong.
Certainly has been performing better and better as the season's gone on as well. I've really been impressed by Ruler, as Rascal does find himself a little bit of an abduct onto Summit. Grabs himself a goat of his own, but isn't going to be able to throw it out the ram just yet.
You can see that early on, actually, Rascal did get pretty far behind, and he kept on getting pushed in. That's generally what's going to happen early on in the levels, because Horn, his base stats and the numbers on his abilities are very good. But eventually, Rascal, once he gets some items, is going to do very well in that lane, and so far is not too far behind, even though that early game can be a little bit of a pain for the Sylas. He's now going to start pushing in that Ornn up in the top side.
Yeah. See how it does develop as the game goes on. Of course, Abyssal Mask is such a great buy for Summit just in general, so I'm going to be pretty happy. But as you can see, like you're talking about, the lane is getting more difficult. But with priority, it means that this Rift Herald might be an option for Gen G, as it is just about to spawn. Clid is over in the area as well. Gen G with a slight gold advantage, but no first bloods just yet. And they do have a very aggressive comp, if you guys remember. That means that they want to be getting more done in this early game. As we've got a bit of a roam up from the Gragas.
Yeah. You can see they're taking it pretty slow. They want to pull Shelly over to their side of the river, essentially, near the opening. As Fate is pretty low on mana, but he just picked up blue buff, so here we go.
Yeah, that is going to be the counterfeit ram, but gets the Ragnarok out of the Olaf as now the real GOAT comes back. As BDD's going to get knocked up, no time to put up a shield, as they will just have the Herald stolen away from them, and Flash has to be used by Rascal to get himself out. This is just highway robbery by Sandbox, first blood and the Herald.
Yeah, little bit of an Ornn difference there in that one. The ram out of Rascal was totally just off the mark, and the one out of Summit was literally perfect. Caught all three of them in both sides. I suppose he only got the knock up on BDD though, but either way, that was enough to open it up. already did a ton of damage with Shelly helping out with a nice little swipe. And Gen.G immediately began to realize, hey, we're really out of position. And those 3 champions also not exactly the most tanky, so not able to sustain there in that fight very well. And that's a really nice play for Sandbox to turn that one around. They get the first blood, the Rift Herald, and immediately momentum goes to their side with the better late game team obviously going to be feeling good right now.
Yeah, and Summit is just terrifying on this on. He's very, very strong. And we were talking about this lane sort of moving back into Silas's area, but now they've recognized it and they're looking to try and punish Summit, who flashes away immediately. And that's a good stun there on the bottom side, but looks like Sandbox are trying to turn this one around as well. Another Tongue Lash coming out as half the health bar onto Root, but Ruler as well, getting chunked. Aftershock working out for life, so just a little bit of biffo, but otherwise not too much.
Yeah. Neither support going for Unsealed Spellbook, so they're going to have some great battle runes, essentially, and certainly is helping out as Onplate comes down, helps push the lane. Looks like Caitlyn is going to go back and buy. We'll see if she has enough for Infinity Edges. Here's another look at the fight. You see that they're going to take, so here, they send it in first, and it's an on Olaf. And then so much damage is going to come down and knock up BDD here, and everybody on the side of Sandbox immediately collapses onto them. Even Gorilla gets there just one step ahead of life, so they're just able to knock down BDD.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake by BDD as well. You'd expect him to be able to put up the shield a little bit before getting that knock-up, understanding that where the damage is likely to be coming from, but wasn't actually able to. Might have been on cooldown from previously. Of course, has quite a long cooldown in the early stage, but did certainly look a little bit unfortunate there for the Pog Master himself. And now we've moved towards about an 800 gold lead that's only going to be extended here with Shelly in the mid lane as Clid might have found Gorilla, but misses another spear. Fate's going to be stunned. That's very close. I was expecting that one to land, actually, as Shelly's going to have her eye poked. Still a couple of plates remaining on that outer turret in mid lane, but as you can see, 1,200 gold going to be the lead. Maybe a fight, a brewing here in the mid lane. 4 members of Sandbox lying in wait. And the poke from the Zoe's working out. Fate really is doing a lot of work in this game so far, keeping BDD down, making sure there's always pressure for Sandbox in the mid lane. That feels bad.
Yeah, BDD's already behind in this lane, and missing cannons is not going to help out that case, as there is not much priority down here in the river for Gen.G. They may just have to give another dragon over to the Olaf comp, which is generally what happens, but here they come, actually, over the wall.
Yep. Gorilla going to get speared, but he was coming up for a lick anyway. Not too worried. Undertow's good out of on fleek. They're just trying to get the shove to make sure that they can control the river. Gorilla with a big bullet in the chamber, but nothing to really use it on, apart from that ward. Gen.G will leave 1 ward, which is certainly not going to make them very happy. Rascal,
yeah,
with Call of the Forge God available, hijacked. Looks like Gen.G are going to try and steal this one away. Zoe was on a reset, and we do have the man drop just coming back off cooldown. Gen.G do manage to grab this as Cloud Soul this game. Bit of a feels bad, but it's all right. Going to have a lot of movement speed, and if you've got Jin, he's definitely a fan of that.
And it's...
Oh, that's a barrel. They're looking for Gorilla. Great body slam comes out, and the layering of CC is pretty powerful, but Life just getting chunked as Root somehow gets tagged by that spear. How does he miss so many and then lands that one, weaving through the minion wave? Pretty incredible, but still not really going to be able to profit from it. As they tried to throw everything into Gorilla, and Root just free hitting. Almost manages to get the life of Life. Oh god, didn't mean that.
Yeah.
Thumbs out.
It was, yeah, it wasn't the biggest deal that they let the Ocean Drake go, but it would have been nice to stack up the Drakes for your comp. I mean, you have the Olaf, you should have the priority, but either way, they just give that one away. You notice that Fate took heal in this game. He doesn't have Unsealed Spellbook or anything, so he just went straight heal. And no TP, no Ignite, trying to win the lane. It's definitely a bit of an uncommon choice. And I suppose it will certainly help him if he's trying to get burst down by something like the Pantheon Nidalee. But hasn't been too relevant in this game so far, but either way, he went back, and Pantheon was easily able to get there with his teleport, so they knew they were behind on players, so Sandbox just let it go. With the Cloud Drake coming in here, as you mentioned, not going to be the biggest steal that they let that one go, as we've kind of stabilized here in the mid lane, or the mid game, I suppose.
Yep.
As we're kind of just hanging out now.
I think Cloud Soul's really interesting for this comp. I actually kind of like getting all of that extra movement speed after your ulti for Jhin, because Jhin likes to stand millions of miles away from the fight, but if you get that uber burst of movement speed, then you can catch up and actually get some relevant damage down with some autos.
He's already so fast. He's
Exactly.
going to be sprinting at the fight.
Yeah.
I like it.
I also like how Boots of Swiftness scale with percentage movement speed as well, because they have added flat, so I don't know. Could be something worth thinking about. Plus, they've got a few ultimates that you just want to throw around, such as the Cask, and of course, Ruler's Curtain Call. More of those you get down, definitely the better. Guardian going to stop Root from taking any damage whatsoever, he's got an eclectic collection of items.
Whoa.
Going to be going rapid fire cannon.
Collection.
I know, I don't know why I'm going for every tongue twister.
Got all the words
today.
I don't know what's going on. Well, we're going to need the words because we don't have a lot of action in this game. Ruler was just pushing bottom lane by himself, as here we go.
Yeah, that spear going to miss as well. So Fate going to survive, but the Paddle Star misses. No turnaround opportunity as Root's going to turn up. And Onfleek's fighting Rascal. Rascal winning out on the health trade. Okay, Bubble not going to connect. And Onfleek threw away a lot of his health bar, but at least got rid of Rascal there, who's now got the hijack on cooldown. And that is second Herald also going to be picked up by Sandbox.
Yeah, definitely a lot of tempo being earned here by Sandbox, even though Gen G tried to open up that fight. They had to back away, and yes, Ruler is getting a lot of solo XP down here in the bottom side, but they really have to punch through here in the mid game. Gen G do, they have to get there before Caitlyn starts coming out of her power trough, and before Fate starts one-shotting a lot of these squishy members on the side of Gen G in the later stages of the game. So I'm curious to see how they're going to try to make that work. It looks like for now, trying to get some vision and potentially get aggressive here in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it looks like Ruler just going to be parked in the mid lane with those minion waves in check. A little bit of a play towards the top side here as there's a lot of vision from Gen G. Summit, he might be a little bit too tanky for these guys as the spear is going to connect. That's the pounce as the flash does come out. So a lot of respect given. As skirmishes sort of helping out there for that extra damage. Looks like BDD and Cleared should be able to get some work done here on the outer turret top lane. Gen G might be able to get towards some sort of advantage unless they lose the bottom lane outer turret, which might actually happen given the Rift Herald advantage that Sandbox does have. That's going to be the trade turret for turret. 800 gold now in it. In favor of Sandbox, my god.
Hello.
Welcome to the game, mid-game, Zoe. It's scary.
She just picked up her Ludens, and already you can see no MR. Not much defensive stats there on the side of Rascal, so he just gets bopped. As Glid is in an awkward spot here.
Yep, just pouncing where he can. Bubble not going to connect. As Life taking some reckless swings here from Onfleek, but is going to miss. As Teleport comes in from the top lane, full minion wave is going to go begging, as now we're fighting around a Cloud Drake. Everyone pretty excited about collecting this one by the looks of things. Double teleports coming forward. Drake being taken down to about a third. Now, let's see who's got the best ramp. There's the engage from the Gragas. He's thrown away his life, but the Olaf is now out of it. Gorilla also having to flash. Kingslayer is massive from Rascal to keep him alive as there's the stun, and Gen G may have just found their team fight. Fate still alive, but he's flashing around this one. Deadly Flourish not going to connect as Summit now in trouble. Curtain Call comes in. Root tagged immediately, but missed by the second one. And Gen G now trying to corral them. Rascal getting in there. The abduct's fantastic. He's just latched onto the Caitlyn and taken her out of the fight. Is now Summit also going to go a double kill for BDD. And Fate's on the wrong side of the map. There we go. Spears going to miss once again. Not the greatest day for Quid, not going to lie. As Deadly Flourish, that's going to grab it.
Man, what a team fight by Gen G. I was like, why are they forcing this fight over this first Cloud Drake? You have a massive wave up in the top side. Why are you doing this? Well, if you're going to win that hard, I guess I don't deserve to question it too much, right?
Yeah.
Just looking at the results, I suppose. But you can see here, the Ornn ultimate stolen, a great engage. They get Caitlyn immediately right into the front. Has to be devoured, putting out 0 damage. Zoe totally zoned the entire time. Battlestar's doing nothing. BDD getting so much value with this man drop, and just like that, I mean, the engage was opened up by Gen G very confidently, and they knew they had the power here in this mid-game before Root was really coming online, and that was all it really took. The 2 members going down. Really great follow-up engage here from Rascal, just to lock it down, and it's a full ace by Gen G. This isn't just like, oh, we got 1 person and took Cloud Drake. This is like, we totally flipped the game on its head, and now we are in the driver's seat. As you can see, they have taken the gold lead here, and this is exactly what you want out of a comp like what they're piloting.
And they've saved BDD, basically. Like, BDD is on the Pantheon, doesn't necessarily scale into late game very effectively, but now he's 3-1-2. This Panth is gigantic all of a sudden, as they have about a 600 gold lead, but he's now ahead in the lane that he was really struggling in up against Fate. No flash on this Zoe either, who will need to be a little bit careful here this game, at least for the next few minutes. All right, Cliff just going to jump right into an axe as have Ace in the hole come down, and Life is going to block it there for Clid. Another spear going to land. When will they start connecting, Clid? That's my question. As Rascal here, split pushing towards the bottom side. And it seems like no one on Sandbox is going to stop him.
Yeah.
We do have Summit at least backing. Still a lot of damage there to the inner turret. What's the defensive vision around this Baron that's only been alive for about a minute?
Yeah, just taking a look at the items here, the Caitlyn going for the Storm Rager. She's going to take a very long time to come online. We've still got a good 10 minutes before she's really outputting damage, maybe even longer. You can see that they've really had to mix up their resistances too, as that's a massive hit from the side of Fate, who is 4 levels above the support Gragas. But yeah, they've really had to mix in MR and armor against this comp. We talked about how much magic damage they have, but also the lethality Pantheon. If you're not building any armor, you're just going to get ripped to shreds. Yeah. Alongside of Jhin, obviously, who's going to be doing the majority of the sustained physical damage. So a little bit annoying for the itemization for Sandbox. Is really thought maybe they wanted to engage on that one, but not just yet.
Potentially, Bubble going to connect there as now OnFleek is after Clid. There's the Ornn. It's going to find the Jhin as Ace in the hole does connect. Rascal does have a ram of his own, but it's Clid that goes down to the north. While I was talking about the mid lane, as there's the man drop for the escape. And now Life is he's just taking a hillbilly stroll towards the enemy base, as that paddle star was pretty incredible from Fate, to be perfectly honest. But with this inner turret dead, there's a chance that Life can make it out of here, as the barrel's going to come in. I don't believe Ragnarok's available, and yep, Life just wanders his way out.
Yeah, they're like, this is just too annoying. I mean, we don't really need to chase this Gragas all the way through. But you mentioned Clid on his spears. He hasn't been having the most fun in this game, that's for sure. Gets hit by a straight-up Trouble Bubble. And even though the Paddle Star follow-up did totally miss, the Nidalee is extremely squishy in this game. Didn't even go for the Rod of Ages this time around, went straight for the Athenes, going very supportive in this one. Has a lot of damage, of course, from the rest of their team, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah, if she gets hit by anything, they can just dogpile and get in there and kill that Nidalee very quickly, as they did that time around. Also was a little bit of an awkward trade in mid lane, as Jhin not able to really dash away from an Ornn. So I think that Summit is really going to be important for these team fights in the future, for opening up space for the Caitlyn to do damage, but also trying to deny Ruler from doing much.
Speaking of which, Gorilla lands a tongue lash onto the gentleman in question. 700 goals the lead here for Gen G, so it's really not a lot. And when ornaments are starting to come in, Molten Edge, fantastic for Caitlyn. I mean, her just damage scaling, her item scaling is so huge that getting extra stats on her is just crazy, right? So will be great for Root as this game moves on. We've seen a bit of this overseas as well. A lot of Orns being picked alongside the Caitlyn is see whether we are going to get the hijack. Rascal can try and walk up to Summit and steal that one away, as it is going to be 2 Drakes apiece, but there's the man drop. Big damage there from BDD as Root's over the wall, using the massive range to a huge advantage, and BDD's just going to get chunked. Has to go golden, and on Flick trying to get in there. That's a great heal though, and BDD is going to stay alive. Bubble connects onto the Gragas, but not looking like there's too much follow-up as Ace in the Hole lands onto Ruler, who blocks for his support. Fate still looking to try and corral them though, as a back will come in. BDD does have the teleport to get back into the fight. Blast Cone utilized, as now we've got a teleport flank. Deadly Flourish comes down as BDD may have just thrown his life away. Flashes backwards, tries to use the shield, but they'll take him down. And now even more damage piled onto Rascal, but he gets the abduct, lands it onto him. To Summit, but he's so damn tanky. Ruler picks up the kill onto the Caitlyn, though Clid is flashing forward. Ruler a little bit further away from this fight as double kill comes in, as finally Nidalee is online. Just pouncing on top. If you can't land a spear, just go into cat form and rip them to shreds, I guess is going to be the answer. As Rascal dies to a turret for some reason. And the Flourish comes in again. And that is a very dead Zoe. And that's going to be an unofficial quadra kill for the Nidalee.
Should have given that one to Ruler. The guy had so much room in that fight. It was such an extended, I mean, this was a dirty one, okay? This is not a clean engage by any means, as everything was flying everywhere, right? Like, we're getting into the back line for Gen G. That's really easy for their comp, but notice how Sandbox very intelligently, they kite upwards, and they use the ridge as like a way to just say, okay, you guys want to get into our back line, you want to get on top of Zoe Caitlyn, but we're not going to let you. And that makes it very difficult for Gen G to follow up engage, which is why we get this whole song and a dance. And it's like, okay, BDD, what are you doing when he hops in here? Very confusing, as the rest of his team is very far away. But what this actually does is it allows Ruler to get a lot of space, as there was so much attention taken off of him. Rascal, incredibly tanky, but Ruler immediately snipes down Root. And that was really the changing point, the turning point in this one, as it's a very skirmish-loving comp. I mean, Nidalee, Silas. It's, you know, you got Pantheon, even Jhin in an extended fight. Yeah, he gets bubbled here, so it's definitely fun times for Gen G once it gets into this bit of a crazy fight like it did. But for a moment there, Sandbox, I really liked their maneuvering, and they were nearly able to still take that one out. Now, they're not too far behind. They also picked up the Cloud Drake, which is pretty nice. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but if they can extend the game another 10 minutes, I mean, there's still definitely a chance that Sandbox can push away from the aggression of Gen G and just outscale them.
The thing I'm scared about is that Jhin doesn't have any scaling issues as a champion. You know, this guy scales on like a million stats at the same time. It's just insane. But he's not hindered whatsoever, right? He is just huge, and might be the factor that Gen G need in order to get to that late game a little bit more unscathed, especially with the fact that he can be built up with that Primal Surge coming out from the Nidalee, the extra healing available from his more supportive build as well. And I just need to shout out Life, man. Like, this guy's Gragas peel is just so strong.
Yeah.
This body slams whenever Ruler needs it, and makes sure that the Jhin is as safe as possible. It's certainly a look back at vintage Life with his Gragas support that was so good in seasons past.
It's more of like a Alistair that has a little bit less, you know, hard engage potential. It's definitely a lot of finesse if you're going to try to hard engage as Gragas in the way that Alistair could, but definitely
more damage.
More damage and a little bit more defensive capability with all the body slams and all that good stuff. And Life knows his job is to keep Ruler alive, as you mentioned. You know, they do have that Jhin for insane scaling themselves, and it really is going to have to be the Ruler show if this game does go into the later stages, which it does look like we are slowly but surely making our way down that path as we're nearly at the 30-minute mark.
Whoa, that's an extra zeal on Ruler. This guy is massive. Root doesn't even have his Infinity Edge yet. This Caitlyn is doing half the damage of the Jhin right now.
Yeah.
Ruler just massive with a whole bunch of crit built up also.
And we did have Morelos picked up here by Zoe. I don't mind it too much in this game because of the Sylas healing mid-fight, and also the Nidalee is going to be, spamming her heals off cooldown in the fight at the same time, so it's not like it's healing that they would mostly do outside of combat.
Yep.
As we're taking a look here at the damage percentages, once again, Fate is just trying to carry his team in terms of damage, and it's the Ruler show on the side of Gen G.
Good to see there's no surprises when we have a look at those damage numbers. 3,000 gold the lead here as Nidalee just steals away that dragon for free. Soul point provided over to Gen G.
Yeah, it was a little bit confusing as to why they just let that one go, but maybe they're just saying, well, it's only one singular Cloud Drake, it's not going to give them the soul just yet. Let us continue to try to get Ornn items, get Caitlyn her Infinity Edge at least before we fight. As you've been mentioning, that is an extremely important item that she still hasn't picked up yet. And they're definitely going to want that one before we do get into any big engagements.
Yeah, it's sort of overseas we've seen sort of the rise of Infinity Edge Stormrazor for the very clean sort of 2-item power spike that helps move your damage forward. I know Freak is very outspoken with the way that, oh wow, Clid misses the Gromp, but does manage to nail on.
All planned.
Yeah, it's perfect. But yeah, so Freak's been outspoken saying that like the more BF swords you can buy, the better the scaling is for Caitlyn. And I tend to agree. I think that when you have Zeal items, it feels a little bit worse. But now the Molten Edge is in, so regardless of how many Zeals you got, still going to be doing a lot of damage there on Root's side, who's going to pick up the blue buff for himself, as that's going to be a phenomenal ultimate coming out from Rascal, making up for that last one as Gorilla going to be taking down the Catfish well and truly dead. As now BDD's shield working out very nicely as now they've reformed the Phalanx. That's going to be the stun coming out from the Jhin, that massive range working out for them. As Rascal going to change position with the Skond. And Gen G having taken down the Tahm Kench. Thinking about what they can position for here objective-wise. That's a teleport forward from a Summit that does have all of his health back.
He's a very speedy boy, too. Here's the teleport coming in from Rascal. Going to be spotted. I don't think they'll be able to catch up to him, though.
Not quite level 16 yet, but does have the hijack back off cooldown again. Won't be able to take the Call of the Forge God, but any of these other ultimates are going to be available. Maybe a Ragnarok feeling like a good idea. As Abyssal Voyage comes in from Gorilla to reposition him, and now it's going to be 5v5 as Rascal getting chunked. Kingslayer comes in, but that's a fantastic Zhonya as the barrel goes completely wide as Root does take down the Sylas. Now it's 5v4. Summit frontlining beautifully. Life is dead. Ruler trying to kite this one out. He's so damn fast, but Root is chunking everyone with his new Molten Edge. This is what happens when you hit the item timings, and my god, finally Root's actually doing some work. Curtain Call comes in, but doesn't really do anything as this Baron's taken down to about half health. BDD going to be spotted on this ward. And Bubble flies forward, doesn't land onto Ruler.
An angle.
I don't think that we're going to be able to get a steal here, Valdez.
Doesn't look like the BDD going to throw out a spear. It's not going to happen as we have officially entered the later stages of the game. You mentioned the Molten Edge, and it starts off really nicely here for Gen G. This is a perfect cask. Gets the Catfish in, and look at that last shot from the ultimate of Jhin. Is insane the amount of damage that did onto the Catfish. And everything looked pretty good for Gen G here, but notice how Sandbox official, they're able to easily disengage. And then this engage out of Gen G was very sloppy. Rascal goes in, has to stopwatch. And then look at the lack of follow-up. Root has so much room on the right side. And once again, he's using this ridge to say, you can't get near me. Fight was pretty much over by that time anyway, but still able to take out one member. As everybody's happy here in the booth. I think a lot of people in that booth. It's like 5 coaches.
So like the huge smile on Joker's face, and then Yamato's in the back like, yes, but I'm still not happy yet. course, this game isn't over yet. There is 800 gold in it, and yes, Sandbox do have a Baron. They will be able to continue to boost this power play, especially with the outer turret being on the top side. BDD did push out that wave, so it's going to take a little bit of time to get the minions towards it, but that looks like sitting gold as well as the inner turret on the bottom side of the map as well. So look to see Sandbox get themselves a bit of a lead off the back of this.
Yeah.
Static shift completed by Ruler, as well as the last Whisper. I feel like he had a lot of gold in that last fight. Still hasn't died.
He absolutely did, and he was able to do about 0 effective damage just because of the way that the engage happened and the awkward positioning from his team. This is going to turn into the battle of the 80 carries plus Zoe, who has a really nice hat amongst a lot of skirmishy dudes and dudettes on both sides, but more of them on the side of Gen G, who are not going to really love this later stage of the game. As here we go, we're going to be fighting over this Cloud Drake, it seems.
Have as many elemental Drakes as possible this game. 3 apiece now. As that second Cloud for Sandbox is going to be taken. 4 turrets to 0 still in favor of Gen G, but they've lost the gold lead. As now it looks like the positional advantage going to be there for Sandbox. It's a lot of different backs here as everyone's playing chicken with everyone. And everyone's driving off the road. It's like they both tried to veer off at the same time, but went the same way and sort of crashed into each other.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, no, it's not how you play chicken. If that happened in Footloose, it would have been a much shorter movie. That's a very old reference, Max. I probably shouldn't be making that one. Great movie, though. Definitely worth the watch. Sometimes you got to like peer into history, you know, to understand, you know, where we came from, to understand more where we are, you know.
History repeats itself, so
it does tend to.
We're gonna have a Footloose remake.
I mean, there already has been a Footloose.
It's gonna be the remake of the remake. It's just gonna be another movie that's made just like it, basically.
Is it gonna be as scary as this one? As that's the Devour to come in. Life misses another cast, though. As now he's trying to get on top of Root. Curtain Call comes in, but they're just going to block for the Caitlyn, and that's all they need to do. Life surviving for the minute, but not for long as On Fleet comes around, puts an axe into the back of his head. Is now cleared from the side. Big AoE damage here as the Deadly Flourish. Ruler is completely untouched. This Dancing Grenade could murder everyone as the first kill comes. And it's on to the Ornn, also another Devour. Root's still very healthy as the Silas falls down. And it's 80 carry versus 80 carry, my god! Each shot doing about 1 trillion damage, and that's not an exaggeration. Root's going to back away, and it's a stalemate. If they're both alive, it's so scary. But still, it's a 1 fight for Sandbox, 2-3.
Yeah, look at this Jin, though. I mean, Ruler's trying to put the team on his back right now. As Gorilla certainly doing his job. If they didn't have a Tom Kent, this Caitlyn would be a much sadder 80 carry. As does have a lot of life steal, nearly able to heal to full off a life there. As desperate engages coming from Gen G, and you're thinking, oh, this isn't looking so great. Italy's really behind the play, but you're able to get enough pressure in the backside as Ruler snipes another one there. Misclicks, actually. I think he meant to click on Root, but clicked Gorilla.
Oh,
didn't end up mattering because he still gets a double kill and he's at full health anyway. And one shot to Root, and Root is like, never mind. I'm going home.
Yeah.
I will see you in the next game.
The Tom Kench is dead. Now I can't walk forward in case Ruler is in range to auto-attack. If Ruler is in range to auto-attack Root as a 4th bullet, his entire health bar evaporates. But now, he's got a Bloodthirster. There's a Lord Dominic's regard on Ruler. Like, this guy has maximum damage and doesn't care who he's shooting. As On Fleet's got a lot of health, that's why Lord Dominic's is going to work. As the red buff is stolen away, Root's going to claim that. But yeah, this is 100% Battle of the 80 carries. Another Zeal completed.
Hey, what are you doing?
Fate is dead. Another party cask from Life. Oh no, it's a disaster, and Fate actually going to survive. The Nidalee's dead, the Gragas is too. Ruler is still alive, thank goodness for him. As now he's getting enclosed by both Gorilla and Summit. All right, captive audience comes in. Root's flashing over though, and that is a very dead Jin, and that may have just been the throw here by Gen G. BDD off to the side, but maybe he's just throwing his life away for the colony as well. As another Ornhorn comes out from Rascal. He's trying to peel for the Pantheon, but he just can't. And now he realizes that I think his job is going to be trying to clean up minion waves that he just cannot. This game should be over.
I think so. I think they're just going to push down the mid lane and take it away as Fate playing the 5D chess in front of all of us, saying, you know what would work here is if we bait Ruler and the rest of his team out of position by my unbelievably aggressive portal jump. And it ends up working out because they couldn't click on Fate again, as they're going to try to defend here. Not sure it's going to work.
Yeah, well, that's just trying to clear out the minions, but that's not going to do it because those turrets died in about 3.5 seconds. That's game over. Sandbox take game 1, and Gen G, remember, they were 1 game score point ahead of T1. They needed all the 2-0s they could get, and now they may not even win the series.
I mean, if we have another game go that way, then certainly, right, as I think the more reliable composition coming out of Sandbox there, and unfortunately, Gen G made one too many mistakes. That one little throw in the mid lane, as we'll probably get another look at that team fight, but people were just diving way too deep there. They weren't able to get onto the Caitlyn, as Fate was even able to survive after all of that. So Ruler, you can see he's sweating. That was a really difficult workout for him to try to put the team on his back. That unfortunately failed.
Yeah.
But
it's also really hot in here.
We can't really blame Ruler for that.
Yeah. Yeah, not really.
It was more of a compositional issue.
I think it was a lot to do with the gameplay as well, right? Like, the Pantheon Nidalee should have been able to dominate that early game. They tried to get into the jungle and affect things, but they were never able to create more than like a, 2,000 gold lead or something like that, as you can see.
Yeah, later on in the game.
Exactly, and it was Sandbox that were in the lead early, able to grab those back-to-back heralds, really denying Gen G any sort of early game snowball, which we were talking about the entire game. That's what Gen G needed to try and do. And then we were thinking maybe the insurance policy is going to be this 37k damage Jhin. But Root's showing that he can also be that late game carry and does manage to get that damage down in the end. I believe that 10k of that damage was done in the last 10 minutes, the last 5 minutes of the game, to be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But you could see the game just totally changed the second the Molten Edge was purchased. It was like,
yeah, right.
Oh, okay, here we go. Caitlyn's online. And the Tahm Kench ended up working out very well. There were a lot of, you were like, cask this, cask that. Everything's going wide, nothing's hitting. And I think the support choice ended up getting a lot more value there for the AD carry in the later stages of the game for the Sandbox comp. And yeah, it was a bit of comp and gameplay, right? If they were going to go for that aggressive comp, they had to do more. But once we got to the late stage, it was really difficult, and Ruler wasn't able to do it alone.
I also think we may have jinxed life a little bit. I think he party cast 3 times in a row in vital team fights where he really needed to be landing that ability. So a little bit unfortunate for Gen G, some mechanical mishaps perhaps, as it is the first game of the week, so maybe they'll be able to shake their sillies out and come back with a vengeance in game number 2. Thankfully, it is best of 3, so they do have another chance. We'll see you after the break for another game between Sandbox and Gen G.
보는 거면 나 유령물 좀 사올게. 100원 남았어.
미드 한번 하고, 미드 한번 하고.
여기. 아, 갔다, 이거 갔다.
잡아. 살아봐. 야 KT 나이스. 노플.
내가 오까 캐치 진지 못 봐? 진 못 봐? 진 볼게.
위에 봐줘야 돼. 위에.
뒤에 얘들아
난 없어.
진 봐야 돼.
뒤에
진 봐봐.
봐야 돼. 지금 봐야 돼.
너네 가봐.
내가 오버로
맞게 맞게.
내가 오버로 끌고 있어.
너네 가봐. 넥서스 가봐.
아니야 나 괜찮아. 이거
잡고
잡고 가야 돼. 나 라인 끄고 갈게. 케이틀린만 조심.
나 라인
또 가야 돼.
라인 끄다.
나 근데 시간 많이 남았어. 천천히. 이걸로 끌고 와.
가자.
이겼다.
아니야 아직 끝난 거 아니야. 집중해봐 아직.
그라만 나온다.
이거 탱커 앞에 가서
내가 못 뺄게.
낙산 노플이어서
근데 나도 그렇고 너도 그렇고 로또 당첨 겁나 된다.
젤날이다.
일단 가자. 일단 미드 가자.
아 근데 우리 잘한 것도 와.
10초.
다음 판 좀만 아쉬운 거만.
아 이거 그라스가 던질 거거든. 그라스가 던질 거거든.
나 그라스 앞으로 벤치할게. 그라스 벤치 있었다.
수면 맞춰.
야, 탱크.
타.
오케이 위에.
기다려 여기.
봐봐.
나이스.
나이스.
이런 거 죽이든가.
가자.
갈리오가 자 코스가 갈리오가 근데 캐니언이 위치가 좋긴 합니다. 캐니언이 위치 여기 공동묘지를 만들었어요. 와 진짜 다원 요 짜리가 진짜 대박이었고요. 전술 보세요. 다 쓸어담고 에이스. 이릿 미스기 잡혔죠? 네 이거 지금 날개 펼쳤었거든요 아프리카 프릭스가 지금은 펼칠 때가 아니었던 것 같은데요? 근데 여기 어디야? 네 신비한 점 그렇죠 근데 아프리카 또 기인이 돌리면서 짜잔 기인 근데 그 다음 한번 더 돌리시고요 플라이도 들어가고 대박 아프리카 프릭스도 진짜 결국 여기서 역으로 실패합니다. 근데 진영을 올렸습니다. 다시 한번 그런데 뒤쪽으로 6회 탈출을 아니 지금 하나 생명 제 뭔가요? 미리 만들어줬어요. 그런 느낌도 들긴 하는데 원돌입니다. 이거 6회를 또 한 번 돌려요. 뒤쪽에 이게 아니 이게 영미 아니 둘이 그냥 한 몸이에요. 마지막에 엄지발가락을 들이댔는데 그게 안 막혔습니다. 그리고 죽었고 이러면 도란이 춤을 추고 있고요. 이러면 너무 아프거든요. 다 쓸렸습니다. 에이스. DRX. 네. 간다 일단 잡았죠. 캐롤 할 수 있나요? 이거 그런데 여기 이게 최대한 빠지면서 최대한 빠져야 됩니다.
그렇지.
더블킬. 오공궁 대박각이었어요.
그렇죠. 그러면서
귀가 허전한데요.
카밀이 왔습니다. 내려오는 거죠.
이거 영향을 미칠 미치는군요.
어떡하죠?
세종이가 왔는데 세종이가 왔는데 이거 뭐 어떻게 해줄게. 그러면 친구라도 불러서 피오라 불러서 피오라가 여기서 킬을 먹으면
다 쏟아부려.
그래도 막을게. 그래도 이거 저 피오라가 킬 먹어야 돼요.
이거 어떻게든. 상동아 바텀 디테일가 봐봐. 상동아 타줄래? 계속 줄래? 어떻게?
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗？
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back everybody for the first day of week number 9 of the LCK, and we started off the Sandbox Gaming versus Genji, and today we'll be joined by Sungyeon Lee, Vitori, and Pon for today's analyst desk. Game number 1, Sandbox was able to pick up a win with the power spike of Caitlyn. Genji walked in Pantheon mid, looking for a lot of gank attempts. Genji were trying to get some style shift over here. Bottom lane was still looking for that huge assertion of the bottom lane kingdom, and they're looking for some aggression for the early game. They had Pantheon on the mid lane, and with Pantheon, Nidalee, and Sylas comp, they wanted to get some lane kingdom on the top side as well. However, they did not manage to get a lot of points in the early mid and jungle fights, and also it all was extended to the late game, looking for the last game-ending team fight. Pantheon versus Zoe. Matchup is all about Zoe's kind of pressuring and also punishing Pantheon really hard. So Genji definitely did not get a really good start, and also Tomcat is a hard counter into Pantheon. In short, Genji did not manage to get a draft edge, but they weren't also able to get the game-winning team fight. This game was all about the Caitlyn's scaling, and recently Caitlyn was not having a really good day in the LCK. However, things went with a different scenario. So we want to keep our eyes on Caitlyn during the team fights. Genji was really obviously wanting to engage onto Caitlyn, and Sandbox was doing their best to protect her. Ornn, instead of engaging for team fights, he was trying his best to keep Caitlyn intact in the backline. Genji managed to show great sustainability in this fight, and Pantheon was able to recall and join this fight again with TP. At this point of the fight, however, Sandbox was already in a huge lead in terms of positioning. However, somehow, Genji was able to turn this fight around. Zoe was not doing a lot of damage at this point, and Roots was trying to put his trap on that golden Gragas, so he was a little bit diving into the side of Genji, so Ruler was able to finish her up. So Sandbox Gaming was not able to keep concentrated till the end of that team fight, so it seemed like Genji had a better team fight ability. So we were thinking that it's really hard to get an upset up against a stronger team here in the LCK. But somehow, Sandbox learned after this fight, we have to protect Root and we will be able to win the fight. As Caitlyn got caught out for multiple times, well, we were being convinced that Caitlyn is not a great pick here in the LCK. However, Sandbox was able to get the redemption for Caitlyn with this fight. Because Zoe was really far away, Genji was trying to open fight. However, Life missed his cast onto Tompkins, and also Caitlyn was able to stay really safe behind the front lines. Cleed was looking for a flank angle, but that Q landed on Tompkins, and he was doing full combo onto Tompkins as well, so no one else was able to reach onto Caitlyn and delete her. So Caitlyn was able to finish up this fight by herself at the later phase of this fight. So every fight in skirmish was all about whether Sandbox will be able to protect Caitlyn or whether Genji can engage onto Caitlyn and delete her. But in the end, it was Sandbox Gaming that was able to execute this play in a correct fashion. And Genji failed to get the best value of their early game-oriented comp as well. Now it's time to check out the player of the game on the side of Sandbox Gaming. Well, we've been talking about Caitlyn all day long, so it's definitely gonna be Root on Caitlyn. Caitlyn is definitely one of the most picked champion here in the LCK, but she was not able to find success yet. Well, this game was not about Root solo carrying this game. However, he was able to keep focused up till the end of the game. Well, this game came down to Caitlyn for sure, because if Sandbox lost, it was because Caitlyn failed to execute her best play. But if Sandbox won, it was also about Caitlyn doing her late game carry perfectly. At the same time, the top side players, top, jungle, and mid laners at Sandbox Gaming were also doing a fantastic job not falling behind the Genji players. Caitlyn picked up 8 votes out of 12, and Sandbox Gaming is able to extend their hopes for the playoffs. So let's move on to game number 2.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for your analyst desk translation. And Root, congratulations. Picking up the POG. I actually felt like it was more about the tools around Root that were certainly performing very, very well. However, he did have to attack move in amongst the death ball that was Sandbox, and he did a lot of damage at the end of the game.
I think this is a great example of the difference between ways people pick a player of the game, right?
Yeah, right.
Literally, his explanation on the desk was he kept his focus up throughout the entire game, and that's why they won. Because if Caitlyn wasn't doing her job, then they would have just lost the game because she was the only win condition. But the way we were looking at it is like, well, how did we even get there in the first place? Who was playing to the highest potential of their ability throughout the entire game? And we thought that was Gorilla. There were a couple of other people. One of the media, actually, and one of the Korean casters did agree, but it did eventually go over to the side of Root. But interesting to see the way that people define and think about, who to pick for the player of the game.
Also, it was a difficult laning phase. They were getting shoved in by Genji over and over again. I think the Root was very stable, so I don't contest it too much, but I think you're right. It is interesting to see the thought processes, as I don't think that you should get a player of the game by doing your job.
Yeah,
because,
exactly.
You should do your job, That's an expected thing. It's about going above and beyond, right? And I think that Gorilla was incredible, keeping everyone alive. Bard going to be banned away might mean that our friend Ruler is not looking for a first pick Ezreal. Can be difficult without Brad availability alongside it. Sandbox thinking about that last ban. Volibear probably going to be the choice. No, it's going to be Ezreal. Oh my goodness. So, Caitlyn or Volibear? I think Volibear is probably going to be the choice.
I would imagine so. I mean, Ruler looked really competent and comfortable on the Jhin. And Volibear has been the first pick choice for pretty much every team here in the LCK. Will they go against that? Doesn't look like it, as Volibear is going to get locked in. And Root, after picking up the player of the game, is probably going to take Caitlyn once again. Would have to imagine.
Caitlyn Tahm Kench would make some sense, especially for Sandbox. And I think locking in the time... Oh, okay, Karma wasn't banned either. So that's an obvious choice, as this could just be the bottom lane locked in, but certainly a lot of flexibility for where that Karma is going to go. Remember Summit, he likes to mix things up as far as what he's going to play. He played Soraka back in the day. So it could be the top lane Karma, which is one of the more successful varieties of the Karma. Would like it if On Fleek wants to go back to something like an Olaf that we see picked into the Volibear a lot. As B2D, he's had enough. He's going to pick his Azir and show them what's what. Probably a pretty easy Zoe lock-in for Sandbox, though, to keep that flex alive on the Karma, as well as give Fate a champion that he's very comfortable on.
Yeah, he wasn't really the main highlight of last game, and in the early game, I thought he was a little bit spotty, as Jinx is going to be selected. Oh, boy. And there's a Kali. So I think that might just go mid lane up against the Azir. But again, we'll have to wait and see, because obviously Summit can play the Akali. Although now looking at my stats, he hasn't played a game.
Not yet.
Akali just yet, but neither has Fate. So
it's going somewhere, likely into a solo lane. For Sandbox, that's all I'm going to tell you. But I think we need to talk about the Jinx. This was an old counter pick, or not necessarily counter pick, but an old pick into Caitlyn when she was so strong, because you can match that range when you bring out your big rocket launcher. And you can also match the range of the ultis with your Super Mega Death Rocket as well. Does mean that there's a lot of AoE potential out of this Genji comp with the 3 champions that they already have. So the team fighting taking a step up in comparison to their very skirmish-heavy comp that was certainly spiking in the mid-game in game number 1. Weren't able to make it work. They step away from it and go back to their roots, and I like that.
We see only the ban on Leona here in the bottom lane. And yes, Life has played the most games of Leona out of his champion pool, but I don't know. I think you might want to go something a little bit more supportive for the Jinx this time around, especially because it might be Karma on the bottom side, and Leona can kind of just doesn't generally have a very fun time into Caitlyn Karma. But very curious to see what Life is going to play, because obviously he has been leaning towards the more aggressive picks, but this might be the game where he goes on to something like a Lulu or I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Sejuani is going to be selected here for On Fleek.
It's a bit more insurance in any sort of team fights that do happen, but opting into team fights against this Gen G comp could be scary. As Renekton, I mean, it's Rascal. He just loves picking Renekton. It's going to be blind, although that's a Garen. Whew. And no surprises that this is going to be picked up. Now, what is the support choice? You were talking about it. More of a late game option in the Braum, but certainly does get utterly obliterated by the Caitlyn Karma lane in the earlier stages of the game.
I really would have liked to see a Lulu here.
Yeah, I'd like to see anything with some range.
It could deal so well with what Sandbox already have. And also it works really well with their two big boys in the Bear and the Croc, right? That are going to be hopping in. Otherwise, you can wild growth your Jinx and polymorph in Akali, right?
Yeah.
There's very many ways for the Lulu to interact in a buffing and debuffing sense, but instead they go for the weak lane pick, and I think overall a weaker pick in general.
I love this out of Sandbox. The Gangplank locked in, just doesn't really matter what happens in the lane because he's guaranteed to outscale, gets so much more money than the Renekton, and should be able to keep his range, keep his distance, and get some poke on. As you can see, Yamato just telling On Fleek what he needs to be focusing on during this game. This isn't necessarily an On Fleek champion. He has played Sedge a lot, but he's more of that aggressive style. Probably getting a bit of coaching as to how he's supposed to play out this early game so that Sandbox can reach a late game and go toe-to-toe against Gen G. Certainly far more late game options for Gen G in the Azir Jinx combo, plus the Braum, being able to add so much into the middle of a team fight. The Renekton stands out. He's more of a bridging champion this time around. But I love what Sandbox have done with their composition, and it's looking a little bit better here for Gen G, moving mid to late game. Going to be a very interesting game number 2.
Yeah, it's obviously really cool drafts. I think from both sides, a little bit cooler by Sandbox, to be honest, especially with that GP on R5, the Renekton stolen away. And obviously Rascal is a really great Renekton player, so we talked about this in game 1 where we're like, well, if he picks Renekton, we're not going to be too unhappy about it, but then immediately Sandbox slapped back and they're like, well, I mean, good luck with that. What are you going to do against GP in the later stages of the game? That GP ultimate is going to get so much value, especially later on into that back line of Azir Jinx. And I think it's really just a great pick as here we go. We're ready to jump into game 2.
Yep. The thing I love about the GP is it provides so much space exactly where you need it, right? Like, Gen G want to be piling on top of you. They want to get the 2 burly boys in the front. They want Pigeon Man to throw people around with all of his sand soldiers, and then Ruler to go to town with his rockets in an AoE. But Summit can just put his ulti in the middle of a fight and give Root so much kite power throughout anything. I mean, there is dive, yes, from Gen G, but I think that Sandbox do have some peel available to them. But Gorilla doesn't have the Tahm Kench, so the Devour not there to be relied upon. We'll see what that does to change the playstyle here of Sandbox. On Fleek, yeah, sitting on his Poro. He's got like Space Bear coming at him.
He's just looking at them like, oh, okay.
Space Bear. Oh, Zedby. On Fleek's like, why you ban my champions? He could have played Lee Sin, actually, and decided not to. As that is a sick Renekton skin, not going to lie.
Yeah. Wow. Is that one of the new ones?
I think so, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
I like Lego Renekton, but that one's very, very cool.
It's weird because when I'm watching the game while I'm casting, I'll notice like cool skins, but when the new skins come out, I don't even look at them.
Yeah,
I don't even like, oh, let's see what cool new skins are out, you know? But in this case, this is definitely a pretty cool one.
Because I'm like such a League boomer, I just like the old skins. You know, that's just how I've been built. As Ruler going for some trades that maybe he doesn't want to. Does end up trading relatively evenly, but with Sandbox's range advantage and with the shields that they have available to them, trading early is going to favor them. As we do have Star Guardian Jinx, so definitely going to help power up Ruler. It's a cute one.
Yeah, and you can take a look at the runes here. The fleet footwork going to be a little bit more helpful in terms of sustaining during the laning phase, whereas the lethal tempo for Ruler's all about those later game team fights once he does get fed up. As here we go.
Yep, Clid's going to find on fleek. He's going to get taken down very, very low, but that's a great smite. They smite back. As with a red buff now, Clid should be able to grab this, or at least a flash, and it will be the flash out from OnFleek, who's now looking to come back again. Okay, we are going to have the exit. Good vision available there from Sandbox to make sure that the Krugs weren't going to also be taken, or at least not be safe for OnFleek to grab. But no flash for the Sejuani at this stage is a worry. Absolutely. Now, the 100% win rate for Karma or for Volibear is going to be attacked here in this game. That was, of course, last week. We are in a new week now. Let's see who's going to suffer the first loss. I'm sure a lot of you probably pretty keen for Gen G to bounce back after what was a tough game one. As Root, he's going to go home, look for that cheater recall with his 23 CS. And Ruler doing everything that he can to get back on track. He's taken teleport. I mean, this is like not great for laning phase for Gen G bottom side, but let's have a look at what Summit can do top lane. Going for a bit of a greedy start here with the Sapphire Crystal. As Life's going to find Gorilla.
They really have to dive here. Rascal is like overbaiting and having difficulty pushing the lane. Clid is using so much time just chilling, and you could see Summit. He's trying to hold the wave.
Yep, he's going to be able to do so for quite some time. This is sacrificing his health bar, but if they don't get a crash, there is no dive. Oh, that was so smart from Summit.
Yeah. There's a great anti-dive play. As he identified it coming in, he realized it from the Rascal play, and then he saw, of course, the bear. And think about how much time Clid wasted up there. He was like, let me see if the Krugs are taken.
저렇게.
As
우리 레드 없네. 아, 야, 여기 있다.
Oh, one health!
이거 여기. 아, 잠깐만, 내가 이거 어떻게 해야 되지? 아, 아쉽다.
it's like, this sucks.
It's like, guys,
Yeah, he actually said that.
come and get him.
It's
But,
like, oh, he's Volibear's here, come on.
in the meantime, every single lane getting shoved in.
Yeah.
And OnFleek, he doesn't necessarily enjoy playing weak side. It's not his thing. Is that headshot? Oh, starting to hurt Life, as you can see. And this lane was never going to be fun, but like, I don't know what Gen G were, what they were expecting. But this is about as good as it gets, to be honest.
Yeah.
For the Jinx Braum, especially Jinx with teleport.
Lane phase is just so important right now, and you're just giving so much away by picking the Braum just to get dumpstered on in the lane. To offer, questionably more, efficiency and effectiveness later on in the game. I'm just really still a little bit unhappy with that selection, but it is what it is. Braum is it's an LCK staple, I suppose. So
yeah, and also
just
I
love
mean,
to play him.
Teams, especially like Gen G of the past, do like to default to late game if they're getting pressured in a series. So you can see why they made the choice. Whether they can actually pull themselves out of the hole is the question. I mean, it's not going too badly right now as the Winter's Bite is going to be netted as Gorilla finally comes in. The Flame Chomper's going to go down, and Sandbox unable to answer back. And Gen G do have a 400 gold lead. Might just be the prowess of these players that's meaning that Sandbox unable to get the advantages that they probably should in this lane. Might mean that after Root has his next back, that's when things are going to get better. Cull versus Pickaxe, you're not necessarily going to be winning there. Because Gen G, despite what we were talking about, are able to take down the Ocean Drake. The first dragon of the game. Second going to be the Cloud, so we're going to avoid Cloud Soul this time. As Rascal, he's going to go real big, and the Piggy's in trouble. Slice, dice, and oh my goodness. Oh, gets over the wall. The flash in from Rascal, though, and that's going to be a dead Sejuani. And he just followed her the whole time. Pigs versus Crocodiles. I mean, I guess we knew that how this one was going to go. As Gangplank just chilling in the lane.
Yeah, OnFleek, definitely an unfortunate beginning to this game. Gets invaded by the sinning Volibear, and then eventually he tries to go 1v1 with the level 6 Renekton. Really not sure about that choice. And he actually got his dash ability interrupted by the Renekton as well.
Yeah.
And with no flash, as it's just coming off cooldown from the earlier trade in the jungle, there was really no helping him, even though he led the enemy on a long journey, as now he's trying to get up to the top side here.
Yep, barrel comes in. Rascal was thinking about trying to stop it, and actually this slow could be the death of the Crocodile. Some revenge for OnFleek. Not able to get the knockback, as it's a cute little flash, not really necessary, and that is a dead Croc. His flash also off cooldown, remember, so really nice return for OnFleek to get his revenge. As in goes BDD, as the revenge might be happening once again, and yes, goodbye Little Miss Piggy. Oh no.
This poor Sejuani can't catch a break. And, I mean, the Volibear's going to have the timing on your red, and the way that Clid is playing very aggressively with this Volibear, I think you may have wanted to expect, or at least take the precaution, just in case he was in your jungle. Ends up getting killed by BDD, though, over the wall. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Should have known that BDD was outside of the lane, and just to back up north. As here's a breakdown of the top side. No flash, no ultimate for Rascal, so it's a pretty easy alley-oop. As he ends up flashing for it.
He sort of flashed on the spot.
Yeah.
Weirdly.
Weird flash. Might have been a visual thing.
Yeah.
As well. After this, up against BDD alone, probably would have gotten away, but with Clid there, we're able to secure the kill. As we return to bottom side, aka Root and Gorilla Paradise.
Yeah, Zap does land.
Yeah. The CS is even, and I think it does have to do a little bit with Ruler CSing well early on in the game, not getting zoned out too much, and also having the item advantage for now. But there's already 2 plates going the way of Root and Gorilla so far. And so they're having a fun time here.
Yep. Now we do have Berserker's Greaves picked up by Root, as he's going to make his way back to the lane. But not really being punished. Feels like Gen G haven't been zoned at all or anything like that, so they are getting through the lane better than I think I was expecting. But, I mean, this is one of the best bottom lanes that we have, so you can imagine even with adversity, you're going to have a decent time.
Yeah, it's something that LS talks about a lot, where it's like, yeah, I mean, they went for a crazy aggressive draft, as here we go, some action.
And I believe blue buff was stolen away. Yes, it was. Clid manages to secure that one for himself. Even gets this control ward as well. So the Volibear, very, very strong. I don't know how much it means, because this game is still pretty close. 600 gold, nothing really to worry about. And there's a Gangplank versus Renekton. I mean, technically, Gangplank's going to be a champion in the late game, and Renekton isn't. That's pretty much how that one works. And we know what Caitlyn can do. Yes, Jinx basically does it better in a lot of instances, but Caitlyn after the buff might actually be able to tango with the Jinx, and it depends how the fights are going as well. Because Jinx, yes, does a lot of long-range AoE damage, but are Sandbox going to be stacking up for it? Is the Sejuani going to be able to get back on track and land some of these Glacial Prisons that can get some work done? Certainly a lot of questions to be answered here by Gen G.
Yeah. And I think Sejuani did get the blue, actually. Might have been covered by the gigantic Toro that she's riding, but I just saw it there as we got to trade up in the top side now.
Yep, Summit is going to throw down his ultimate. Rascal's going to have to tank a lot of it as the oranges have been eaten. There's the slice, there's the dice, and that's Rascal just picking up a solo kill. Pretty unacceptable there from Summit, biting off more than he could chew. Maybe just expecting to be able to win this one out, but didn't quite have Trinity Force available just yet. Yes, he had ulti, but wasn't enough.
Oh, look at this rotation coming in.
Yeah.
They have no idea about this.
There's the Glacial Prison. Clid already down to half as Fate looking to try and come in here as well.
Where's
Teleport through, as yep, she does eventually get there. Shuriken backflip, but unable to actually secure the kill. Trap is eaten by Clid. There's no follow-up. There's the flash from BDD. This is why he picks the Azir. It's so he can grab double kills whenever he wants, as Root's trying to answer, but there's no one in range. And Gen G are starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, I just... this is why when we talk about drafting and picks and stuff like that, we always have to take into account the players that are playing them, as in particular, that Akali performance was not very good. Sejuani went over the wall, level 7, a little bit behind. Didn't have any follow-up as now here comes a big bear.
Yep, going for a bit of a 1v2. Gorilla does get a big shield as the trap is going to keep the support player alive. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to sail majestically past, but that was real close. And a good effort there from Ruler. Can Sandbox get themselves back on track? This victory means so much to their playoff hopes. But right now it's looking real scary for this game. They will have another opportunity in game 3.
Yeah, they will. And yeah, it's not looking great for them. I mean, they have some nice scaling, but so do Gen G on their side with the Azir Jinx. Obviously, as, yeah, this is just a bit of a mistake by Summit. I mean, you're level 9, you're relatively evenly farmed against a Renekton with everything up on both sides. Who wins? You should know this as a top laner, right?
Yeah.
Even with, you know, 5 or 6 minions that were there, he should know that he loses that trade, but this is the highlight I didn't exactly want to watch as Fate kind of falls flat on his face. As BDD waits for the exact right moment. This is what we know him for. Always saves that Emperor's Divide for the later stages of the fight where he gets to get the big highlight moment. And that he did. As now the mid lane is, well, now it's kind of 5v4 in this game.
Oh, still going to be an ult. Doesn't quite land onto BDD. Good shifting stance, but now Clid could be in trouble. Will pick himself up a shield, but what? Gangplank ult comes down to confirm Emperor's Divide just to get them out of the way. As life does miss his Unbreakable, but he's going to be all right. As Ruler almost eats through that extra plate, but he got a couple of them at least, and now has an 8 CS advantage there on the bottom side, despite everything. Is now Fate Shuriken backflipping away, but he's not going to survive. Not sure why he was there.
There's a lot of mistakes being made in this game, like by both sides. Okay, Fate is not having a great game. We saw Clid just dive face first into a 3-foot deep pool, and generally it's not what you want to do. As you know, it's not going to matter too much for Clid because his team is very far ahead, and this is just going to be a natural breakdown of the mid lane after Shelly did crash into that earlier. And things still all going really well for Gen G, as we'll see if they'll be able to ride this wave and take this game.
Yep, 30% CDR built up by Summit. That might help him have some oranges ready for when Rascal's going to try and kill him again. Let's have a look at this one more time. This was, yeah, the faceplant that you were talking about.
Come on, Clid. Yeah, come on.
Woohoo! Oh,
no. He was, you know, I think you said it best. I think he's just having a lot of fun.
Yeah, woohoo!
Yeah.
That's the name of the game.
It's a really nice Emperor's Divide by BDD to zone all 3 members, and Fate gets caught out here by the rotation. They should communicate, at least, that Renekton is out of the lane, but we're not able to do so there.
Well, could be another team fight here as Fate coming up from the side. BDD should be able to grab the blue buff, but Shirley is going to be secured by Sandbox. Now, 4v5 at this moment in time. Ruler, no teleport. Had a Super Mega Death Rocket that I guess could throw at the team fight, but not able to get there. He's got an Infinity Edge. Looks like he's going to go Zeal item second with that quick cloak video built up. That's a teleport behind Root, and he's just standing around. Not sure whether that's what he really wants to be doing, is, zapped and destroyed. What? That teleport was like channeling for what felt like a year.
Yeah, he had
and Root's
no idea.
like, I better kill that minion.
He just had no clue. He's like, oh, I guess I'm dead.
Yeah, whoops.
This has been the game that, this is not going to make the Mad movie. This is not going to be the one that's highlighted later on by production.
Yeah, I don't think so. Summit's still got a gun and a sword and a dream.
And some barrels.
Yeah, he's also walking face first into this crocodile.
He's got some doubloons.
Ooh, okay. Barrel coming on in here. Is Ruler going to get chunked by that one, but still not going to be the blue buff steal or anything like that. From Summit, I guess I call it a steal. I mean, it's his blue buff, but it doesn't feel like it this game. As BDD 1 versus 2, not going to go for it. Although, he's 50 CS in the lead. He's very strong at this point in time. It's Gorilla getting chunked. Not going to be dying just yet. BDD over the wall. Softens up the piggy. Genji are in so much control, and I just don't think they should be with the composition that they have. As the Jinx is online, she's ahead by way too much. And I don't know where all the farm's gone. I guess it's just dying to turrets. Sandbox have just been letting a lot of it go through, and that's why there is a 5,000 gold lead in most regards. I mean, yeah, there's 5 kills in favor of Genji, but that's not the majority of the gold lead. Black come through with the Unbreakable. Fate on this island, top side, everyone trying to rotate up to either help him out or take him down.
Yeah. Not just going to be able to break this one here. Just going to have Fate play this strong side and try to keep that turret up for as long as possible. There's no real objective for about 30 seconds, so they're going to wait for that one and take it down. You can see the gold difference is mainly in the mid lane, as it's almost 3,000 gold ahead.
That is insane.
At 18 minutes. That's generally like a healthy lead for a team, not for just one player. But that's what we're at right now. The Sakali really not finding too much value in this game.
Does have a really cool skin though.
True.
Sometimes it's about that, and it's not about the gameplay. As yeah, he's just got to try and last hit a few more minions. It's not looking great as far as those numbers are concerned either. As Shirley gonna hop down on the top side. Sandbox are gonna be able to at least get their first turret of the game. And in the meantime, it is going to be the first Mountain Drake taken by Genji.
Yeah.
Lady will be securing that one now.
I really think this is going to have to be the most heroic Gangplank performance we've ever seen, right? We're going to have big barrel crits onto the Jinx / Azir. And he needs to do it multiple times and also not die at the same time. Going for a very aggressive build here, of course. Going to be looking for the big crits in this game, but I think he's also going to need some time. And those barrels are going to be really difficult to land, of course, as it is Jinx who is eventually going to get very fast.
If she never gets excited, then might be okay. But I have a feeling she's going to be able to find a kill or two in the team fights. I think you're exactly right. Essence Reaver on the way, like you were talking about, the crit Gangplank. See what he does go for. Is Ruler now potentially in trouble. Is Root going very aggressive here, but Fate's off to the side. Immediately he gets exhausted. Perfect execution is going to be there, but Fate not able to close the distance onto the Jinx. Life not going to get shurikened either. The Kali really not working out, but they create some space.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. The Sakali is very, very sad. Of course, the exhaust is going to be saved every single time for the Akali, so it does kind of make sense that in a lot of these fights where Brahma's nearby, she's not able to get much damage down, but she did have Flash and R2, and I think she probably could have killed Ruler, but elected not to. Not 100% sure why. It was a great opening up on the fight, actually, by Root, which is not generally what you see, but with red buff Caitlyn, you can sometimes do it if the Jinx is all alone. As Genji are just going to try to two-man the Baron.
Yeah, on Fleek, he throws a ward in, so they're at least not going to be able to sneak it away. That would have been a very cheeky way to win. As it looks like Ruler building his QSS as his next item, wanting to be as safe as possible. Winter's Bite not going to connect on the Root. It's going to be another game that has a lot to do with these AD carries, but right now Ruler is definitely in the lead on that front, and BDD needs to be respected so much more in this game than he was in game number 1. Summit on the other side, like you were talking about. It's going to be a lot on his shoulders for the late game also.
Yeah. It's going to be the Summon and Root show, as Fate is not existing very much in this game.
Ooh, slow onto Root. He nets himself back on Fleek, just trying to put a body in front of the Caitlyn. Now they're trying to defend this in a turret. Peacemaker secures the cannon, but there's that one caster creep that's still alive. And Genji is snowballing this pretty effectively. I'm liking what I see. Map control well and truly theirs with the inner turret in the mid lane taken. Essence Reaver complete and Rapid Fire Cannon complete, but Root, he needs 3 items, especially with this build.
Same build as last game, but yeah, I mean, you're right. He needs that time. As Summit is in a bit of an awkward spot here.
A dilly of a pickle is what I'd call it, as Glacial Prison could come down. On Fleek looking for it, but doesn't ever really make it do anything, as Fate is going to secure that one onto the Crocodile. Good stun from Clid as BDD's here, and Sandbox therefore have to run away.
Yeah, interesting opening up on the fight there. Rascal doing the right thing, but eventually the support getting there on time from Sandbox to at least trade the 1-for-1. As Sejuani's not going to be he's not going to be having much fun at all in this game. Got behind early, and he's going up against pretty fed carries. He's got actually a massive front line ahead of those 2 carries as well, with Renekton, Volibear, and Braum with the shield. So Sejuani not going to be having too much fun, but we'll have to wait and see, as at least the game hasn't been blown open too wide just yet. We still have scaling carries on both sides.
Yeah, the scaling question is a really interesting one now, because the game has been skewed. This Akali's not going to really be doing anything like you were talking about. And the Renekton, 4-2-1. So actually more relevant than most Renektons that we see. QSS done for Ruler though. He's looking for the second Zeal item. It's going to be 3-item Jinx, and a very scary prospect to deal with. I mean, this was played pretty well from Summit to begin with, but you can see OnFleek sort of waiting for the full commitment, and it doesn't really work out.
Yeah, it kind of felt like he didn't think that Clid was there. Maybe he was like waiting until the Renekton was fully baited in, the Slice and Dice was down. But in the end, it does end up trading 1-for-1, so it's not the biggest deal. It's obviously going to be a nice win for Sandbox, as Fate once again is just being zoned away from these fights. And we do have Mountain Drake Soul coming up right now, and it really doesn't feel like Sandbox are in a position here item-wise to force a fight, but here we go.
Fate going in, looking for life as he gets into his shroud as well. There's the perfect execution. Ruler's dead already. Life will follow. Double kill for the Gangplank. BDD's put in prison, but his soldiers are there. That's a great shuriken backflip to make sure that Fate can get in amongst the fight, and BDD's flashed after by Root, and the ace in the hole will secure, not the ace because Rascal had respawned, but damn, a little bit of overextension there by Gen G, a little bit of cockiness, and they will be denied the soul and probably the Baron as well.
That's like you just got the golden ticket, right? You opened up your suites and you got this amazing raffle win, because Sandbox were so far behind in this game, but they just bought themselves a ticket to potentially take the win, as they're going for the Baron here. Not much that Rascal can do alone. TP not quite available for Ruler yet. We got another 20 seconds or so.
Yep, it should be the security. I mean, there's no way that Rascal can do anything. Super Mega Death Rocket trying to steal it away, but that's another one sent off into the ether. And I really love the Willy Wonka reference that you made there, the golden ticket, because I think it was Gen G's golden ticket that they had, but they were Augustus Gloop this game.
You can have it.
They dropped their ticket on the ground because they were too busy looking for more candy. As Fate, I love it, waits for the Emperor's Divide and then backflips all the way over again.
Yeah, and this is, okay, so we really need to see more GP, please. Like, it's so good, especially against these immobile carries that we're getting nowadays.
Oh,
man.
Jonah.
Someone get the camera.
Amazing.
I think this might have actually been, Sun Tomb,
yeah,
right? The replay observer. I think he's the one that sets up all, like, the replays and the cool angles. I'm not 100% sure. Summit might die.
He might die. Eat some oranges, but he is not K. Sometimes there are 2 solo laners in your lane.
Thankfully, BDD had Morellos down those oranges. Yeah. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened. Yeah, the Morello's a little bit confusing, but I mean, yes, there's a stain on more than just GP, but it's definitely still confusing.
I mean, it's mostly GP. There's no... All right, that's an ulti to come out from OnFleek, but it's mainly just disengage as Rascal getting chunked. Root moving fast. He does have Infinity Edge complete. It's not going to be a Molten Edge, but it is still a big old item for the Caitlyn to pick up. And look, you're talking about item advantages. BDD does have more of them, but Fate, he's going for Leandri's. He's following what our salesman has recommended, and he's just going to get more value.
This is just, you know, Summit's right next to the turret, right? This is a little bit unfortunate for him. And yeah, it's a pretty clean, straight-up kill, 2v1. Nice setup by Gen G to get that one going. Knew that Summit was, of course, going to approach the wave that was approaching his turret. So it was a very well-timed and good setup gank. And yeah, I mean, Gen G, they still need to be careful, right? They were in the lead. Now it's pretty even. We talked about how both of these teams have a lot of scaling. It's not just Gen G, even though they do have the Jinx, which is known as that super hyper scaler. Still going up against GP Caitlyn, and if the fight goes a little bit askew, absolutely Sandbox could take it. And Fate, he bought himself a way back into this game as well. He had a great follow-up engage there and picked up a ton of gold. Still pretty far behind the Azir, but at least he's part of the game now and not just watching from the sidelines.
Yeah, I think he closed that gap by about 1,500. And yes, he's behind 2,000 gold, but it just shows how much he was struggling like you were talking about. So much crit on Root built up right now. But Runan's Hurricane completed for Ruler, a big key item for the Jinx. Now, alongside the QSS, probably wants a stopwatch for a lot of these fights, as Fate is going to have his number, and you can't QSS damage. That's just not a thing that you can do. And doesn't have heal, remember. This is Ruler going for that teleport to make sure that he had the best back timings possible in lane.
And we're waiting for this next Mountain Drake. That was the other part of that big fight, is that the reason why it was such a big turn is because it was over the Mountain Drake. It denied Gen G Mountain Soul. It bought Sandbox 5 extra minutes. Sandbox also got Baron. It was taking so many big objectives off the map when they were behind, as well as taking a massive fight. So definitely was super high value for Sandbox in that moment, as they're going to make a stand now. I mean, this time around they've got Caitlyn with an IE. They've got Akali almost at Leandries. They would love to have that for this next fight, but I don't think it's going to come online in time.
They have a Shirelias as well, so a lot of extra movement speed available for everyone, especially with Mantrid and Spires flying around as well. This is going to be a lot of value from the Karma, but a backflip has to be thrown out from Fate to get away from this Jinx, who is getting scary. Okay, Flame Chompers are down, not a lot of peel, but Root doesn't want to go too far forward, and these rockets are hurting. Which 80 carries can get enough damage is the big question. As Summit and On-Fleek, they've got their hands on those big AoE ultimates, and look at that. Summit throws out his, that's the prison for the Bear, who has to ult defensively. It's not what he wants to be doing, but it looks like Gen G have bided their time enough. Rascal looking for the flank, beat it, he can't get chunked like that. As the ace in the hole comes in and almost takes him out. He's got teleport.
They could burst it.
Yep.
I think they could absolutely burst it, and Gen G have to stay.
Yep, they need to channel BDD's teleport as well. He is coming in, but he's so far away, and yes, you're right, it is too late. Backflip, net, Arctic Assault. Now they're trying to go for the force fight. BDD, can he be the hero? There we go, 3 with the Emperor's Divide. They are all in the blender, set up by the Emperor himself. A double kill for BDD. Rascal tidies up the Karma so easily, and all of a sudden, Fate is the last man standing.
He's going to take a big rocket to the face, but the damage has already been done here as Fate. You were seen there, buddy. Going to get over the wall, as he's actually going to take this fight here. I think he might be able to kill Clid.
Yeah, there's the perfect execution. Gets the second portion of it as he has to face check.
Yeah, Clid is just trying to stop the back, really, as they're trying to push in the bottom side. We still got 15 seconds left. Gen G might just win the game.
Yeah, looks like it. We're pushing forward. They've got a minion wave. They've got a Jinx. She doesn't do anything better than eating through towers, as that is, yes, Sadamumu face. And that is going to be the Nexus falling down in very similar fashion than in Game 1. We are going the distance as Gen G managed to fight back in Game number 2.
Great play by BDD to make it into the backside after getting chunked out big time in that fight. As a very back and forth game. Gen G, they really have to be careful with some of these games against the east side of the bracket, where, I mean, they almost threw game 2 and they were down a game as well.
Yeah. I think if Sandbox had have tidied up some of their play in the early to mid game, this would have been a much different affair. But unfortunately, like, the Jinx had a free lane somehow. Not really sure. how that one worked out, but
Wasn't
the
supposed to happen.
Caitlyn Karma wasn't able to punish nearly enough. Yes, they got 2 turret plates, but I believe the Jinx got 3, so it didn't actually matter in the end. As top side of the map, Summit also overextending, Fate invisible for a lot of the game, and yes, they managed to turn it in the end, but it could have been so different had they played the early game out just a little bit more methodically, a little bit more cleanly, and if OnFleek hadn't have been, you know, epically put behind at the same time, which I guess is probably why a lot of the lanes fared so much better. This was more about having jungle priority rather than getting the lane priority and cleared. Certainly demonstrated that. The Volibear, probably not a champion you should leave up here in the LCK.
Yeah, I think first pick Volibear up against a kind of, you know, what are we going to do with the Sejuani pick that also got behind? Definitely hurt them, but Sandbox getting that far behind in the early game and the Akali basically doing nothing for half the game certainly hurt them. We talked about how Summit would have to single-handedly carry. He nearly did. I mean, there was another fight there, by the way, in the mid lane where they committed and Fate was off to the side. If they're going to throw out the GP ultimate, there has to be an Akali in the backline engaging.
Right.
There was. It was just a very strange Akali game where he had some good moments and some really fall flat on your face moments that he'd love to forget. And there were glimpses there where it actually looked like Sandbox were going to win, but at the end of the day, a pretty messy game to both sides that Gen.G, in the end, off of one big play, were able to clinch, which, I mean, BDD almost died in the fight as well, so...
Yeah, right. If he had actually died to that ace in the hole at the when that was coming in that unfortunately Life was unable to block, it could have been a very different story, but because of that teleport, he was able to get back, and we are now going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after the break.
나 바텀에
맞아, 안에
찍어놨어.
일단
조금 멀어, 나 조금
볼자.
멀어. 루트
빨아,
슬로우야,
어?
루트 슬로우야 지금. 나 각 좋은데, 각 좋아. 그래줄게. 걔풀 높을
아칼리.
정아, 뭐야, 걔풀 높을. 야, 다 높을.
앞에 다 높을. 때려 높을.
가르마도 보러 갈게. 야, 바텀 라인 살려줘. 바텀 라인. 얘 잡으러 가던지. 바텀 라인. 끝났다.
나 밤에 맞을게.
나이스. 일로 갔다. 얘 그냥 내가 지금 못 보낼게.
너 혼자 일어나. 우리 바텀 가 기상 갈게.
징크스 바로 하자겠다. 아, 틀래? 텔 타줄게. 텔 타자.
맞은 거 좀 말해줄래?
끝날만 하지? 끝날만 해. 속도 빨라.
시원하니까. 몰배 안
몸 해주실 분. 내가 멍할게. 아, 왜 이렇게 빠르냐, 이 속이?
1번.
20초. 내가 끝까지 가. 세미나? 근데 내가 끝까지 잘 모를 수 있어.
아칼리
10초.
궁은 없다.
몸한 명해. 몸할게.
아칼리 궁 없어.
라인부터.
라인하고 타워 바로. 라인 들어가고 사자.
아칼리 여기 있고.
밀거.
난 넥서스 쌈 타면 돼.
점사하면 끝난다.
2초.
나이스.
어째?
신비하고 매혹적인 영혼들의 축제가 펼쳐지는 영혼의 꽃 세계에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 영혼의 꽃 세상에 가면 신비로운 여우가 길을 인도합니다. 그 여우와 친해지면 아름다운 영혼의 모습으로 길을 안내합니다. 이런 사원은 피하세요. 그곳엔 사람의 영혼을 등불에 가두는 자가 있습니다. 잘생긴 훈남이지만 그 얼굴의 속은 영원히 돌아오지 못할지도 몰라요.
질척대지 마.
부모의 복수를 위해 수없이 구르는 영혼도,
어둠에 빠진 자를 사냥해볼까.
부러진 검의 조각을 찾기 위해 싸우는 영혼도,
뒤돌아보지 않겠어.
자신의 부탁을 거절하면 돌덩이로 만들어버리는 살벌한 영혼도 있답니다. 그리고 장난을 좋아하는 영혼도 있어요. 확 찢어버리고 싶겠지만 친구가 필요해서 그런 거랍니다. 영혼의 숲 깊은 곳에는 인간의 잃어버린 꿈을 다시 피워주는 마법의 영혼도, 숨바꼭질을 좋아하는 아이의 모습을 한 죽음의 영혼도 만날 수 있습니다.
이리 와서 내 눈을 마주해. 너 좀 따가울 거야. 나도 싸울 줄 알아. 잘 자고 더 좋은 꿈 꿔.
여정의 마지막엔 칼로 대화를 나누던 한 형제의 영혼을 만나게 됩니다. 과거를 속죄하고 구원을 찾으려는 동생. 그의 바람은 그 어떤 과학도 막을 수 없답니다. 그럼 그의 형은 어떻게 되었을까요?
항복하거나 내 검에 쓰러지거나.
빨리 덤벼.
아주 신비롭고 재밌는 이야기가 펼쳐지는 영혼의 꽃 세상. 소환사의 협곡을 넘어 레전드 오브 룬테라의 세상에서도, 전략적 팀 전투의 전장에서도 꼭 승리하세요.
This is what League of Legends looks like! That's a big start! That's a big engage! Oh! 80 minutes on the clock! 80 minutes to dream!
Gonna be stunned up. Flash, and there's your first blood.
Good lord, man!
The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Oh my gosh, look
Genji managed to neutralize the Yamato magic from Sandbox Gaming, and they were able to get a win with their teamfight ability, and we saw Jinx coming out as a counter pick into Caitlyn. However, Genji was not focused around Jinx at all. Well, they were just trusting Ruler form. At the same time, they locked in Brown, and Sandbox got R5 GP. Well, even the Korean casters were actually impressed by this creative pick. Well, Onslick did have a very hard game in the early phase, but this game was having so much mistakes overall. When stronger teams go for the late game picks like Azir and Jinx, they somehow find a way to win the game in the end, especially with Azir. In addition to that, Jinx has always been a counter pick into Caitlyn, and well, she wasn't really standing out at all, but well, she did manage to get the value of that pick. Sandbox was losing a little bit in the middle of the game, but they were able to even out the game at the later phase. But in the end, it was Genji that was able to destroy the enemy's Nexus. Well, even though Sandbox did lose this game, they were able to find their opening by engaging onto Jinx without flash. Brown does not have any tool to save his AD carry, just like Thresh does with his Lantern. So Fate found a miracle E onto Jinx and was able to get a kill onto her with his teammates. And Fate just kept lending his skills onto the enemy, and Root was also going really aggressive, flashing forward for that kill onto Azir. Even though Sandbox Gaming was a little bit behind until that point, they were able to find an opening to turn the game around. However, Genji was not able to close out the game when they had a lead, but this time around, in the end, BDD's Azir was the one that came to save Genji. Azir, the super toss looks so easy from BDD. Sejuani and GP used all of their ultimate in order to get a kill onto Genji, but they were not able to find any meaningful value with their engage. And Akali was not able to dive onto the enemy backline as well. And it seems like they kind of blanked on the Azir's TP flank. So BDD found his perfect angle, and also Akali missed his E when he was running away from Genji players. Even though this TP was too obvious because he used his TP onto the minion wave, well, because Sandbox Gaming, they were too focused on taking that dragon and escaping away from them, they were not able to get enough heads up for that potential play. Now it's time to check out the player of the game for game number 2. Kind of obvious, the BDD Super Toss, the Shurima Shuffle. The BDD was the one picking up the 12th POG of the split on this Azir pick. I mean, BDD with this Shurima Shuffle, he always just make highlight reel by himself. And this kill onto GP was also really huge because they were able to accelerate their lead, but Pawn also thinks that, well, Summit was a little bit too overextended at that point. It's really hard to find such an angle as a mid laner, but BDD was the one finding it and also pulling it off. BDD is still on the top of the POG standings over here, and no one can stop him. Outside of that super combo coming out from Azir, BDD is always so good at laning phase as well. And unanimous vote over to BDD, the perfect vote over to the king of Shurima. Genji managed to even out the series with this game in. Now it's time to check out game number 3.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation once again. Or not the interview translation, the analyst desk translation. After a game 2, Sandbox versus Genji, I was expecting at this stage talking about an interview, but it's not how it worked out. Dropping game number 1, and blue side so far has been 100% win rate. So maybe, just maybe, the Yamato magic is going to come true here today if they can utilize the first pick effectively.
Yeah, and this is a game that Sandbox, again, if they want to have any hope of making it into playoffs, they need to win this one and then every other one. As they are currently at 6 and 9 alongside of KT, but this will be a big game to pick up, and they've shown in a couple of games already that they have the ability to stick by and potentially win some of them. They won game number 1 pretty nicely from ahead, and then game 2, they almost got close there in the mid to late stages of that one, but Genji were able to shut them down as we're going into ban pick again.
Yeah, and only able to get to 9 wins. Sandbox, currently Afrika are on 8, but they've also got an extra game to play. So Afrika with their fate definitely in their own hands, despite him being on Sandbox. Same bans so far as Callista and the Ashe are taken away on Sandbox's side. Ezreal also going to fill in the exact same bans as we saw in game number 1. Genji to get rid of Volibear Karma once more, also set with the final ban, and he's going to be the same today as just identical. So theoretically, Caitlyn should come in and then we'll get Jhin Pantheon or something like that.
I think it'll be Caitlyn and then Jhin something else.
See whether it is
from
going
Ruler.
to be the Jhin. Here in the LCK, we do
Jhin.
Yeah, we do like the Jhin.
Ooh, okay.
So Lilia she is allowed to be picked in this week of play. I had a look at whether Clit had been playing some of her, and he has. He's currently 0-4 for the last week in solo queue on Lilia, so probably not going to be playing it. As on Fleek, thinking about blinding it also.
It's his turn to troll.
Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't mean he's going to pick Trundle. Would not like to see that. As, yep, the Jhin does get selected, but this time they shored up with the Azir, which makes sense after BDD's game in game 2. Seems like he's really on top of it. And Morgana, down to the wire there, down to 0 seconds. They decide on Morgana this time. So no Tahm Kench, like we saw in game number 1 when they saw the Pantheon. So gonna go for Morgana instead.
Morgana definitely better into the Azir. Means that you can Black Shield people out of the way of the Emperor's Divide. Assuming he's going for one target. If he's going for multiples, then you're definitely up the creek. As Zoe going to be picked into the Emperor this time around. Now there is Bard available. Life could go towards it if he would like to. I do like Bard Jhin as a lane. Not necessarily into the Morgana as much. And more physical damage certainly going to be helping out there, as it's going to be Pantheon. Doesn't care too much about a Black Shield, apart from it ruining his stun. Still able to do a lot of damage through it, as this could potentially be the lane, as BDD not going to be playing it again, because he's on the Azir.
Yeah, I'd imagine that that will definitely go down into the bottom side, but again, maintaining the flex potency, as we always like to see.
Yep.
What are going to be the bans here? Will we focus on the jungle, or will it be the top lane? Summit's Ornn obviously had a lot of value in game number 1. Even with buffing up the Caitlyn and the Zoe, got them to the later power spikes even faster.
I think Ornn's a really intelligent ban. I also felt like Summit laned extraordinarily well on the champion. Not sure why I can't speak today. As Lucian to be taken off the board. Try and deny some of those powerful laning champions, I guess. Although I don't know whether Lucian necessarily fits very well into the lane. There is the Jace ban.
I mean, maybe they want to play Jace or Renekton. The Jace gets banned. But, I mean, you're going up against Rascal. There's a chance that he could just pick it if he sees any pressure and he really wants to play it. So they're going to ban away the Nidalee and hold that up and say, well, maybe we'll play it ourselves. But what is going to be the choice here for Genji? Are we going jungle?
I mean, Kennon's available. Definitely a high-value pick for blind pick topside, but it looks like Wukong going to be a consideration here.
Maybe a little bit of Wombo.
Definitely the case. Wukong Azir is definitely a scary thing, as it's going to be the pick away from On Fleek. Olaf going to be coming in a little bit off theme. See where he is going to be going with it as far as their final pick. They're counter-picking for top lane.
Yeah.
Or putting Pantheon there and counter-picking for support.
I think that Yamato has had a couple of really great drafts in a row. Will we see Renekton? Will we see Renekton here, blind pick? Or will it be something like a Kennen to go alongside it? The Trundle gets picked here, and holding up the GP, although we see that Summit immediately laughs, so maybe it is not going to be the GP.
I actually really like GP and Trundle. There's the pillar for the slow, and then you've also got
Jin is going to hate his life.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not a good time.
This
so is going to be GP.
This is a really good draft again. Yamato's, he's doing some good stuff over there, over at Sandbox. Really giving Sandbox a chance to win, putting them in the best position possible. And they're going to attempt to counter it as, yeah, Renekton, R5 Renekton.
Yep.
You got to save your counter pick for the guy who, yeah, I mean.
Sometimes it just happens. And look.
We just saw this matchup, and I mean, Summit did so much more in the game.
Not in the earlier stages. He did get solo killed.
Yeah, well, this
that
time
happened. Summit
is going to be like, okay, I can't fight him at level 9 with these items. I would hope.
Well, yeah. But I'd like to think that he knew that before. So these are your comps. Certainly some scaling on Sandbox's side, and you know, Jin does a lot of damage, but with a big burly Trundle to contend with, it might be more difficult for the Jin to reach his full potential.
Yeah, Jin is absolutely a difficult composition for him to go up against. You're going to be dodging pillars, bubbles, barrels, cannon barrages, traps, bindings. There's going to be a million things flying at you, and obviously they have a lot of range as well. You can even reach with GP with your own barrels and the cannon barrage, as aforementioned, but same as game 1 where you've got the Caitlyn Zoe combo. But this time with extra range with the Morgana.
You also have to hit your curtain call from really far away, because you know the Trundle pillar can block you out of it. You can also just be standing on top of a cannon barrage, and theoretically it doesn't matter how far you're standing, that's global. So you're going to be hit by that anyway, but might be able to tank up a few barrages. I do like the comp, and I do like the gangplank just in general, as we'll see whether Gen G can overcome it here in order to hold on to their chances of staying in third place. Does rely on T1 in our second matchup of the night. They'll be facing Afrika. And if T1 beat Afrika and Sandbox beat Gen G, then Sandbox's chances of going to playoffs rise even higher.
Yes, very true. And this is going to be crunch time for a lot of the teams you just mentioned. I mean, T1, they have... Okay, this is a little bit distracting.
It's too many arms, man.
Jin is just... Ooh, they got the bass in there, too.
Yeah, I actually didn't know his dance was so funky. Crab rave. All right. Well, at least they're still having fun.
The music. Let's just play that for the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean the schedules are it's definitely crunch time, right? Especially for T1, they have Dalmon next week and DRX.
Yeah, their last week is a toughie.
It's going to be difficult for them. They've been slowly ramping up with Closer in the mid lane. And it's been looking good so far, but he's going to go into some really experienced mid laners that are probably better than him right now. And they're not going to be able to rely on him to just carry up against the weaker side of the LCK anymore. So, but every loss that Gen G takes definitely gives T1 an opportunity to potentially climb.
See Ruler holding onto his last bullet, and Gen G have been able to shove in the Caitlyn Morgana so far. Let's see how Gen G cope with this lane. A binding's going to miss, and that's certainly a good way of doing it, as Life going to move on forward. It's a lot of damage with that Q follow-up as well. And that's not how you're supposed to deal with this lane. Great max range spear there from Life, who's been putting in some time, obviously, on this Pantheon support. You don't really want to be farming with max range Peacemakers as Caitlyn in the early game. It's not generally how it goes. As Rascal's taken a fair bit of damage, but Onfleek's going to move on in after clearing the ward. And there's a really good pillar. He might just be dead. Flash comes out after the slice and dice and the flash forward from Onfleek. He really wants to be able to get him here as there's the flash forward. And Summit's going to die, but he's going to be executed, so it doesn't really matter. Axe is going to miss there as Onfleek, remember, doesn't have his flash. And there's the max range undertow.
Pillar 1 second.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. He puts it in the way clip. He's going to be able to line it up. He doesn't have a lot of mana as he's going to wait. And Summit's teleport comes back in. And Sandbox, they save their jungler. And they also confirm a lot of control topside. So really good start here from Sandbox.
Some fun plays indeed. As we were diving turrets, I really don't understand why Rascal reapproached the lane. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
Saw Trundle, and he's like, okay, you're clearing out my ward, I'll back off. And it was pushing into him, by the way. This is something we talk about all the time. Why are you stepping up again? And he's like, oh yeah, I should be able to get out with a, you know, slice and dice, I'll be okay. Absolutely was not the case.
He wasn't okay with slice dice flash.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you know?
Ooh, here we go. Counter gank coming in from Onfleek.
Yeah,
double barrel.
Great double barrel. As Onfleek comes in with a pillar. It's a little bit more defensive than I was expecting, but Klid's still taking a lot of damage. Teleport will come down from Fate, who's pretty low, but he's still going to be able to grab the kill. And Rascal down to half health. BDD unable to answer back, and Sandbox 2-0 in this early game.
There you go. Onfleek, he had a pretty weak game number 2, but this time around, he was able to make his aggressive jungle path work up on the top side to a little bit of aggressiveness from Rascal. And then the follow-up counter gank was really nice. You can see he's really far behind on CS because of the way he's playing, but it ends up paying off for his team. I mean, Trundle isn't a champion that requires a lot of farm and needs big item spikes or anything like that. As Rascal, it's pushing into you. Don't reapproach the lane. He's forced to flash after, you know, not slicing and dicing early as well. This is just not very well played from Rascal, and Sandbox were able to capitalize here. Now Summit is probably going to lose some XP because it was pushing away from him, but that's okay. As here's the follow-up on Fleek right on time.
That barrel value was absolutely immense. That was what helped them get enough damage to take down Klid. And Fate being able to find an advantage here also, not losing out too much on CS either, as the teleport was followed up by BDD also, so he wasn't in that lane either, and as you can see, things very, very even. Gangplank's still behind, as the minion wave was in a very awkward spot when that gank started, which is why there is such difference. But now it's shoving in, and GP definitely more concerned about later stages of the game, not necessarily in the earlier portion. Also makes more money, because that's just what pirates do.
All the pirates here.
Pirates and gamblers. I feel like...
why doesn't MF? MF doesn't have anything in her kit that gets her...
extra money, no.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
She's like the one pirate that was left out.
I mean, Pyke is also a bit of a pirate, but he also gives you extra money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Are there any other pirates?
I mean, there are pirate skins, but I don't think there are any pirate-themed champions.
Pirate-themed champion, yeah, there's only 4, I guess. Unless there's one big one we're forgetting.
Yeah,
probably.
Maybe the collective knows. I mean, they do know everything. Graves?
Graves? Is he a pirate?
No, he's not a pirate. He's like more of a cowboy type thing. This gangster.
What is Graves? I don't know the lore. We need lore specialists here for that.
Graves is cool. That's what Graves is.
Yeah, he's cool. He's
yeah.
That's his class.
I think if he was a pirate, he wouldn't have a cigar. He'd have a pipe. You know?
Yeah.
You think about it.
And maybe like a bird on his shoulder.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, Yar.
That's more of like
Is Swain a pirate then?
A
he does have a bird on his shoulder.
That's a good question.
And he speaks kind of pirate. I know based on his lore, absolutely not a pirate. But he's got a peg leg and a bird on his shoulder. I mean, if anything screams pirate, I don't know what else does.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm struggling here myself. You know, maybe he's got a little bit of an identity crisis going on.
Yeah. He's like a Noxian scientist, isn't he?
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
So
he built science.
You know what we really need is an MMO.
So we can get all these NPCs in the right spot. We got to talk
movie.
about the game for a second. Is Root and Gorilla getting traded on? But yes, no, back to you.
Some kind of, you know, lore building that lets people like learn about the stories of the champions. As Gorilla is just taking a beating.
He took all of those bullets to the back of the head. Shout out to him for surviving. Ruby Crystal putting in work. The Jhin certainly laning very effectively at this stage. But the Caitlyn still picking up some farm. And as you can see, Summit with a much better position on his minion wave. It's not going to help them get Shelly or anything like that. But BDD, he managed to get the shove mid. They figured out exactly when Fate was resetting. And they will secure that Rift Herald. Also, Genji got the first Drake. So having a good time as passive comes out from Summit. And he will get a grass proc as well onto the Crocodile. Really like that timing.
Yeah, and he's already picked up a kill, right? So this time around, let's not take unnecessary trade Summit, and he's going to be even in a better position. He was trying really hard to carry on the GP in game number 2, but unfortunately wasn't quite able, even though he had a great game. And that was after all the laning shenanigans, so could be even better if you think about that.
Indeed. Well, let's see whether Root and Gorilla can get themselves a decent back timing. Looks like that might be what they're looking out for. He nets himself that last CS. Okay, there's the Dominus. Clid's going to turn up here towards the top side also. Eat some oranges is relatively K, but not going to survive the Cull the Meek. And the Gangplank taken down almost solo there by Rascal, to be honest, as I've seen that mistake before. Valdez?
Yeah, it's... It was a good engage by Rascal, and Clid being there obviously did help in the end to flash and secure that kill. But that's, I suppose, what you picked the Renekton for safety in the lane, for ability to bully early in the early to mid stage of the game. Obviously, he's not going to have as much value as the Gangplank later on, but if you can get a nice little lead, it's going to be nice. If you're just farming the top lane with Renekton, then why even pick him?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Generally what happens a lot of the time, which is why we question it a lot of the time, but we'll have to wait and see. I think that's also why Renekton gets picked a lot in other regions, because they fight a bit more, and Renekton's great at fighting early to mid and get you some big leads.
Pantheon's skinnier than I thought, I guess. Yes, as the observers showed us, Root did have to flash as that curtain call came down. I believe that was due to life. Grand Sky falling in. Gorilla's going to face check. That's absolutely not what you want. Deadly Flourish comes down. Gorilla, going to flash out of the way. Doesn't get the extra stun. And that is going to mean it's a free kill for Genji. No follow-up available for OnFleek or Fate. The bubble not going to connect onto anyone as they're looking to pilfer some plates down here. And Genji will be able to. OnFleek walking over a ward. Looking to try and clear that one up. There's Summit with his oranges. Probably will be okay. Yeah, there is Shelly.
They're going to be picking up a lot of value here for their bottom lane. Just like going to split it between the jungler and Ruler.
Another Dominus, and Summit, he doesn't have Cannon Barrage available. That's just a solo kill for Rascal. Looks like he's snowballed just enough as the Dark Bindings need to hit Gorilla. As the flash out does eventuate anyway. Onto life. Bubble not going to connect. Sandbox just not looking like they have it together here in game number 3. Certainly takes a lot in order to keep your heads in it. It's not over yet. Close to 12 minutes in. But we're moving towards a 2,000 gold lead, and if a Renekton gets this far ahead, then the Gangplank not going to look like as intelligent as a choice.
Intelligent is intelligent and relevant.
Yeah, intervent.
Intelligent.
I need an
intervent
based on my my ability to
Pastor
speak
intervention.
English. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's definitely disappointing from Summit. We have seen Gangplank survive. You have to play a little bit safer. You have to play a little bit passive, right? You can't just run straight into the Renekton after taking trades, as we're going to see Gorilla check here. It's weird timing because the Dragon's not even up, and he just saw, like before this, they were clearing out the vision in that brush. So why are you face checking at level 6 as Morgana? Definitely a mistake from Gorilla. And this is Summit, he's trying to get in range to get some XP as the lane is pushing away from him. Why did the lane end up in this stage is another question. As scary Renekton, I don't know about diving him right now.
Yeah. Onfleek didn't actually throw out the subjugate or anything like that. No flash for Summit though, and that's why he has to play topside a little bit more. Back comes in from Rascal, and he can teleport if he wants to. May not even need to.
And Summit, you know, this is the thing about GP is, like, even though he got dumpstered in lane, like, just straight up, he made a couple mistakes and got killed a couple times, he's still probably relatively even on gold because he is GP and he's going to scale better. So this is the thing about GP where it's like, obviously Renekton is going to have a more fun time in the lane. He can counter you early, but the GP is just going to offer so much value as the game just come along, and you just get more and more money. And so Summit, you know, the main thing for him is to not get tilted because of the laning phase. He should know that, yes, okay, as the game comes along, I'm going to be in a pretty nice spot.
Speaking of nice spots, Fate, the only one on Sandbox with a gold lead against BDD's Azir, is no mean feat. Puddle comes down on top of Clid. The binding comes in here, has to Ragnarok, as Onfleek probably didn't want to go that direction, as I believe that was procced elsewhere, or it was a mistake. Now looking for more, but not able to find anything. Cannon Barrage is now on cooldown, and so now Summit's dead. And Rascal going to get slowed, but is going to flash.
Is that another solo kill?
Yeah, it is.
Oh boy, yeah, Summit's scratching his head. That's kind of how I feel too. Yeah, well,
looking bot lane to try and get your ulti down, and unfortunately, the crocodile comes out of the reeds.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
Yeah, exactly. There's our ruler. Yep, there is the underground curtain call. That's why you can't see it, as Onfleek is dead. In the meantime, I was busy focusing on what Jin was doing because he was putting on a show, but it was a face check from a Trundle, and things are falling apart for Sandbox.
Yeah, not really another way to put it, right? They're using their advantage in the bottom side. They have a ton of pick on their team with the Pantheon, at least, especially unseen in the enemy jungle. So Onfleek thought he would be safe. He was not. Zoe barely safe under her own turret with all the range coming out of his ear. And yeah, I mean, you just got to check this, right? You have to understand that Rascal, he's going to try to push this advantage as much as possible because of the lane dynamic. That you have to be playing safer than Summit is, but he's just refusing to so far. As that's just a face check, they were very deep in Onfleek's jungle, and he got caught out there.
Yeah, and Trundle's life going from bad to worse here just a little. As Clid, despite the fact that it's a little bit off theme with the Olaf, he's still very powerful at this stage of the game. Down in items just a tad, but he's going to finish off clearing out his Krug camp, probably go back and buy a bit of itemage. Rascal over here shoves in yet another wave. Rascal should be able, Summit should be able to go meet it. And he'll be absolutely fine. However, he's not fine with the fact that this Renekton is so far ahead. He can't enter a lane that he is in. As Ruler, about taking this one down, and he will be able to after he gets a bit of a reload. 1 versus 2, probably not going to be enough here as the flash over from Onfleek. Summit going to be helping out, and it's going to be the Trundle that grabs the kill. Probably suboptimal, but that's fine. Beggars can't be choosers. It's feeling like the position that Sandbox are in this game.
Big shutdown too. That would have been a nice 600 gold to give over to your GP.
Yeah.
Trundle, yes, I mean, he can buy some tank items, but you know, he's definitely going to use that gold a lot worse than the GP will, so pretty unfortunate. They were just trying to make sure they killed him, which does happen from time to time, and That's one way to do it. Either you're going to play super passively and allow Trundle to help out your other 2 lanes, or you're going to have to call your teammates over, because we see how aggressively Rascal is playing. As Summit walks out, perfect bait, straight in the barrels. On Fleek's right there.
Yeah, I like the bait. Summit had set everything up for this moment, because he's been face-checking the Renekton over and over again, and therefore he's going to take the bait. Speaking of bait, on Fleek, oh, good pillar. Trying to put some space between himself and Clid.
Ooh, this is a nice bubble.
Yeah, going to connect. Not really going to find too much for it. Fate hops back over the wall. Cloud Drake going to be the soul here once again, much like in game number 1. There's Rascal off to the side, thinking about a potential flank.
This could be our first official team fight of the game.
No cannon barrage.
Yeah, no cannon barrage. I'm really curious to see how Jin is going to do as well up against all the CC.
Looks like Sandbox aren't going to be able to fight for this one, as the Cloud Drake is going to go down. So soul point now for Gen G. Not the greatest soul in the game, but moving closer and closer to the coveted Elder Drake is certainly going to be a great thing for Gen G, who really want to try and tidy this game up as quickly as possible. Especially with the comp that they have. Gangplank Caitlyn, going to be a lot of scaling here for Sandbox. And, you know, Trundle going to scale more than Olaf at the same time. And I think a lot can be said for what Morgana is going to offer. So definitely more of a late game opportunity for Sandbox rather than Gen G.
It feels like Gonflake's job right now is to stand next to GP so he can farm. It's like, well, he can't enter the lane 1v1, so either Trundle's there or he waits and farms under turret, but wanted to push in the wave so he can get it back. Obviously, nobody's going to be freezing here. This is the LCK.
No. And it's also very, very hot. I don't think
Yes.
freezing would be something anyone's
Super
even
humid
about.
today. Didn't feel great here in Korea.
Nope. Okay, live.
Look at Summit's gold.
Yeah, he's got a fair bit.
Still behind Rascal, but he's keeping up.
On Fleek, pretty poor also. Actually, very similar to Clid. It's just, BDD's got a lot of money and Rascal definitely has a lot of money. Still looking for his Black Cleaver by the looks of things. Not necessarily the greatest item into the Gangplank, but he's not building for that. Doesn't feel like he has to, I could imagine. Because we got Rapid Fire Cannon done for Ruler. Rapid Fire Cannon just completed for Root at the same time. Doesn't have the luxury of the added crit cloak. But the closer we can get to Infinity Edge, the better everyone's going to feel if you're a Sandbox fan. Same to be said for Ruler, I guess, on the other side. Exactly the same builds.
Yeah, and I wonder what the game plan here is from Sandbox trying to come back into this game. Do you just sit back and wait until your scaling really comes online with GP at like 3-4 items and Caitlyn at 3-4 items? Or do you try to fight over a Cloud Drake Soul, which obviously it's going to give some value, but it's not like an Infernal Drake Soul or a Mountain Drake Soul at this point in time.
Oh, Root going to get tagged. That's a great Black Shield. So he loses a bit of his health bar, but otherwise he's going to be okay. Essence Reaver complete for the Gangplank. Don't know whether it'll be enough to save him from the gaping maw of the Crocodile, but it may help. These 2 items are more valuable than the Renekton's. However, the Renekton, I believe, has... No, he doesn't have a level advantage either.
Huh.
So, you know, we'll have to see.
I guess that shutdown really helped them.
Yeah.
In terms of gold, but also XP. Just able to come back in a big way. We've been in a little bit of a action trough. It's the new word for lull state. On Fleek, what are you doing here?
He is, once again, roaming the jungle where he does not belong. He has Flash available. There's Subjugate as well. But he's not going to be able to even utilize the Flash this time around. Big curtain call damage is, oh my god, the Caitlyn just gets obliterated. Rascal finds his target and takes it down. Summit's going to have to flash away as well. As Cannon Barrage does a lot of work, and now the Pantheon's going to be taken out. Fate, this is the type of fight that he wants. As Fate picks up a flash. Oh man, that would have hurt. Gen G are going to back away, and it looks like a Baron is on their mind. They managed to take down the Caitlyn and also the jungler.
Ooh.
They do have a man advantage. On Fleek has is going to respawn in 1 second's time, and Gen G not going to bite off more than they can chew. I like the idea to back off the Baron, not wanting to risk too much here in a game number 3 decider.
Yeah, definitely a good idea. Just let it be. You got more kills. Try to snowball off of that into Cloud Drake's soul. I would imagine, as OnFlake is so out of position with no flash, I have no idea what he's doing here. And then watch this. Ruler's like, yeah, let me try to save you against Ragnarok. Root is totally left out to dry. He gets stunned. No black shield onto him. He's going to die, as he was absolutely not expecting the Croc to come out of the jungle. Usually expect them in rivers and such.
Yep.
And he just gets totally obliterated. Did not have a support nearby. Summit not able to do anything. Definitely a broken up fight there. That was a little bit unfortunate for Sandbox. But they're holding on. They're definitely holding on in this game, and that's really what they need to do.
Yep, Summit's found cleared. Meanwhile, the binding is going to connect onto the Pantheon, but life will be all right. Of course, can always just press the shield button. He'll be okay. So, Cloud Soul available for Gen G. Sandbox do have pretty decent positioning around it. Rascal. Everyone on Sandbox looking for him. Curtain Call comes in. Gorilla going to get slowed by the first one. Summit tagged by the second as Life. Going to take a fair bit of damage there from Fate. His shield is now on cooldown. They're looking to try and turn, stop Rascal from getting a decent flank, but they've left Gorilla out to dry, and he will just be taken out. BDD grabs that first kill. Life is going to go golden as Cannon Barrage already used, so not going to be an option, and Root, not sure what he was doing on the opposite side of the map, but he got a different memo than that of his team. That's going to mean that Cloud Soul will be delivered to Gen G.
Yeah, they're going to pick this one up here. It looks like Sandbox are desperately fighting over Cloud Soul and getting themselves way, way out of position. They would love to fight front to back throughout bubbles, bindings, barrels.
How many more B words?
Yeah, the barrages.
Beanbags.
Yes. Well,
maybe not.
Nobody's got, no hacky sack champion just yet. Maybe in the future.
One day.
But they just get totally...
Echo might play some hacky sack.
Maybe, yeah. I guess he would be the one.
I don't know why. I feel like he's just the right age for hacky sack. As in goes BDD, he's going to scoop out OnFlake, who's just
Thankfully, he got that blue, right?
Yeah, what about those the isolated death stats? I think OnFlake definitely boosting this game.
He's boosting something. As we're going into the replay here, you can see that Fate a little bit out of position, takes the plant over to join his team and gets Gorilla in so much trouble. Gorilla has to use the black shield onto Fate. There's a nice man drop as all three of them are isolated. Root has to flash into an awkward spot. Just a really broken up, awkward fight. That you can see that Sandbox have tools. They have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But that was not the way to use it. That was not the fight you were looking for. And yeah, definitely not fought well in that one, as they also gave another free kill and a blue over the side of Gen G, who now have Baron for 2 minutes and would like to end this game before the next 10 minutes.
Zoe going to go back and I think complete Rabbidan's Death Cap, but has 0 penetration at the moment, so basically needs a Void Staff before he's actually going to be doing relevant damage, and I don't know whether he's going to be given enough time to get towards it. 7,000 gold the lead. Baron secured by Gen G very freely. And that's a snare onto OnFlake, who is not a tank. He is absolutely not. He's taking way too much damage. Rascal splitting on the bottom side, very easily capable of taking down the inner turret by himself. As Summit has no right to go up against the Crocodile. He's too scary. And a Curtain Call comes in just to buy them space to take down the inhibitor turret. Really nicely played from Gen G. The last one does go wide, but they have taken down the turret here as there's the Emperor's Divide onto 3. Root once again going to be taken down. That's 3 team fights in a row without the Caitlyn. And Sandbox going to be swept up. A double kill but cleared as there's the Jhin damage that we've been waiting for. And Fate, he's going to get snared up. There's the flash forward, but he does go golden, and the Pantheon is going to be taken down. But now there's a gigantic Crocolisk underneath the turret. And Gen G will be able to put a pin in it at 27 minutes. A much better performance in games 2 and 3, but unfortunately I feel like Sandbox had the right idea out of the gate, but the execution 2 games in a row just didn't work out.
Yeah, there you go. Down goes the Nexus, and Genji will pick it up. They eventually get the win, but at the end of the day, we always have to judge these top teams based on how well they win. I think Game 3 was good. They dominated in pretty much every facet, but game number 1 and 2, I was like, you know, what's going on, Genji? You know, Sandbox are good. They had 3 good drafts, but still, definitely some questions to be asked here of the team. Good showing by Sandbox, actually, up against a strong team today.
Yeah, it was. I do want to shout out Rascal. I like it. I like it when we're proved wrong. That when it's an R5 Renekton, it is certainly a surprise case. But he was just all over the Gangplank the entire game. Played very, very well, and showed us that sometimes it is the right thing to do. A lot of the reason why we didn't like the last pick Renekton is because a lot of the teams in the LCK didn't play very quickly, right? So this game was finished in 27 minutes. The Renekton held on to all of his relevance, right? And so it wasn't a big deal. If this game had gone to 35, Gangplank would have been doing a lot more. And
yeah,
you'll see the damage graph, and the Gangplank will definitely have done a decent amount of damage.
It also helps when the Gangplank is kind of just running down the lane saying, here, take me.
I mean, yeah, that does help also.
You know, Summit, I think he knows it as well. He was kind of a bit tilted, scratching his head on camera, and definitely looked frustrated. It's not an easy lane, right? It's definitely not an easy one, but the Renekton this time around gets the better of us, unfortunately.
Yep.
And Rascal, I mentioned it before, I think he's really underrated. He had a little bit of a shaky game 1. Yeah. And there was that question mark where he pushed up in this game at level 2. But other than that, still very good.
Yeah, game 1 it was more disrespecting the Ornn, things like that, and then the game sort of scaled out of control. But in the last couple, I mean, Renekton versus GP is a lane that you should be able to win, but you have to win it extremely hard to stop the Gangplank from making your lead irrelevant by being a better champion in the late game. No late game existed in game number 3, and game number 2 as well was lost pretty early, as this was a decent start for Sandbox, but unfortunately, guys, you have to continue winning, as I think he would have almost survived had the turret shots been aligned a little bit better, but that's okay.
Yeah, things started off really well for Sandbox too. I think this is where they struggle as a team. They had a good scaling draft, they got the early lead, then all of a sudden, top lane goes boom, bottom lane gets pushed in, Herald goes down there, they're picking off Gorilla, essentially for free. And the game essentially collapsed in the early to mid stages because of just, you know, straight up getting outplayed. And if they can shore that up a little bit, I think they would be a strong team. But unfortunately not the case. This is funny. Root just lost his Black Shield, and Rascal's like, meet me, Godzilla.
Yeah. And then it's Pantheon Renekton, you know, and as soon as Black Shield is down, like, if you're a squishy champion, you're just dead. There's nothing more to it. Especially without QSS, and because you have to buy so many big items to actually have relevant damage. There's no way that he was ever having a QSS that game.
Yeah, I don't know why they're funneling into the Dragon Pit, into the river. They get themselves so out of position. They already saw Rascal. This isn't like a teleport flank. You're behind, you can give away the Cloud Soul. You don't need to funnel in there and get totally out of position. Again, BDD able to get in there and get a good follow-up.
Yeah, BDD a little bit more quiet on the Azir this game, but when the game sort of won all around you by the rest of the team, certainly a very comfortable ride on the bus. The big old crocodile comes through, and yeah, a couple of people died at the Gangplank. That's all she wrote. Yeah, he did a lot of damage.
That he did.
1 in 4 Gangplank.
GP does a lot of damage, just especially up against a melee champion in the lane. The majority of that in the lane. There were some fights that were sustained where he was getting a lot of damage that wasn't really, you know, sticking, and everybody was just kind of healing it up and wasn't affecting it too much because he had no, you know,
I mean, everyone out-damaged the Caitlyn. On the opposing side, literally everyone did more damage than Caitlyn. She was just unable to get to the point where she was relevant in any way. Also built Zeal item second. So, I mean, this is something that we've spoken about a lot, but not something that we've seen rectified so far in the item build. So maybe Yamato's going to be able to have a chat about how to effectively build for a
Root does one build, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean...
Same build every game.
Stormrazor into the IE just does a lot of damage. His player of the game is going to go over to Rascal. Absolutely no surprises there. The R5 Renekton extraordinaire as he grabs 2 solo kills. Felt like 3 because one of them, I think, Clid like stood next to him or something like that.
Yeah, this is the one where he...
Yeah, here we go. I'm coming too! Yeah. And I think it was necessary.
Yeah. Finishes that one off, and then Rascal's like...
This is the same one again without the Ola.
Yeah. Just a replay of the replay. And, oh yeah, we got a third replay of the replay.
Oh.
A little bit different part of the lane, but exactly the same thing, where you got to be warding your brushes, making sure that you're playing very safe. When you are that far behind in the top lane, guys.
Whoa. We're back. That was a cut the video moment because I think the Crocodile was about to be taken down, but he was able to rid the fight of the Caitlyn. 3 team fights in a row, and it's pretty well-deserved player of the game. I think that when you do crush a game this early, it is so much better. Like the Renekton pick, the problems that we had, like we mentioned earlier, is not necessarily about Renekton himself, but let's throw it over to G-Sun for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is G-Sun with translation, and let's hear from Rascal BTD, the POG from Genji, taking down Sandbox Gaming 2-1. Both were the unanimous POGs today. How do you feel, guys? We could win game number 1, but we lost it. That was a bummer, so it doesn't really feels good. You know, not totally satisfied. What about you, Rascal? I mean, I'm glad that we won, but I think we performed bad. So yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. But still, Genji, you guys were the victors of the first series of today, and game number 1, you guys tried some new comp. Is that something new you guys are trying to like pull off on competitive series? Well, game number 1, the comp, I think we just did it. Yeah, that was a little bit impromptu. What was the reason for the Pantheon need? I mean, BDD, you did play some Pantheon games in the Spring Split. Did something go wrong during the pick and ban? So, like, did the draft go off the script? Well, I mean, we saw the opponent's pick, and then I locked in Pantheon, but Sandbox Gaming, they locked in Tompkins against Pantheon, so we wanted to play it in the mid lane, but somehow the game did not go well, so yeah, I think that was not that good draft. But in game number 2, you were able to assert a lot of dominance up against Akali as Azir. But, well, with the rune choice that you took, you are not supposed to put a lot of pressure, usually. Azir is definitely in a favoring spot up against Akali in the early game. But Akali does also have a certain game point where she can also get the pressure, but I was able to exert a lot of pressure because I know about this matchup quite well. You did get a win, but Sandbox was also gaining fast on Genji all throughout the series. Did you guys feel any pressure? After losing game number 1, we were a little bit worried. But if we go with sustained and consistent picks, we knew that we won't lose. And that's how we were able to secure this series. In game number 3, we had a lot of target bans heading over to Ruler. How did Ruler react to it? Well, Ruler doesn't really give any reaction about his target bans because he's just good. So he knows that this is just a natural result. And we always have this official report card time for BDD, so let's hear from him later on. But a lot of people have been saying that Ruler is now showing his prime time currently. I mean, he was able to force 3 bans out of him, and also he was able to exert a lot of pressure during the laning phase. So I want to give him 10,000 points out of 100. And in the end, you guys were hovering Vladimir. So Dongjun was actually really looking forward to it, but as you rotated to GP, he was a little bit let down. Was that telling that you are also able to play Vladimir in that game? Well, Vladimir is really weak in the early phase, so I wanted to go for a very confident pick on Renekton. And I think I performed better in the later game. And Rascal, you got 2 solo kills in game number 3. How did the players react to that? Nothing really special. Our team does not really give a lot of shout out or reaction to the teammates. BDD, what about now? And your Rascal getting solo kill is a natural thing. Just as natural as BDD's super toss. And Valdez actually mentioned that Rascal is the most underrated player here in the LCK. I mean, I'm happy to get that praise. Well, I have nothing to like promote about myself. Well, I mean, it's just my teammates performing so well, and I mean, maybe it's true that I'm getting carried. And BDD, I heard that you are enjoying the new facility you guys moved into. What about you, Rascal? Yeah, I love it too. I mean, BDD does snores a lot, so it kind of bothers me when we sleep, but outside of that, it's all good. But Rascal, he also gets out of the room in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. So, I mean, we are interrupting each other. Now it's the BDD's report card time. Today, you are showing off a super sick Shurima shuffle. How would you like to rate yourself today? I'll get 1.3 because we lost 1 game. What about you, Rascal? How did BDD perform? I mean, he's still faking it, you know? I'll just give 1. I just don't like that kind of concept BDD is sticking to. BDD, would you like to change your report card? Nope. I mean, this is not my concept. I'm just being super real. I'm just being honest. What about Rascal? How did it perform? Well, I'm sad he was a little bit blaming me this time around, but I'm still good with Rascal. I think he did pretty well. And BDD, you definitely deserve more than 100 points for this performance, and your next opponent will be Hana Life Esports. What's your mindset going in that series? They did manage to get a win away from you in the spring split. We will do our best to prepare for the series and get a very entertaining victory up against them. I think there won't be many things to prepare. We'll have to stick to our usual routine, and we'll try our best to get the best results. Once again, congratulations on your win, and this will be the end of the interview with Rascal, BDD, from Gen.G picking up 2-1 victory up against Sandbox Gaming. Now it's time to check out the updated standings here in the LCK.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation, as here is what has changed. Gen.G move up to 15 points in 3rd place, with T1 now having the opportunity to equal them by picking up a 2-0 against Afrika, and I believe this is also lights out for Sandbox. now not being able. They've only got 2 more matches to go. They'll make it to 8 wins, but I don't think they'll ever be able to make it to the game score that Afrika has, and therefore they are no longer in contention for playoffs.
They would also have to win both of their games. And
oh yeah, the whole
lose
Stars
4 in a row.
Yeah,
probably not gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break, and then we'll be back with T1 versus Afrika. Don't go anywhere.
Never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by the Valdanalist, as LS is, in fact, a little sick here today. I hope you guys all wish him well, and we do hope that he's okay for tomorrow's broadcast. But otherwise, I mean...
Otherwise, we're back.
Yep, exactly right.
Yeah.
It's recycled once again. But
maybe you can sit here next time, and then I'll sit there.
Yeah.
And
I don't know whether they have a white jacket big enough, but maybe they do. I don't know.
you could just drape it over your shoulders like you're coming in to save the day.
Hey,
you know?
yeah.
Like you're the hero.
It's my cape.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Exactly.
Although I watched Incredibles, apparently capes are a bad idea. Let's get into the match. It is going to be T1 versus Afrika. Afrika wanting to confirm their playoff position. They could do that with a win here today. But I think everyone's looking at T1 and wondering whether Fake is coming back. Because I can confirm for you right now that Closer is going to be starting. And we think it's probably looking like the right idea too.
I mean, he's on a bit of a streak, right? He's doing pretty well. He's playing well. He's showing up for a rookie. I just wonder when the going gets rough if they're not just going to play Faker. I mean, it's Faker,
yeah, right?
Like, I think especially in best of fives, unless something changes before then and Faker becomes the starter once again. But they're definitely going to keep him, waiting for the right moments. Don't you worry. He hasn't gone anywhere. And the Thomas Edison of LoL, Spirit's pledge. I'll play Lilia jungle in the T1 series. Will Lilia make her debut in the LCK today? I said on that Korean show as well that Spirit is a troll, and that he always says a bunch of stuff that he doesn't mean to get into the heads of his enemies.
Exactly. So he said that he's going to play Lilia. He also says that he's never going to play Karthus and then plays him like 3 games in a row. So, look, I'm not entirely sure what Spirit means by any of this. I think the bottom line is a fun one. 8-0, undefeated rookie of T1 is Closer, the 17-year-old, born in 2003, making everyone feel incredibly old unless you're 15, and in which case you're not feeling too old at all.
Sure, we have a lot of 15-year-olds in the chat.
Yeah, probably.
Probably a lot of 12-year-olds too.
Makes me feel very, very old. That's all I'm saying. But I don't know whether this is necessarily the biggest test that Closer's had so far. Fly, not exactly a powerhouse in the mid lane. He does do his job, right? He's more of a utility mid laner, though. So I could imagine that Closer's test is going to be coming up in some later weeks, as he does still have Damwon and DRX to face. As here we go, having a look at some of the stats here, and Team DPM, champion kills per minute, and average game time are all better on the side of the Afrika Freeze.
They do have some good stats, but they're still in 5th, right? You can clash a lot, you can fight a lot, get a lot of kills, but doesn't amount to wins, as of course T1 have 3 more.
They do.
On the side of Afrika, and their KDA will reflect that a bit, as T1's actually 2nd in KDA in all of the LCK. It's kind of interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that, but doing pretty well for themselves. Notice that they have sped up their game time and increased their champion kills per minute. So all those stats for T1 show that they are definitely speeding up their game.
Yeah, absolutely. Those were round 2 stats, of course, as well. If we had have included round 1, then the stats would have looked a lot different for both of these teams, to be perfectly honest. As you can see, Closer will be retaining his spot in the mid lane. Cousin Canna there, of course, in jungle and top lane. And it will be Teddy and Effort towards the bottom of the map, as well as that very solid bottom lane that T1 do have. Moving over the side of Afrika, of course, there are going to be no changes to this roster. It's been forever since we've seen players like Jelly. All in hasn't been in the mid lane. It has been Fly, who's been performing slowly but surely, getting to some consistency. As this is the roster we've come to know and love. It's more than half XWE players, and that seems to be working out here for Afrika. As Closer versus Fly are going to be the stats we're looking at in round 2, of course. And solo kills, the best for Closer, but somehow Fly has 2nd most solo kills in round 2.
Yeah, I don't really know how this happens, but as you can see for mid laners, there's not a lot of solo kills that get picked up in general, but
I guess they have both been playing a lot of Zoe.
True.
It is a large amount of Zoe as far as that situation is concerned. So maybe that's...
Pop them on the head.
That's adding something. Of course, Closer has played 5 games of Zoe and 3 games of other stuff.
Yeah.
That's what he's done so far. Of course, he really wants to play Aurelia. That's what he wants.
What do you think he's going to play today?
Probably Zoe.
Zoe?
Yeah, but I want him to play Aurelia because that's what he's been very outspoken about, is wanting to hop on that Aurelia. Maybe he'll get the opportunity, as we did see Fate try and pick the Aurelia into his Zoe. That didn't work. But maybe you don't take Aurelia into the Aurelia god himself. Oh my god, it's changed again! Effort's hair is different every single time we see him. That's very blue. Very, very blue.
Kind of reminds me of blue raspberry
milkshake. The blue heaven milkshake. That's what it looks like. That's what the color looks like to me.
I didn't know there was a blue raspberry milkshake. Thank
sorry,
you for
blue
ruining
heaven.
my day.
Blue heaven was.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. But
blue raspberry. What is blue raspberry?
Blue raspberry. It's like the flavor of blue. Remember there was a player last week on Saturday, we were like, oh, he's drinking blue drink.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that blue flavor. Yeah, that's kind of
I still don't think it's a real flavor. I think if it's a blue raspberry, it's probably still a raspberry. It's just a bit sick.
Or sad.
Yeah, or sad. As that's the Nidalee ban as we get into Champion Select, which saves you guys from that weird conversation about blue raspberries and
I was
things like that.
enjoying it.
Well, Nidalee and Olaf. We are focusing on the jungle. An interesting Olaf ban on the red side. There are a lot of picks that need to be taken away on this patch. As Caitlyn finally actually sees a ban. We've seen her let through a lot. This time around, she's going to be banned away.
This is like ban Volibear. This is like the ban Volibear ban, where, you know, you want to pick Volibear, but you don't want to leave Caitlyn available for them to pick their bottom lane. So you just ban it away. But we'll see what else they ban, because by doing this, they're also leaving other stuff available, like not Senna, Set, Karma.
Yep.
They're two of the other big picks that we see. They're also going to ban Karma, so they're really trying to knock out everything else.
Let's see whether Lilia is going to be making her debut here today. Into the LCK, at least. She has been available elsewhere. I believe we saw a ban in the LCS. I believe she's lost 5 games over in the LPL. And she's lost 1 game and been banned once, I think, in the LEC. Something like that. So she's not necessarily been performing the greatest thus far, as the Aphelios going to be banned for some reason.
I don't
why ban Aphelios
really get
when
that.
you... I guess the Volibear has to be first picked, and then you get Bard Ezreal? Is that the payoff? Or maybe you get Callista.
Callista, okay. So, yeah, that's one thing that was banned in all 3 games.
The Korean casters are going ballistic.
Yeah. No, they're not going to play Lilia, guys.
That's not happening.
Spirit is a troll. We said this before. He likes to troll. And they're going to get Callista Set, which is much better and a fantastic duo to go well together. It does show their composition face up, the way that they want to play, but still very strong, as closer is going to play Zoe again.
Well, there's Senna locked in, and there's, like you say, the 6th outing for the Zoe. I actually do like Zoe being picked up here. I know that it's a bit boring, but you're picking it away from Fly as well, and it is certainly one of his more successful champions in the mid lane. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? Like, he's 5-0 on the Zoe. Must be doing something right. As Orianna looks to be Fly's option into it. Certainly a legacy Orianna player, but let's see how he goes up against the young gun, the man people are calling the unkillable demon prince in the mid lane.
Which
adorable.
Is just hilarious, yeah.
He doesn't die very often.
It's like calling your 5-year-old cousin Big Man, you know? Like, we don't... Closer has played, what?
8 games.
8 games? Yeah, okay. He's not the unkillable demon anything yet. Definitely a strong player, but...
he also hasn't played against any of the top teams, really. So, as he's only played their last 4 matches, I can go through and tell you who they were against. It was against KT, Sandbox, Solo One Prince, and Team Dynamics. So, top of the standings? No.
There's your answer.
Yeah, definitely not. So, we're still yet to get there.
Yeah, and he's slowly ramping up, you know?
Yeah.
He's moving from the bottom side to the middle here, going up against KT and Afrika, and then eventually he's going to get up against Showmaker next week. Potentially. We'll see if he starts up against Damwon. That will be a very interesting statement.
I've actually seen, there was a recent stream highlight of Fakers where he absolutely schools Showmaker in solo queue. So maybe he'll just, he'll be the one to have a bit of the pizzazz see. Anyway, Aurelia going to be banned away up against, I guess, Keen. As it's very strange that T1 are banning it. I guess they just don't want any Aurelias. As Braum being looked at, Nautilus there as well. Ben definitely a Nautilus connoisseur. He is going to lock that one away.
Nautilus pretty good into the Zoe. The Braum, I think, was a little bit better, potentially, up against that pick. But I think that Nautilus offers more overall to the composition. As you guys can tell, I'm not a big Braum fan.
Not a huge one, no.
We're not big Braum fans over here at the LCK desk.
Not really.
And, okay, Leona is coming up here alongside of Senna, which is definitely interesting.
So the Senna going to be farming, by the looks of things, as that's Lucian top lane. Locked in here for Canna, very aggressive, but it's blind. So it could be a scary option here. Keen can take a few things into it. Jace still available. We've seen Lucian picked into Jace. We've also seen the matchup go multiple ways.
Mordekaiser.
Yeah?
Keen loves his Mordekaiser. I don't think he would pick it here.
Akali. That's aggressive. He's considering it, and there it is, locked in. Akali for the top side of the map. And that's Lucian versus Akali. This is going to be a high matchup.
No Renekton.
That's
what?
Insane.
Renekton's so good. We just saw the last game. Guy can solo kill 3 times in a row. So
I mean, it was good in that game. So I think that's actually fine.
Do analysis based off results. Only results-based analysis here.
I think if you're ever going to R5 Renekton into an obvious Lucian top, then you're just straight trolling. So I don't think that was ever going to happen.
Yeah.
And this is still going to be a tough matchup for Keen in the early stages, but I mean, if you get to a point where you're feeling okay, and especially if you get some assistance from the set, then the Akali will just walk up to a Lucian in lane and kill him. It's what's going to happen eventually. There we go. Coach Kim going to be walking away, feeling okay about his draft. The bottom lane is a little bit perplexing, but they do have the husband and wife combo, which you do get a buff for. It's going to be one worlds based on the wife buff.
Yes.
And so Lucian and Senna certainly in a similar boat. Cuz has got the immortal volley bear that just doesn't lose games. If last week and today are anything to say for it. So I think T1 probably feeling pretty happy.
Yeah. The Lucian solo lane is something we always are
apprehensive.
Yeah, a little bit scared of. You know, it's had mixed results. It's gotten crushed when it loses too. Even the players that are really good on the champion. So will be interesting to see if Kana can pilot it. I know a lot of people are touting him as the best top laner right now, which I'm kind of,
yeah, I'm a bit,
you know, I don't necessarily agree, but he's definitely up there. We don't have the strongest top lane roster here in LCK compared to some of our other roles.
Yeah, I think our top laners have been fluctuating. I think Rascal's certainly, like you were talking about, pretty underrated here in the LCK, but Nogari's very good. Keen is another one who is a bit up and down these days. Consistency has come under question a little bit for a man that we've spoken about a lot as being one of our best ever. But certainly hasn't had the performances to really warrant that title so far this season. Really does want to find a little bit more of that consistency. Let's see whether maybe today is the start of that. As we're rushing with some phases a lot here for Afrika. Both Spirit and Fly picking that one up. Nothing really extra special.
Scorch.
Press the attack volley bear though. That's the dream.
Press the attack volley bear. The Scorch on Orianna is always interesting because she also scales with the AP not only for her damage, but also her shield.
Yeah.
So there's like a lot of different abilities that you have. All 4 of them that scale off of AP, but you instead decide to do the tiniest little bit of chip damage in lane against a ranged opponent. We're not big fans of Scorches here either.
No. Well, Canna hasn't actually played the Lucian top yet, so maybe he'll show us something different.
And Keen is like the one top laner that I see him pick, like Aurelia, Akali, super aggressive melee champions that aren't fantastic in lane, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
You know, I get it. It's you. It's Keen. Whereas pretty much everybody else, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about that.
And Teddy also hasn't played Senna yet, which is interesting. Just hasn't been one of his picks. T1, of course, were heading towards things like, all right, bit of a trade towards the bottom side, as Ben is going to soak a lot of that damage with his Aftershock. But yeah, no, Teddy's been more leaning to Zayas and things like that when the champion pulls a little bit pinched. Not necessarily going towards the Senna. So let's see how he does in this lane. He is going to be the one farming. We now see a few different variations of Senna.
Yeah, he's just going to be farming it out. He's got great range, obviously, which is going to help against Kalista, Nautilus in lane, but also later on in the game, you'll notice that we've got 4 champions that are pretty low on range. Orianna's kind of, you know, she's got decent range, but kind of like mid-level in terms of mid laners. And oh boy,
well, double smites and Spirit. A little bit too late on that one. Sorry, a little bit too early. There's Canna. He's going to shove this minion wave in. By the looks of things, Keen is going to be pretty comfy with the CS margins. Even able to grab that one with his backflip.
This is part of the reason. He knows how to pilot a lane that is a losing.
Oh dear, the bubble comes in. That's a very easy cleanse. Comes out. Closer already with a bit of a lane advantage. As another dredge line is actually peeled through. Teddy's ignited already. The heal has to be traded. There's now Mystic trying to bounce around this lane. They do have the sustain though. And there is effort with the re-engage. Mystic might have been able to create enough distance, but the exhaust comes forward and he has to flash. Ben is going to die, and Teddy gets revenge instantly from that initial engage.
All 4 summoners in the bottom side blown by a freak as they desperately try to kill the Senna, who kept her flash, by the way, on top of everything. And you could see that the trade, it kind of like changed in terms of attitude halfway through, where originally the T1 bottom lane was on the run, trying to get out of there as much as possible, but then probably getting the call from Cuz that he was coming down. They wanted to go for the re-engage. Kalista had taken a lot of damage, so able to trade that one back. Ben essentially giving his life for the Kalista, as it all starts off with a great hook here actually by Ben, but we're able to turn it around because Cuz was coming down.
And also, Effort was able to position really nicely, making sure that Teddy moved out of danger, threatening the stun there, and just a lot of damage potential after the Aftershock is down. Nautilus actually pretty squishy without his Titan's Wrath and the Aftershock. So punished. We'll see whether that means that T1 can snowball this bottom lane without any added pressure.
And the bottom lane of T1 is really sticky. I mean, getting away from Leona is annoying enough, but you've got roots from Senna at the same time, which are, you know, if you've got a clean shot, you're probably going to hit it if there are no minions in the way and stuff like that. So you can chain a lot of CC together alongside of Volibear, who's incredibly fast and has CC of his own, alongside of damage. It makes for a deadly combo, as we did see down there.
And now you can see Teddy and Effort holding onto this minion wave, as Mystic and Ben not with too many options. As the Sentinels are what Mystic's going to utilize his time for. As Effort just happy to block pierces so that these minions do just fall to the wayside and aren't going to be giving more money over. So somehow it's an 1,000 gold lead, purely based on that early play. And you can see Spirit hasn't been able to utilize the added space that he was given by that gank that Cuz threw out. Just Volibear farms a bit faster than Set. He's got some Swifty boots though, so Spirit is booking towards the bottom.
He's going to be going up against double flash Leona Senna though, so it's not going to be an easy gank. And it's what we like to call sinning, you know, trying to force something that's pretty low probability. Obviously, they do have the Nautilus alongside of it, so maybe they can just 100-0 something, but I don't think it's too likely. As you can see that Teddy and Effort are already playing very safe, and look at Cuz in the enemy jungle. He's like, well, he's not at red. I have a ward down in the pixel brush there at Raptors.
Closer, looking for Fly. He's going to flash in the 1v1. And you can see based on that health bar, he had to.
He absolutely did, and Cuz.
Oh, he's level 6. Oh dear. Okay, so flash on cooldown, but does still have the dissonance in order to speed himself up. Spirit now knows that he has to be here to save his mid laner, who does not want to lose all of this. That's the flash that he picked up, and Facebreaker is going to miss. Haymaker comes in to try and keep Spirit alive. They're trying to take them out underneath the turret, and they haven't even invested the Volibear ultimate yet.
Yeah, and Spirit actually flashed away from that one, which is very confusing. He has no stats right now. He has boots, that's it. So obviously pretty squishy. At least he's got the grit, but trying to make a difference. He's not making too much just yet. I mean, Cuz has been all over Spirit. He's spotted him the whole way through. He also got the early gank off. Went into the enemy red, took the red, said, oh, Spirit's not here. He's probably bottom side of the map. Stay careful, keeps his bottom lane alive. And then comes over here, wins a trade in the mid lane 2v2, comes over and steals the blue. So the jungle set is not going to be feeling too good right now.
You can see Mystic just trying to farm things out. You're exactly right. Spirit is basically out of it for the moment. Wants to get level 6 desperately and does at least do that, but they'll lose the dragon. They have no semblance of control towards the bottom side. As far as advantages, I mean, the biggest one is on the top side of the map, as you'd expect. You know, Illusion beating an Akali in lane 3-6 certainly was expected. I don't know when the lane is necessarily going to change around, but it may need Keen to get proactive, try and find himself some advantages elsewhere. Just laning against Lucian is hard, as Effort's going to take a fair bit of damage, but Afrika just don't really have anything to offer back. I mean, it's double longsword against Eclipse with quite a few points into it now. It's just not going to be a thing.
Yeah. Mid lane so far looking good for Closer, obviously. We saw a lot of good trades there so far, getting the flash away. I was a little bit surprised that Cuz didn't go for the double turret dive with the flash down, but I guess if you don't know where Spirit is, that can be a little bit risky. But Volibear has that power, I believe. He's quite strong.
He is an Ohm Wrecker and a bear at the same time, which is pretty scary. Revolver picked up here by Keen, as he's navigated this lane actually pretty well. Within 10 CS, not going to be too upset about that. But I think it's what Cuz is doing to the jungle that's the biggest problem here for Afrika. Effort coming over looking for a bit of a Herald play. It's pretty standard stuff at around 10 minutes in. But with their top lane priority and mid lane priority, I have a feeling there's not going to be much that Spirit can do. Although he is still going to head on over and see whether he can do it. Senna spotted underneath her turret as Mystic. Moves on over as well. Keen does nail the shuriken backflip, but isn't actually going to go in or anything like that. Ben finally turns up, and they are going to disengage. T1 just thinking that it's not worth it. Just kind of jumps over on top of that ward. But as you can see, Keen is more than happy just to farm out. The mini wave doesn't really want to have too much to do with the Lucian. Hard plays, doing some work.
Yeah, and I like that T1 are not just going all in on a reckless play and saying, okay, fight us, and if we lose, so be it. They're saying, no, we're going to wait until we're safe, until we get control, we push out our lanes, and then we're going to all group in, burst it down, or even rotating up Teddy, which can have mixed results based on how much you give away to the enemy AD carry. As here's an engage.
Yeah, exactly. Effort taken down to about half as the snare does come through from Teddy. But 3-on-3, while Cuz is just taking the Rift Herald, is exactly what T1 wants. And Spirit gets here just a little bit too late. Does have the Showstopper available. He runs so damn fast, but he's now in between Canna and the Volibear, not where he wants to be. Ben's going to turn up, but the Dawning Shadow just tears him apart. And Lucian's going to claim the kill. Keen also going to go down, and T1 absolutely winning this skirmish. That's a decent Fates call. 4-man Shockwave, but that's a very dead Orianna. Now Mystic's trying to fight 5 people, and that's just going to mean a double kill for the Lucian. That's an ace. 6-0 now as T1 absolutely clap Afrika.
Yeah, I don't understand what Afrika were doing. They're like, okay, witness me. Let me run in there. Like, especially Spirit, who opened that one up. Definitely a player that I would describe as reckless, and certainly not the actual. Yeah, he's not the pro player. the adjective, God. But yeah, here it's like, okay, because he's a bear, he's ahead of you, he has flash, and he has a Senna behind him. He's never going to die, able to flash the wall, he baits and keen with him. And then a Freak are like, you know what, let's just get in there and see what we can do. They're like, oh, I've got Shockwave. Yeah, let's fight it.
Why? Like, Mystic flashing there was the most funny part. He's like, I've got a Hurricane, it's time for me to rend.
Yeah, like maybe they thought, oh, there's no way we can get away. But I guarantee that at least one of them would have gotten away if they had ran, which would have had better results because you wouldn't have blown flashes and stuff like that. So with that one fell swoop, we have a 3-0-2 Kana, who has Blade of the Rune King and a Hex Drinker. This guy's going to be untouchable against the lack of range already that we mentioned out of Afrika. Plus a lane that's going to be really easy for him from here on out, especially because of itemization. This one's looking pretty done already, Atlas. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you do know. I think you
yeah,
just said
I
it.
do.
Yeah, I am having similar feelings, my friend. As T1 looking for even more here towards the bottom side. Blade of the Rune King not done yet. For Mystic, we're already stacking up the Man Immune on Teddy. Closer doesn't have Flash, but he does have his Luden's Echo complete. It was a little bit quiet in that last team fight, but he was where he needed to be, and that's what this new mid laner has been all about. It's rotating correctly, getting things done, and then finding a few solo kills so far in round 2. 6 to be exact, most in the league for this round of play. And Shelly's going to park herself in the mid lane. I don't know whether she's going to be able to get the plates. We got 5 seconds. Oh yeah, she's all too easy. And T1 only yet further extend their gold lead. 4.5k at 14 minutes is no joke, by the way, guys. And yeah, Kana has a huge lead. Oh my god.
Fly is the closest person to anyone, and he's down 1,200 gold on Kana. And
he did land a decent Shockwave. It was on 3, I thought it was on 4, but missed Kana. But this stage of the game, I mean, just doesn't do very much as Effort looks for the Solar Flare, finds the slow, but not actually the majority of the damage. Oh what? My god, what? Dawning Shadow does so much damage if you hit it. We just don't get to see that many of them hit in the sweet spot. My god, Mystic just evaporated.
I think Zoe was also bouncing around in there at the same time, so probably like couldn't get a Paddle Star, but it was probably like more sparkles plus hopping in the passive auto, and definitely just a huge amount of burst damage though, and it really highlights how far ahead they are at this point.
Yep. Teddy, 100% kill contribution thus far. Certainly looking good on his first center game. Surprising that it's his first one.
We are on pace for a perfect game, by the way.
Ooh. No
plates, no Rift Heralds, no anything right now for Afrika. No kills, obviously.
I do like the perfect games, as Mystic is able to cleanse this, but unfortunately, because of the bubble landing like you were talking about.
Oh,
the Luden's proc.
Yeah.
But still, Dawning Shadow did so much damage. I swear we don't see it.
So, getting a look in, that was a perfect bubble. Yeah, not even sure if he was in range to get the auto, actually. So, it wasn't even Zoe bouncing around. It was Dawning Shadows plus just Luden's. As, obviously, Callisto.
I think it was a more Sparkles proc?
Maybe?
Yeah.
On top of it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Well,
still,
Callisto not very tanky, so just gets bopped immediately.
Flattened, unfortunately. And now Keen finds himself 1v9 yet again. He is very used to this. It's not like it's a different scenario than the majority of other games. However, it's still bad news for Afrika. We're now at 16.5 minutes, staring, like you were saying, down the barrel of a perfect game. And it's just not looking like it's getting better either, Valdez. Like, where are the comeback mechanics for Afrika? I don't think there really are any, unless Spirit finds the perfect engage. They've got a lot of CC, but at the moment, they have absolutely no damage whatsoever.
Yeah.
Spirit's still like, I mean, yeah, Kana took a turret shot or two, but Cuz wanders in, wanders out.
That gank is so free, by the way. Like, Volibear is pretty insane with Nimbus Cloak because you can just go in and smite one person and you become insanely fast. To the point of, like, you can overcommit underneath the enemy turret and still be out of there, no problem.
Well, Ben engaged onto Effort, and the Dawning Shadow and plus Closer is going to be a lot of damage there. Closer goes golden with his stopwatch. Keen exhausted for a moment, but he's going to look for the Zoe and will find him with that flash and the perfect execution. Now Mystic splashing also. He's safe for the minute, as now Canna's trying to fight this one back. It is 1-for-1 as the dust settles, but you'll take a mid laner over a support, and Afrika still looking for a reset, as Cuz now wants to punish Spirit one more time. Not going to get that shield or the damage, as this set is just a little bit too fast. But good fight back there for Afrika, trading 1-for-1, definitely high value, and that's what happens sometimes when Keen gets involved.
Yeah, I was about to say before this all opened up that, you know, Keen is the one person who can really do some crazy things, and he's kind of the one that spares the blushes of his jungler and mid lane a lot of the time, as this was just a little bit, you know, nobody can save this one. As Ben making a little bit of a mistake, but a really nice shockwave plus Keen getting in there, and waits for his moments, flashes, R2 gets in there, picks up the kill. Very nice. Cuz overextending a little bit, but he's Volibear, so he's able to get out. And all in all, just amounts to a 1-for-1, but you're giving Keen a kill, and he finishes that Gunblade with his, you know, originally stunted build with the arm guard. As
a sexy sidestep, but this is going to be a lot of damage. Yeah. All right. Closer does some damage with his double pen, as well as the Ludens. Now, if he was to be a true scholar, he would build Rabidons. But I don't know whether he will be.
Do it.
They're from the...
Orma dies, but he doesn't have a Dark Seal.
He needed that. Maybe he's not at that confidence level just yet. As here's the engage from Afrika one more time, but Effort's just happy to be engaged on. As you know, Zenith Blade comes in and now Fly's getting culled. Great knock up from Ben to make sure that they can't get too much done there, but Canna just over the wall, still able to get the double tap. However, Senna is dead. Cuz has been taken down, and now Keen running rampant. Perfect execution is going to land, but Canna just eats him up. This Lucian is gigantic, and Afrika don't even really realize. As Closer throws out a bubble, but isn't actually able to take too much more. Cloud Drake is going to be the reward, as Canna is looking to take down an inner turret, and I just don't think Afrika can walk up to the Lucian. He's too scary.
Yeah. The only reason they were able to win that one is because Spirit got the awesome flank behind Teddy, and they just CC'd him down from 100 to 0, essentially. So you take away the Senna damage, as originally it kind of looked like an engaged bait, which does work out. This is another great shockwave using Spirit to help out. They take out 2 people immediately, but then Keen is like, oh yeah, you know, I've got my Gunblade. I'm pretty strong. I could probably not. Oh, let me take a look. Let me hit tab. Oh, he's 5-0.
Oh wait.
With 2.5 items at 19 minutes. Oh, okay. Well,
and he's 15 CS ahead of me.
Yeah.
Maybe he just saw the 700 gold and was like, I want that, please.
Yeah, maybe.
As, yeah, that's a lot of damage dealt by Canna and Closer. So weird seeing this list, right? And like Canna and Closer, the 2 rookies of T1, way out in front. Fly, to his credit, certainly found 3 pretty decent shockwaves so far this game.
He's been doing well. It's, I think that the enemy has been lining up a little bit for them, but I mean, he's hitting them, and he's been very consistent. So really got to hand it to him.
Oh my god, the damage distribution, pretty impressive here for our 2 solo laners of T1. That's what happens when you put Teddy on Senna, by the way, so don't be scoffing. But Afrika, I mean, I don't know what they're supposed to do this game. It's over 6,000 gold, the lead. And they're just looking good.
Nobody can really step in a lane against this Lucian right now, who is also a level ahead of all the other solo laners.
Shockwave to be used just on Cuz. Thought they had an opportunity there, but now it's going to be on cooldown. And T1, you can see already moving into the jungle, getting down all of the vision, sweeping out what Afrika had available to them. There's not going to be too much that they need to worry about now that that ball doesn't have a hula hoop around it, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively low cooldown, but generally for the time being, you can get out there, get aggressive. They're very far ahead at this point, about 6,000 gold. And this is something that I want T1 to work on a bit. You know, they get ahead pretty easily most of the time, but then sometimes they just do silly things against weaker teams. And I think they can just from here play it out very cleanly. They're not going to get the perfect game, by the way, guys. They lost 4 kills and the Cloud Drake, but it doesn't matter. But just close it out cleanly from here because you need to have clean play against the top of the table.
Especially against Damwon. I don't know whether you need to play that clean against DRX. I don't know what the recipe is. That team is an enigma at the best of times. We'll see how they're going to be performing this week. So I believe they will play tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
DRX?
DRX playing tomorrow?
Yes, against Hanwha Life Esports.
Right, well, that one's going to give us a lot of information, guys. Counter here cleaning up the inner turret on the bottom side. No, I'm saying, like, information about standings.
Yes,
because
true.
Hanwha Life are definitely not getting into playoffs, and DRX are already there, so it's not a lot of information gleaned.
Very true.
And whether or not a top team can beat a bottom team, unless Hanwha win, that's going to give us a lot of information, but it's not likely. And it's not something that we should expect from Hanwha.
Now Lucian has 3.5 items. 23 minutes and a half.
Oh god, did he just go back and build a full Essence Reaver?
I think so.
Jeez, that's a lot of damage.
I don't think he had anything else in his inventory. We do see a Morellonomicon.
I just want to say, like, top Lucian is just so good, right?
Yeah? Okay. Sure. Yeah.
He's got a lot of... See how much gold you get if you play top Lucian?
Wow. Everybody should play top Lucian.
Yeah. You know
what? I'm gonna top Lucian.
I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna play top Lucian. That's what I'm doing. That's my night sorted.
That should go very well for you.
Yeah, I reckon it will. Deadman's plate picked up by Cuz just so he can go super fast. Spirit doesn't have his yet, but he doesn't have the luxury of money this game, and he's also 2 levels behind. Everything going pretty poorly here for a Freaker, especially when it comes to that jungle matchup. I think Cuz has had a fantastic game here today. But I think it's just incredibly rude to not ban Volibear against Cuz. He's like, what, 6-0 on the champion? 5-0?
Yeah.
It's like almost his most played.
They banned Aphelios. And, you know...
Yeah, it is his most played, even with Set, but it's his most played.
And Aphelios isn't, like, garbage tier now. I mean, he's still decent, but, like, really? Ahead of Volibear? That just doesn't make any sense, to be honest.
Yeah, that's very, very strange.
Hopefully they can right their wrongs in Game 2.
Might be some, I don't know, scrim information that we're not getting. Of course, you know, if this game didn't result in an ace at like 7 minutes, then maybe things would be different, as Miskit is going to cleanse himself out of that Solar Flare. But even so, right, like, comp-wise, Keen picked the Akali into the Lucian. They knew that they were going to have a weak topside matchup. They knew that Cuz was going to have the run of the map, and yet they still fell into this trap around the Rift Herald that they probably should have known. They didn't really have too much of a right to take, as Morellonomicon's completed on both mid laners, both of them sitting out of their minds.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Teddy exists. He's got a bit of sustain for his team.
I just really realized it's Morello versus Morello.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, there's a lot more healing on the side of T1.
I think Fly's allowed to build it because of Piercing Darkness being so valuable and Volibear existing, right?
Yeah,
but
eventually Lucian. I mean, he's already got some, but he might even get some more later on. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting item for the Zoe, but I think Closer has done this before.
He has. I mean, if they're planning on winning the game now, then I guess, you know, this is something that we talk about a lot, which is slot efficiency and stat efficiency, and how much can I get with the gold that I have right now in order to win a team fight. But look, they're not really fighting for anything right now, so we probably could have waited.
They could probably just run a Baron, to be honest, but they're playing the...
Oh, that's the flash out from Spirit, and a very necessary one as well, as the Solar Flare leaves a bit to be desired. Now Ben has to flash also Dawning Shadow. Not going to get that damage like we witnessed earlier, but will be shielding up the entirety of T1. And they get a flash out of Spirit, and a flash out of Ben. And T1 think that that's good enough to go over towards this Baron because they know that they can tear it apart so quickly. Teddy's over here as well. I mean, it's not like they sacrifice health bars for it. And Afrika, can they actually get in here to try and cause something as Keen? He's teleported in. The home guard is going to be there as well. Shuriken backflip comes down, but oh my god, they're tearing him apart. The flash shield of Daybreak, but it's not enough. As Keen gets himself out with the flash. So they do disengage from the Baron. They lose the entire health bar of their top laner and both of his summoner spells.
Yeah, you know, you get value doing that. It might look a little bit silly to just lose all the Baron damage that you had, but as you mentioned, there's a lot of value out of getting the flash away and zoning Keen out of the fight. You know, he's not going to be able to follow up here. You can look for more picks the next time around, as they are. Yep. And they're just in so much control that they kind of can play around this way. As well.
I mean, Cuz sacrifices a lot of his health bar. I don't think he's got Warmox yet because, of course, he invested into the Deadman. So, yeah, doesn't actually have that available. So they're going to go for a reset now as they've exhausted a lot of their vision. Zoe does still have a control ward here. But, I mean, it's a bit of milling about. Maybe an opportunity for Afrika. As their comp isn't necessarily a scaling comp, right? But T1's isn't either. Seni, you could say, infinitely scales. But, they don't really have... I mean, they do have a front line, but it's relatively short range, and Akali should be able to get into the back line and avoid the burly ones. As Fly's AoE is going to be very, very powerful as the game continues. But however, it still feels like T1 are too far ahead.
Yeah, we're kind of in that spot where T1 they're going back to their old kind of habits, which they're not bad habits. They're just the way that T1 likes to play, which is extremely safe, making zero mistakes, trying to make sure that they end this one out as cleanly as possible. Yep. It's a little bit different from teams like Diamond and DRX that kind of just throw caution to the wind, as here we go.
Yep, there's the Zenith Blade. Oh dear, Ben is going to eat the whole culling and just get popped. Goodbye, Spirit. That should be at least the Cloud Soul, but it may just be Baron first, as Spirit was the jungler, so no one's going to be smiting anything. And T1, they can just take whatever they want. And I feel like they have been able to since 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and they're going to try to kill Mystic here, actually.
Yeah, well, Mystic's going to flash. There is a control ward there. Fly moves on over as well, looking to try and protect his AD carry, but as you can see, Teddy here in the mid lane is going to move the minion wave out. The rest of T1 will be taking down this Baron, and with the Lucian there, they have easily enough DPS to do so. Keen, he's down towards the Drake, as Afrika are at least trying to trade that one back. The Baron is going to be taken with 2 members of T1. The rest are going to move on over and see whether they can stop this one from happening. Cuz is booking it towards this area. Shuriken backflip lands. Keen wanted to use it as a taxi. He has perfect execution available, and the bubble is going to connect. Dawning Shadow, a lot of damage. Ben explodes as well. It is going to be the Cloud Drake stolen away, but a double kill instantly occurs afterwards for the Volley Bear. It's another one going over to Closer, and that will be the ace. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is probably going to be the game.
Yep, that will do it. They're going to push down mid lane and take game number 1. As we're going to take a look at the replay as they are doing it. This is how Ben loses his entire health bar to 1 Lucian. I believe he's also in Stoneplate, by the way, so literally 0 that he could do at that moment in time, and here's the push.
Yep, this should just be the game. I mean, Ben's going to respawn, but we saw he's made of butter, guys. He's just not the big daddy that we expect. From the Nautilus, he's being shredded down. There's the showstopper, but the show's over, Spirit. I'm sorry. You're going to have to go home. Not yet. You've got another game to play, at least, but the Nexus doesn't. It's going to fall. Fly, you might need to pay attention to the culling, even though you're on your fountain. It's still not safe here on Summoner's Rift, as T1 will dismantle Afrika in game 1.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to look at this and say, wow, Kana's unbelievable. He made top Lucian work, and he got a bajillion kills. Well, I think it was two things that led to the game getting to where it was. I think Cuz absolutely dominated the jungle.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
like, that was kind of a different tier. Spirit kind of had a off game in that one. And the second reason was Afrika just throwing caution in the wind and saying, we will not accept that we cannot get the Rift Heralds. We must fight over this objective, otherwise we will lose. But unfortunately they lost because of that one team fight and got so far behind that once Kana got 3 kills and 2 assists from the team fight that was very poorly executed from Afrika, then he was unkillable, then he looked unstoppable. And we got to that spot. Either way, good game from T1. I think they played very solidly that time around.
Yeah, and I think they picked for the early game, and they also played for the early game, right? They're the ones that should have been going for those Rift Herald plays. I mean, it just so happened that Afrika put their faces into that exact play style that T1 wanted to play. However, T1 still knew exactly what that comp was supposed to achieve, and they did very well around it also. So, like, mid-game with Zoe, like, absolutely beautiful, and they were able to close it out in really quick fashion as well. So, T1, I mean, I don't think anyone's surprised that they were able to take down Afrika, but I thought that Afrika were going to be able to put up a little bit more of a fight than this. And I feel like maybe they mind-gamed themselves a bit in the draft, because the set would have been pretty good in support, but they decided that they didn't want to pick a different jungle matchup and thought set into Volibear was going to be okay. And as LS says all the time, set is like Volibear, but worse.
Yeah.
And farms way slower, so you are just going to get rolled.
It's like even worse than Olaf.
Yeah, right. I mean, Olaf actually does okay, because at least Olaf can farm at a similar speed.
And he can get his items and be somewhat of a menace if your team is doing okay. You can put on pressure with the mid laner, you know, kind of those 2v2 battles. Set was like sitting there getting owned in the jungle. I mean,
and I mean, Afrika banned the Olaf themselves.
That's true.
So they sort of, the hamstring came in. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. Game 2 coming up right after.
갈리오가 자 코스가 갈리오가 근데 캐니언이 위치가 좋긴 합니다. 캐니언이 위치가 여기 공동묘지를 만들었어요. 와 진짜 다원 묘짜리가 진짜 대박이었고요. 와 전술 보세요. 다 쓸어담고 에이스. 히릿. 미스기 잡혔죠?
네, 이거 지금 날개 펼쳤었거든요. 아프리카 프릭스가.
지금은 펼칠 때가 아니었던 것 같은데요?
근데
구도가
여기
어디가
어디야?
됐어요?
여기 어디야? 네. 신비한 점. 그렇죠. 근데 아프리카
그런데 기인이
돌리면서 기인 근데 그 다음
한번 더 돌리는데 한번 더 돌릴 수 있어요?
플라이도 들어가고 그러면 대박. 아프리카 프릭스도 진짜
결국 여기서 역으로 수입해버립니다.
시각이 나오는 건 아닌데. 그러면서
근데 진영을 올렸습니다. 다시 한번 던지죠. 그런데 뒤쪽으로 6회 탈출을
아니 지금
못합니다.
하나 생명 제 뭔가요? 미리 만들어줬어요. 그런 느낌도 들긴 하는데.
미르가 또 한 번 돌립니다. 이거 6회를 또 한 번 돌려요.
아니 이게 아니 이게
영미.
아니 둘이 그냥 한 몸이에요. 쌍도냐 오플릭이 마지막에 엄지발가락을 들이댔는데 그게 안 먹혔습니다. 그리고 죽었고 이러면 돌아에 춤을 추고 있고요. 이러면 너무 아프거든요. 다 쓸렸습니다. 에이스.
DRX.
간다. 일단 잡았죠. 캐롤 할 수 있나요? 그런데 여기 문제. 이게 최대한 빠지면서 최대한 빠져야 됩니다.
그렇지.
오버킬.
오공궁 대박각이었어요. 그렇죠. 그러면서
귀가 허전한데요.
카밀이 왔습니다. 내려오는 거죠.
이거 영향을 이렇게 미치는군요.
어떡하죠? 세종이가 왔는데 세종이가 왔는데 이거 뭐 어떻게 해줄게. 그러면 친구라도 불러서 피오라 불러서 피오라가 여기서 킬을 먹으면
다 쏟아부니다.
그래도 막을게. 그래도 이거 좀 피오라가 킬 먹어야 돼요. 이거 어떻게든 상동아 바텀 뒤태가 봐봐. 상동아 타줄래? 계속 줄래? 어떻게?
never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome back everybody for the second match of tonight, and T1 is extending their winning streak. Picking up a win up against Africa Fricks, T1 is showing a lot of game style shift, and this time around they tried a different comp. With a lot of ADC champions getting banned out, they were going for the Senna bottom lane, and the last pick was Lucian. It seems like, depending on the situation, Lucian can be a flex pick going for top lane and bottom lane. For Africa Freaks, it's really hard to tell the concept or the theme of their draft because outside of the pick and ban, they made so many mistakes in terms of gameplays. Yeah, Africa did manage to get a decent picks. However, their execution was really off. Seth kind of wasted his flash for a couple of times, and Seth was not able to show any meaningful combo with his Nimbus Clock. The game was pretty much over in a very early phase, and so let's take a look where Africa Freaks started to falter. It seems like all 5 players are not on the same page. Most of their moves are really questionable. Volibear was able to zone out Seth, and Seth was not getting any leash, so he had to solo the red buff. And Volibear popped the Scryer's Bloom, and they had vision on the Golem camp. Because they spotted the Golems are moving, they had the information that Seth was on that camp. So Volibear was rotating to the mid and bottom lane. However, the bottom duos of the Africa Freaks was going for a trade. Maybe because they saw the Senna's W going wide, but well, there was not much information or reason for them to commit for that play. With that loss, well, they were able to snowball all throughout the game, especially Zoe was also able to pop the flash out of Orianna. If well, Seth has rotated to the bottom Scuttle Crab, it could have been much better. Or maybe Seth could give the bottom laners the call that he's going for the Golem camp, so make sure to stay safe a little bit. Don't try to overextend during the laning phase while you have the information of Volibear. However, there was a double trouble for Africa Freaks as well. As they lost the Herald, they were feeling a little bit impetuous, so they went for a fight. Seth, he did not have his flash. Orianna also was not having his flash. And Akalia was also in a very far proximity, so he was unable to join that fight fast enough. And Lucian was able to pick up triple kills in this fight. Volibear is able to stay immune to some of the MCCs with his ultimate, so they have to be aware of the fact that he's really good at this kind of aggro juggling, but Africa Freaks, they weren't really playing at the best performance. They were being super emotional with that fight, so T1 was able to pick up a very easy win with that fight. Africa Freaks was feeling too much pressure, so they weren't really ready to commit for the place that they were looking for. Then let's check out who the player of the game is for game number 1. It was a very one-sided series coming out from T1, and Kana, the solo queue machine, was able to pick up the POG 8, 0, and 5, and 1,000 POG points. But Pawn thinks that Cuz did a fantastic job. He also voted for Cuz. Well, everything was set up by Cuz actually, so Pawn is also flustered by this POG result. So there are some players that makes the plays, and there are some players that picks up everything in the end. And Kana, maybe his performance was outstanding, so he was able to win this POG, but indeed, Cuz was also one of the main characters on the side of T1, setting up all the plays for his teammates. And it was a very meaningful victory over to Lucian as well, a very flawless performance as well, so definitely Hana also deserves this POG. And now we saw that early fed Lucian is super destructive till the end of the game. So Kana is also gaining fast on BDD with his POG points, and he picked up 8 votes out of 12. And we had some fantastic husband and wife synergy coming out from Lucian and Senna as well, and it's time to move on to game number 2.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation of the analyst desk. Once again, as we move into game number 2, we here on the desk completely agree with Pawn. Oh my goodness, how do you get...
A bit dull.
Yeah,
they both said it.
Yep.
Ooh, it's Jelly.
Okay. So Ben's taking some time out. The cullings to the back of the head obviously caused some distress. So Jelly's going to make his way in. And look, I was never really down on Jelly, to be honest. I thought that he was always okay.
Yeah, no, he's a good player.
Yeah, but Mystic and Ben, of course, they've been playing together for a really long time. Started over in WE all those many moons ago. So maybe just wanting to go for a little bit of extra synergy there. But now, Jelly's going to be joining the roster, and let's see whether we see something other than Nautilus in the bottom lane. If they put Jelly in and he plays Nautilus, I'm going to be very upset.
He is a Nautilus player. I think there's a decent chance he could play the Nautilus. But yeah, about the Pog vote, I mean, we said earlier there was an example where there could be like different opinions about, you know, how to vote for Pog.
Yeah.
This was not. This was, I think, the most egregious time where it was like, let's vote for the player that did the most damage and got the kills.
This guy,
to be very,
he's got the cool scoreline.
To be completely honest, that did not make any sense at all.
Yeah,
for me. So I am a little bit angry. But either way, we are getting into game number 3, and or not game 3. This is game 2.
This is game 2. It might be the final game of the series, though. So
could happen.
I guess maybe we just skipped a game 2 that didn't exist. That's not true because they've switched sides. So it's still taking a while to figure out this last ban, or second ban.
Wow.
Orianna.
Look at Fly. He's like, what? I play like 18 different champions.
And also, his most played is not Orianna, actually.
I mean, he had a lot of good shockwaves in this game, so I guess there's that. But if they don't ban Volibear, I'm going to be unhappy.
To say the least.
I'm already unhappy.
Yep, well, Olaf is going to be
banned. Olaf banned. It's like the most obvious thing in the world that they want to first pick Volibear.
T1 will ban it. They will. There's no way that they can.
Incoming set ban.
Oh, if it's, I might be upset. Bard ban.
Oh.
I like that. They're trading Volibear for set. Great. That worked really well for a Freaker in game 1. Look.
Now I know how LS feels.
Yeah.
Like sitting here like, oh, what do I even say?
Okay.
So you take away Orianna, which is Zoe's ban, or counter, I guess, and then you pick Set. I don't think the Set is going to go into the jungle, I would imagine, but I suppose there's still a chance that Cuz is like, let me show you how to play this matchup.
I actually like Set in the mid lane more than any other lane these days.
Yeah.
But it's going to be the Zoe, so Set can go top, he can go support, and he can go jungle, so it is still a triple flex.
Yeah.
As the Syndra going to be locked away, that is going to be Fly's choice.
Fly's like, okay, you don't want to play my Orianna, I'm going to play
another orb champion.
Another Orianna, like
yeah.
Another one that does well into Zoe and is a control mage that requires Luden's Echo. Like, it's the same champion.
Well, Afrika's comp is already way better by like a million years. They have an identity they can pick really easily throughout the mid game with Ashe and Syndra, and they have a lot of priority in the jungle coming out through that Volibear. As T1 thinking about what they want to do. Now, this could be the Set funnel for like the farming Set in the bottom lane with Senna alongside. But, you know, could still be a whole lot of other things. Could also be farming Senna with Set support. Have to see. T1 now to ban some things away.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Teddy on Senna twice in a row. There were other options for him to go to. Maybe he's not super comfortable on Jhin, as Jhin is another popular pick nowadays. Jhin isn't ultra strong. It just feels like a lot of the other AD carries have eaten some nerfs recently, and Jhin is good in lane, so we see it up against these range champions that have come back into the meta very often. But Senna, with a large amount of range herself, can hold up that lane quite well, so Teddy's going to go down that path instead.
Lucian to be banned away here, not wanting to see that one out of Canna again. As Pantheon to be taken away, denying the Ashe Pantheon combo. Jelly was definitely a bit of an aggressive player in his time. I always liked his Blitzcrank, personally. Probably not going to play that one here today, but could certainly be an option.
Still a chance.
There is a chance.
He's going up against Ashe, Syndra. I don't, you know, that Set's going to be in a little bit of an awkward spot, but...
Oh no, Jelly can't play Nautilus.
Oh wait, no, I was
yeah, the other way around.
I was the other way around. Never mind. Still, it's okay against Zoe, but
works very well against Zoe actually, because she goes back to a pretty predictable location.
Yeah.
Senna as well is relatively grabbable, even with her movement speed buff, as that's the Naught. So it is going to be farming Senna again. Worked well for Teddy last time around. As Camille's available, she may as well be picked, to be honest.
Yeah, thankfully they banned Mordecai
yeah.
to leave Camille. Definitely a little bit confusing, but of course it is Keen who does like blind picking Mordekaiser and is a fantastic Mordekaiser player. But looks like he might want to go down the Jace path instead. Interesting.
More comfortable blind pick, I guess, if Canna's been putting time into things like Fiora and Jax, can certainly make the matchup a little bit more inconvenient, because of course then you're relying on different gank options. As the Thresh to be locked in for Jelly. One hook champion traded out for another. I mentioned the Blitzcrank, didn't mention the Thresh. As Effort once again going to be hovering Nasus because he likes it.
How about, you may not have heard of him.
All right.
Renekton.
Ooh, I'd hate it.
Yeah, I don't know about the Renekton to the
It's
Jace.
not a good matchup at all.
But he's
oh
play
god,
it.
he's going to play it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
I swear I've got a read on these Renekton picks, man. I don't know. Just
Do you need
players
a read?
in the LCK are just
Is
like...
it 5th pick? Has he been banned?
Is it red side 5th pick? I must pick Renekton. Oh,
and
boy.
also, like, T1 have picked Set jungle into Volibear again. Like, Cuz knows exactly what happens in this matchup. It's not fun. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they can just read what's going to happen. Theoretically, Closer should be able to have some control of the mid lane, but actually, that's not how it should work on paper, right? Syndra should have the shove. Keen should have the shove. because it's a better matchup for the Jace. I mean, yes, Renekton in an all-in can do some work, but he needs Set to be there, and Set takes 400 years to farm his jungle. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I feel like this is an odd draft.
Yeah, the Set definitely feels like maybe they just like when he 1v1s with the Volibear, like some kind of vacuum, you know, if we bump heads in the jungle, like a solo queue type of counter idea. Other than that, I mean, the Volibear runs in, you take him out with your Superplex. And I suppose that's the other team fight idea that you can go with, just to counter the engage in a way. As, yeah, Renekton makes his way back. And so they're going to have a pretty beefy front line here for Closer and Teddy to try to do the majority of the carrying.
See whether it is going to work. I have some apprehension that sometimes a team is just better, and T1 are often a team that's been able to get past a odd draft. But I mean, this is some scary stuff to deal with on the Afrika side. Even the bottom lane, right? Like Thresh Ashe is going to be pretty safe. Also going to have a lot of harassment options. As the Clippity Clops was definitely fun. Imagine playing Senna Hecarim. You could both canter to lane.
Yeah, that's true. Doesn't Ashe also have a...
She has a skin with a horse too, I think.
Yeah, with like a regular horse. Senna's is like some kind of machine horse that comes out of her gun.
It's like Death Horse.
Yeah.
But feels a little bit like the Headless Horseman skin that you can use on Hecarim. I believe that was a Hallow's End event. So you may not be able to get it right now, but it will be in the shop again.
We need more horse skins.
Indeed. More riding.
Yeah.
Mounts have actually come into League of Legends, apparently. You just have to buy the right skin.
Mm-hmm. And Fly, I think he's just a fan of Scorch. Takes it every game, from what I can tell. We also have Jace with Scorch, which is a little bit less egregious. We see that a lot more often, as he's definitely a champion that loves to push his edges at level 1 and 2, even in pro play. So,
yep,
makes a little bit more sense. As very curious to see if Cuz can get the POG that was robbed from him in game number 1 by the counter, the reverse mirror matchup here in the jungle.
I mean, if R5 Renekton gets player of the game, I mean...
They're just trying to create like a narrative. It's like,
yeah.
oh, can he challenge BDD for the top spot?
I mean, I've actually had people, you know, message saying like, yeah, but if the pro players are picking it, obviously Renekton's a good pick top lane. And I mean, it's just not true. It's an easy pick. So Renekton is an easy one to just go for if you have no other choices, right? Because in the early game, you can have a decent lane. That's a great hook by Jelly. Welcome back, my friend. Teddy down to 100. Not exactly where he wants to be. We'll be able to use the Piercing Darkness to get that health bar back up, but that message was well received on the bottom side. Jelly with his human form Thresh. Pretty cool.
Yeah, we got all the cool skins here in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Kana. Want to see what he can do here on the Renekton. We talked about Renekton being strong early and mid and trying to just bully a lane, but he's up against one of the biggest lane bullies himself in the Jace.
And yeah, massive lane disadvantage. You need ganks in order for this to work, but the fact that they've picked it and they know that they need ganks, that goes against everything, right? Because then you can predict exactly where the set is. Like, Keen should know that he's about to get ganked right now. Because that's how they win the game, right? Is if Anna's strong. So he's going to try and taxi over to Cuz. Good face breaker there, and this is first blood oh so easily. And I don't know, man. Speechless.
Renekton! The power of Renekton shows itself once again.
I mean, that's how it's going to be good. if they make that play.
Yeah, I mean, Keen, he pulled kind of a Nuggery. This is something that Nuggery will do very often on blue side. And I feel like every team that plays against Stomlin just sees that. You know, they watch the tape and they're like, oh, we can just do that. And Set's a pretty good ganking jungler, right? Like, he's not amazing, but he can get in there in your face and face break and obviously do a little bit of a combo. And if he's with a laner that's got some CC alongside of it, It should make for an easy gank, and that's the perfect timing where Jace just wants to push in that final wave, and there's like 3 ranged minions left over, and you're like, I'm gonna back right after this one. That's when they're gonna get you the most, and that is a very common gank against a pushing Jace.
Ooh, Mystic getting a bit of decent damage onto Effort there. Piercing Darkness, not able to win out the trade or anything like that. Flying Closer, playing a little bit of Biffo, but you can see with the minion wave in the place that it is, it's going to be good news for the Syndra. Closer's just holding on to this one as long as he possibly can.
Trying to put on a little bit of a annoying freeze.
Now going to be going back. Spirit is over here. Closer moves on in. Pretty low. This is just going to be, okay, Kuz is actually going for it. Facebreaker does come down, good trouble bubble, but immediately the cleanse comes in. Stun onto Kuz. He's got a big shield though from the Haymaker Grit, and he will be absolutely fine. Still Closer's going to miss all of,
you see those minions ignore Closers? Like, no, I must hit the turret.
Yeah.
I'm going to get in range. Closer's desperately trying to take them away with aggro, but he just can't, even when he's autoing them. Looked a little bit strange. I think that landed actually.
Yeah,
볼만. 우리 탑 게임 볼게.
We'll never know.
얼마다. 나이스. 천천히 하면 이거 정글 캐리가 골배 아래 끼었어.
And he's spamming a lot of tab.
Volibear is definitely on the bottom side of the map, is what he was saying. Putting the back pings on the bottom scuttle crab.
Another hook gonna land.
Yeah,
Jelly was pretty good. Yeah, Jelly's aggressive. I'll give you that much.
Yeah.
Certainly sacking a lot of his health bar here as he's running low on the consumables. So might need to spend some time. Get that health bar back up again.
Yeah. I love how he comes out here, immediately picks Thresh and just non-stop in the face of the enemy.
Yep.
Just pushing, he's like, put me back in, coach. Let me show you. But, I mean, in general, the Thresh is good into this bottom lane, so it makes sense that he did go for the pick. Now he's even trying to solo the Scuttle Crab. Look at this.
Oh, what a beast. Oh, there's the Ignite put down onto Fly for some reason. Closer not going for a kill or anything like that, but sometimes you got to send a message, and Ignite can do that. Maybe he's living his life in 2013, where you used to get 5 AD and AP from using Ignite.
Whoa. That's a blast from the past.
I'm not even sure he was alive.
Well,
I mean, he was. I think he was just like 4 or something like that. That's not true either. He was.
Yeah.
He was 12.
We don't do well with the math here on the.
Yeah. He might have actually been playing already. As Canna, he's losing trades here up against the Jace. Keen, of course, despite falling down early, still going to have a bit of control in this lane. But Kenner's not going to be as stifled when it comes to the farm. He has his Ninja Tabi completed. Now he's looking for a back. Has teleport available if he wants to.
Ooh, I thought they would maybe go for that dive, but I guess they don't know exactly where the set is, where he is here.
We know where he is now as he comes back around. That's the Unleash power as Closer. He's going to run away. Spirit looking to chase after him. There's the ulti. My God, the damage. Possibly overkill, but is going to secure it there onto Closer. And Keen, you can see fighting. Canna will take a turret shot. But that's all.
Yeah.
Now with Dominus.
Got the ult at Akana.
Still threatening.
Yeah, you can see Keen. See, this is how you play against a Renekton. That's that you are within kill range of. So Summit, maybe take a look at these VODs. And Jace normally has a better time. So here comes Spirit now. There's nothing really here for Kana.
Yep. Not going to be able to get the stun. Picks up the shield. Uses it immediately. I like that. Efficiency.
Yeah, surprisingly fast. I guess he's got tier 2 boots already. Up against the Jace. Makes sense.
Yep. Brown bags only onto Spirit right now. Wants to get a few extra points in that queue, I believe. And he's going to come back. And the ward is going to give Kana all of the knowledge. Spirit clears that one out. Once again, we're sort of looking to try and push forward. Cuz in the area. Gonna sweep it out. Knows that there's no vision. They are going to go for another engage. Okay, Dawning Shadow comes down. The boot back from Keen is now they're going to turn their attention to Spirit. Facebreaker comes in, and Spirit is going to be taken down. And maybe... No, Keen is going to survive for the moment. Flash out from Jelly. Throws out the lantern. Very nicely done to make sure that Fly isn't going to die. But still, I mean, this is just more kills going over towards the Renekton. I mean, it's going to be Cuz that's grabbing all of them. However, 2 assists is going to help this Crocodile stay relevant for longer in this game.
I'm voting for Kana. No, but yeah, definitely getting carried by Cuz up here on the top side, as this is something that Set is also really good at. Both Volibear and Set are really good at diving mid lane. And you can see that closer. The bear is just so fast with Nimbus Cloak. Once you land that smite, it gets pretty intense. As Keen jumping in there might have been the thing that got him killed. Tries to boot back Kana.
He walks back in here trying to look for autos, but doesn't work as Mystic. Oh my god, the flash hook was so sick out of effort. That's going to proc his aftershock so he doesn't take any damage from the turret either. No snare to land, but damn, that looked cool. Straight out of a replay, straight into the action, Valdez.
Absolutely. Didn't really get to see how that one opened up, but there's no summoners here for Mystic. And yeah, Jelly not really able to help him out, so probably just got engaged upon by some of the other members that were down there and lost his life. T1 now 2,000 gold ahead at 10 minutes into the game. They're going to pick up the first Drake and be feeling pretty good about this one in another bit of a jungle difference game. Although Spirit is, you know, he's pretty active on the map at least. He's getting around. He's not as behind as he was in game number 1. That is for sure.
I mean, he shouldn't be, though, right? Because it's the counter matchup, and we're already saying this is much better for Volibear. But unfortunately, for Afrika, they just haven't had the Volibear anywhere on the map where he needs to be. He's been playing from behind, it feels like, this entire game. As Cuz goes for the Hex Flash over. We'll just get behind Mystic. As all the timing with the arrow is so sexy. Out of Cuz, and that flash. Clean.
Absolutely.
Right. Cleanse out bottom side. Is Teddy going aggressive? Teleport him from Canna. As I've seen this movie before. The flayback comes in. That was a very, very interesting chain of events. But Dawning Shadow comes down. Double kill for Teddy. It's making Senna look like a hard carry, even at level 8. As I believe we've got another game that is looking a bit one-sided. Valdez, I had to choose my words a little bit carefully there.
It's a little bit of a boppening here.
Yeah.
In this game once again. And yeah, I mean, Cuz he was able to save the top side, the mid lane going pretty even. That was also a nice little dive out of Cuz there. And down on the bottom side, you can see that yeah, they're just trying to get aggressive here on a Teddy, but he has cleanse. He's never going to die even if he gets hooked. They don't really account for the possibility of TPs coming in here, and with the 2 of them coming in, that did mean that they were both going to die. If it was only Kana, maybe they could have gotten away.
Yep, T1 will be able to grab this Rift Herald. You can see Afrika not contesting it. They may have learned a little bit of a lesson or two from the previous game. This game's really gotten away from Afrika. I think a lot of their players just look really off today. It's not what you want to see out of the team that is certainly vying for position in the playoffs, as Cuz has the most gold in the game as jungle Set. Apparently Set jungle is the counter to Volibear. I take it all back.
And Renekton is just really high tier up in the top side.
Yeah, it's the hard counter to Jake.
Definitely pick him more often.
Yep. 100%.
What else can we say from results-based analysis?
It's when the Morellonomicon power spike comes in. We're going to see the best out of Closer.
We all got to rush Morellonomicon second.
Yeah.
Make sure you're getting that item. Although I think they both did it last game.
They did.
Spirit is just in so far deep in there. At least he's got some teammates this time.
Avoided nicely there by Canna. As turret plate's going to be coming down in 30 seconds time. But there's an inhibitor turret that has now taken a bit of damage from the minion wave, as Afrika just did not go there. And they let outer and inner turret fall to the hands of Shirley. Actually, I believe it was Shelly. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Just a little bit late on the Shelly pickup this game.
Afrika was like, well, we don't want to do what we did in game number 1. And T1 were smartly taking their time. This whole, you know, big time rotation up to get the Rift Herald is you know, it has pros and cons, and we don't see it as much nowadays.
Yeah, a lot of cons.
Yeah.
Feels like.
Well, if you can get it and win a team fight, then it feels good, but
yeah,
doesn't always work out that way, as there were a lot of plates taken in this game by both teams. You can see the top lane plates were all taken down by the Renekton.
So you can see, yeah, bottom lane was also taken there by Afrika, so at least they were able to trade one back, but 2 turrets for 1. I can do that, man. I know I'm not very comfortable with mathematics, but I can do that one. Fly, the only one having a decent time here, but he's only ahead by about 100 gold. 80 carries, very, very close. But it's the jungle where things are absolutely out of control. And Cuz has just proven that he's way better than Spirit this game. Like, that's what he's been doing. This whole series.
Twice in a row now.
He's just been out jungling, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a solo Pog interview with Cuz. Oh, wait, no, never mind.
Yeah. Still molding.
Yeah, absolutely.
It hasn't faded. Well, Afrika, this is kind of the Afrika thing, you know. For some reason, when they go up against really strong teams, they come out here with guns ablazing, and they're trying to get in your face, and they're playing pretty recklessly. And stronger teams are just not going to let you do that. They're going to shut you down. It's exactly what T1 has done today.
Well, Closer looking for a bubble as there's the engage. Spirit jumps onto Cuz. Haymaker going to keep himself alive as depth charge comes in, but doesn't get a lot of value. Teddy with a fair bit over the top of Afrika is now Mystic getting chunked. Big paddle star from Closer. He needs to keep landing these as Jelly's going to get hit by one as well. Good. Okay, ulti comes in. The showstopper into the backline as Cuz finds all the value possible. And now Closer looking for the cleanup. Sparkles everywhere. Bounces over. Finds Mystic as Jelly is eventually able to take him down. It's in fact Keen that grabs the kill. Now Canna is going to jump onto Jelly. Spirit is behind the turret. Teddy goes golden. Keen should be able to find this one. Oh, not actually going to happen as Teddy limping away. Not even close, baby. As T1 will get out. It is a 2-for-3 trade, I believe, as Effort has just respawned. But T1 will be able to grab the Infernal Drake. And they're losing an entire minion wave top lane.
Yeah. It's going to be a nice little Infernal Drake here for their team. Obviously, pretty much all their members, but especially the top 4 can use that Infernal Drake very nicely. As we're going to take a look at this fight here and see that Mystic from the get-go. Perfectly aimed by Closer. That's just going to open it up. You see Mystic immediately goes way far back. And a nice little hook from Jelly, but then you've got this Cuz. Cuz went a little bit too ham here, okay? He's been having a good game. He's really fed. It ends up working out, though. And he's able to get everybody super low. You can see Closer's kind of the cleanup crew, as Zoe often is.
Okay.
Yeah, Keen was really the only saving grace for his team. As, Cuz after all of that, he was able to judge his power level. And even though he did go pretty ham, it was worth it for his team. He was able to carry another team fight. It was essentially Closer and Cuz high-fiving and getting in there.
Well, now we've got a Randuin's Omen complete by Cuz. So he's going to have a little bit more CC available to him. And T1 now moving towards the Baron area, but I mean, it's 18 minutes into the game. Still 2 minutes before that one's going to be coming up. 9-3 is the kill score, close to 4,000 gold in the lead. T1. It's looking like a pretty clean 2-0, and do you know what this means? It means T1 will be equal third with Genji. Game scores aligned.
That
Genji
they do.
fell to Sandbox in our first match of the day.
I guess after that it would probably be head-to-head.
Yeah, it should be. I don't know whether that's actually going to be listed on... Wait, hang on a second. So they beat Genji, and so, yeah, we're even head-to-head. We're 1-1.
Yeah, well...
It might come down to then, like, game time and stuff like that in order to break it. But we'll
or just a best of one.
Yeah, it might be tiebreakers. Who knows?
We had some tiebreakers in towards the end of the season, so we might get there once again this time around.
Yeah, having a look at the schedule. And Genji, who are they up against next? Humble Life Might be that good old Genji get into third place anyway, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, T1 have to play against Stomp1 and DRX.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. It is going to be definitely a tougher ask, but if T1 continue to play as impressively as they have been, then it might be difficult for DRX and Dam1. Probably more so DRX based on current form, right? DRX have certainly looked a bit more up and down, whereas Dam1 just look unstoppable.
Yeah, Dam1 do look like the one team that look like they're in world shape, you know?
Yep. Arrow is going to connect onto the Nautilus here, as the hook does land onto Effort. He's going to pop his stone plate and get out, though. And nothing is going to come of it. Sacrifice a fair bit of the health bar of their support. But you can see the T1 members just line up for the Piercing Darkness. And they get healed back up, ready to siege once again. And they can siege very well with this composition as Spirit. Gonna find Cuz, but they're not too worried about that one. And here's the dive. Massive CC is Fly, the first one to fall down. Playback onto Cuz, but he gets the face breaker. There's the showstopper into the backline. Spirit trying to be the big bear. Does get himself the crocodile, but unfortunately, the fight felt like it had already been lost, as only 2 from Afrika remain. It'll be close to taking a lot of damage, as Mystic does do a fair bit of work, but still, they're just playing with a bit of fire here on T1's side, feeling themselves as they only lose Canna. Now they're looking for Soul Point in a minute's time.
Yeah, 0-3 Ash right now. Mystic doesn't care. He's sitting there autoing against so much danger as, wow, Effort just puts the carry pants on, puts the big point pants on and says, I'm going to get in there, I'm going to engage. Has a great hook. Cuz with the follow-up here, very nicely done. As what?
What? Yeah, I know exactly why Mystic was there. The ward.
Maybe he got, yeah, kind of teleported behind him. So did Closer, actually. Both teleports down. So he was pretty far up the lane, but I suppose that that ward was the teleport ward that he did not see.
I mean, to Mystic's credit, he's ahead 40 CS.
Nice.
So there we go. That's what you get from overextending so incredibly far. 6,000 gold exactly, the lead for T1. Spirit will be able to take a Gromp, but he'll take a bubble for it. And still Chunk. Banshee's Veil complete for Closer. So he's out of the woods entirely. Now we're just going to go back. I mean, it's a really cool back animation. But that's the most interesting thing on the map, is dragons being taken from Cuz.
Had a lot of Cloud Souls today.
Yeah, it's been pretty cloudy. I feel like we should be having more Ocean Souls when it's like monsoon season.
Yeah. Cloud Souls and Soul. Those are both okay.
Yeah.
We had one Mountain Soul that got denied for a little bit and then ended up not mattering, as Mystic was pretty far down. And yeah, double TP comes in here. He's like, well, I'm just dead.
Yeah, he is.
See ya.
Really dead. He had Flash and he had Cleanse, so I actually respect the fact that he held on to both of them. There just wasn't a way out of that one. As, ooh, I thought we were back into the replay again. Not going to happen. Mystic learned from his previous experience. Double lethality complete for Keen. He's got his Dust Blade and his Ghost Blade. It's just not looking as good as the Black Cleaver and Blade of the Ruin King that Canna has put together for himself, despite the CS advantage being in favor of the Jace. Bit of support Renekton syndrome happening here, as the 0, 1, and 9 scoreline would suggest.
What do you mean? I'm voting for Kana.
I mean, someone is. Not that much.
Probably. Would not surprise me even a little bit. As, yeah, he's just going to come down here to the bottom side. Try to chip away at this turret. T1, kind of same as game number 1, where they get ahead, but they're not going to make any rash decisions or try to force anything too hard unless they see a very obvious play.
Smart. This minion wave is going to crash on the turret. That will be the outer that falls in favor of T1. Inner turret in mid lane also going to go down. Feels like T1 just has more players on the map than Afrika do right now. And as far as stats concerned, I guess it is partially true. Just a measly pickaxe to complement Mystic's build. And Teddy's getting very close towards that rapid fire cannon. T1 just rotating around. Arrow is going to connect, but Effort probably pretty happy to tank that one up as the flash forward. The hook is going to come back, and Effort is going to fall. Now T1 are on the run. Spirit looking for more. Showstopper right into the backline despite almost one shot by this mega fed set. Spirit has to flash away, and this is 4v5, ladies and gentlemen, but it doesn't look like a bubble connects onto Mystic. And Closer goes golden, denies the unleashed power, and the Shock Blast isn't going to connect. Some low health bars, but T1 still push a Freaker out without their support.
Yeah, this game is quickly turning into Cuz and Closer kind of competing to see who can do more damage at the end of the day. Cuz just bops this guy on the head as I like what a Freak are doing from behind. They're like, well, it's Effort. He's a big body. We can definitely get the arrow onto him. Let's see what we can do. But then they pushed a little bit too far. They're like, okay, we could probably win 5v4. Yeah, and so take a look at how much damage Fly took. Overall was way too much. And Closer was doing some insane stuff in this fight. There's a reason why he's playing so much Zoe.
Also, Teddy's center geometry that he's been doing here as well. You saw him like standing perpendicular to the team fight so that he could line up his teammates with the opponents at the same time. Was actually really sick. I think that certainly helped because, of course, you get a big shield as well as doing that damage. It's a big health swing in a team fight like that where it did look like Effort initially was caught out. Yeah, there's some good play, and I can't believe that this is the first time that we've seen Teddy on center. Just, I guess they've been playing it in scrims, but haven't seen a reason to bring it out on the stage just yet.
Yeah, the ever-developing 80 carry meta will certainly take a look at this and say, maybe we should start playing some more Senna as well.
Damages received. Renekton doing Renekton things.
So many damages.
That's a lot of damages. 21.4k damages.
Where does all that damages come from? I don't even... Right as I said that, the Korean casters hysterically laughed. I'm like, oh boy.
Yep. Well, maybe they thought the damages was funny too.
Yeah, it was a lot. And yeah, T1 just waiting here for the Cloud Soul once again. Actually getting a little bit aggressive, trying to get in there and deny as much vision as possible. This is kind of like classic League of Legends play. From ahead.
I like it. The suffocation method, denying all of the camps as well. That's why you're seeing close to an 8,000 gold lead in favor of T1 right now. It's just not as much gold on the map that's available to Afrika. Infinity Edge desperately trying to be picked up by Mystic, but he's not going to have it in time for this Cloud Drake. So T1 is going to be able to take it.
Just waiting on this one. Closer picks up the Ignite. He has also Teleport and Cleanse. He's got a whole...
He's got a bevy of
things. Yeah. And I'm just gonna casually take this down. Doesn't look like Afrika wants to challenge here or anything like that. Just hoping that maybe Mystic can carry later on in the game. But that's really their only out in this one, it feels like, as everybody's getting more and more tanky, so the Syndra that built relatively defensively with the Banshee's Veil is not going to get too happy. The Lethality Jace is also going to be outscaled by items. I mean, they have a lot of burst damage, that's for sure, but it's still not looking good as this game comes along.
Absolutely. I just feel like it's so crazy that Cuz has performed so extraordinarily well on the set. It's just putting on a clinic in one matchup and then the reverse.
Yeah. It feels like he almost did it on purpose.
Yeah, right? It's just a confidence play. But I'd expect to play like that out of Spirit, honestly.
Yeah.
Not out of Cuz. Cuz often much more reserved, but it's just what they wanted in their comp. Worked out very, very nicely. As the third serrated Dirk comes in for Keen. We're starting to see a fair bit of armor. Cuz has 2 armor items now. And if he can just show-stop Fly, then I mean, who does damage to it? Only the Jace and Ashe have that availability, so plenty of armor just to stop that one from happening. It's a really cool hat that Closer has picked up for himself. I see no book. Brilliant.
That's good. Nice little change-up. Looks like he went for the Banshee's Veil instead, as there certainly is a lot of pick on the side of Afrika, so I suppose that's how he got tricked into not getting the Morellos.
Yep, probably wants a Zhonya's as well. Won't have that one available just yet, nor will he be able to find any on the floor because Fly hasn't built one either. See whether he can collect one from a random drop or something like that. Is T1 just going to start off the Baron, but Hawkshot does spot that one out. So this is done with full vision for Afrika. Canna taking some popcorn chicken. Bear against Crocodile action. Now T1 feel like they've baited Afrika in like they want to. You can see they are so healthy, and they are just keeping it leashed. Afrika can't actually see the health bar. They get a glimpse of it. As Cuz is going to hop on out. Showstopper available. Canna finds the backline. Keen in trouble. The big Crocodile goes golden, but there's the arrow. It is going to connect, but it connects onto Evan as the Showstopper gets into the back again. And Fly has to flash out of position. Teddy flashes after him. This is going to be the ace as Spirit, the last one to fall down. And I think that T1 don't need to worry about a Baron. I think they can just win the game.
Yep, they're going to do that right now. They're going to push down the top lane. Oh, no, they're going to go mid. They have more minions there. As Effort nearly dies, but he will survive. At the end of the day, T1 kind of smacking them with their wallets. As the Cuz player of the game, hopefully he gets redeemed here in game number 2. I would be very sad if he didn't get one today, as he just outclassed Spirit in pretty much every way in both games. So yeah, good to see it from Cuz. Definitely a good look, as he has struggled a little bit here in Summer, but certainly is back. As GG, that will be game number 2. T1 with the clean 2-0 tonight.
Very clean, very quick series, and honestly, it felt like both of these games were over extremely early. Really, really early. I think it was 7 minutes in this game, and that fight around the Herald would have been around 8 to 9 minutes in game number 1. Afrika really looking like a shadow of their former selves, not showing us too much to be excited about. Certainly going to be something that, you know, KT are looking at. I believe Sandbox out of the race has got the bottom lane of T1 posing. The blue hair is crazy. It's crazy, but it's cool. I like it.
Yeah, it's electric blue.
It's a different blue than we've had so far. A lot of like purplish blues, a lot of dark blues.
Yeah.
It's the first.
Blue, gray.
Yeah.
See a lot of.
Definitely Effort's been mixing it up quite a lot. But yeah, I think it's now KT and Afrika that are in the race for playoffs. KT still need a bit of a miracle, although Solo One Prince is their next opponent, and that should be a possibility. Their final one is going to be Damwon. So
they're playing against Afrika.
They are.
Which maybe if Afrika lose every game from here on out, could have a big effect over if they can win one and take one away from Afrika.
There's 9 game score between them, though. So they can possibly lose I mean, yes, theoretically it can happen, but it's going to be a big swing. But still, KT, we'll see whether they can do it up against an Afrika that look like they are a little bit hamstrung.
Yeah.
Might be a way that they could get something together, that beating Damwon is... I mean, that's going to be their final test, so that's going to be exciting to watch. But whether it's actually going to yield anything...
Yeah.
is yet to...
Every game that Damwon plays against anyone who is not T1, Genji, or DRX looks like it's...
I mean, they played
LCK
against DRX.
Challenger.
And that's what it looked like, Valdez. Like, this team looks so much better. It was only Genji that were able to, you know, trip them up for one game, and then it felt like Damwon just went back to being Damwon after that as well, which I think tells us even more. Because if they can lose and then come back to the same thing, it's even more scary.
That is true. I don't think anyone's, anybody's sleeping on Damwon anymore. I think everybody's kind of saying, okay, they're the real deal. And this T1 versus Afrika matchup, by the way, this could be the first best of 3 of the playoffs, right? The wild card best of 3 between 4th and 5th place. So could have been a little bit of a preview. And if it looks anything like this for Afrika, that's certainly going to be a little bit unfortunate for them.
Based on today, I mean, I feel like the first round's going to be Genji versus Afrika. Or Genji versus a very reinvigorated KT that somehow managed to beat Damwon.
Could be.
I think that's very likely. It's looking at the moment like Afrika versus Genji is going to be our first playoff, as God, Cuz was so good this game. He was so good this whole series. I feel like he pulled a Canyon. You know, Canyon had that one series where he just like did everything absolutely right.
Yeah.
You know, Cuz has done the same thing here today, and Cuz doesn't do that quite as often. As he's certainly copped a lot of flack from the community.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it's good to see him turning it around here against Afrika. Maybe he can build some confidence from here going into playoffs and going into next week for T1, where they have to, again, play against Damwon on Thursday.
Yep.
And then DRX on Sunday. That's a rough week, man. That's not going to be easy. But imagine if they come ahead in that week. That would be huge hype for T1. So if you're a T1 fan, definitely look forward to next week for their games.
I mean, that's when we learn everything, right? I think everyone's looking forward to those series because what have we learned from them taking on the western side of the bracket, right? I think they've now taken on every team on the west. Since Closer has joined the roster, we need to learn more as we're going to listen in to how T1 finished off this game.
Focus Ash.
탑으로 가자. 탑텔 타라 이거. 탑텔 타라.
Take teleport in the top lane.
여기 잡았냐?
Let's end it.
나이스.
나이스.
I think that was Effort that
이게
was
나야.
calling for that.
여롱로.
나이스. 나이스하고.
여롱로 한 번만.
한 곳으로 가. 야,
여러-
I think the only thing that Closer said was nice.
요 정도.
그게 너야.
I don't know what that was.
나이스.
그게 너야.
I don't know what they're
I feel
saying.
like that's a meme that we don't know.
It's definitely a meme that we don't know.
이-
시끄러져 죽일래?
Oh,
아니.
that's not Dodongo,
아니,
we don't.
아니 잡아도 되는데 이게 뭐 잡을 스킬이 없다 근데 이번에.
우리 좀 세긴 하다.
Maybe we'll
잡기
learn from
빡세긴 해,
G-Sun.
이거.
Maybe she'll tell
나
us.
상우보다 어시가 많아 그냥.
나오는데.
상우보다 어시가 많아. 나 이거
안돼 이거. 갑시다.
재미없어. 나 끝낼래.
We're here alone.
아비.
They're just like, no, I don't want to die. Let's end it. And yeah, I'm surprised actually that Set didn't do more damage, but I guess that the consistent damage from Teddy alongside of the insane damage from the Fed Zoe was a lot more than pretty much everybody else in the game.
But you gave player of the game to Kana, right?
Ghana, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if he deserved it for game one, I mean, what's the difference here in game two, right? Like,
I mean, he did far less damage, I guess, in this game.
yeah, I'm still maulding.
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
So-
However, the Renekton
okay.
pick worked because they made the one play that they had to in order to make it work, right? The most telegraphed top gank that needed to happen because Jace is always shoving in. That's where Spirit needed to be for a counter gank. Use the fact that they have a whole bunch of minions piled up, they get a double kill, and then Afrika wins the game. They've won it in like 4 minutes.
Hey.
It is finally going to be Cuz. That's his back-to-back player. That's his first player of the game.
Unanimous as well. So seems like everybody finally got together and did the right thing.
Yeah, maybe they listened to Pawn from the last analyst test segment. They felt a little bit guilty. I hope that's the case. Maybe we've got a bit of learning that's been done here.
Either way, he really was the main carry of this team. He was everywhere. I mean, top side multiple times, mid lane going for the dive, when bot side even. He was just everywhere on this map. He made all the plays happen, even in the team fights. We're talking laning phase, we're talking team fight phase. Just really awesome set jungle play that you really rarely see.
Also, huge shout out to Teddy and the way that he played this center for his first day playing center ever. It's some of the best center positioning that we've ever seen. That was...
That was really scary.
They don't want me talking about center, apparently. No, stop.
The Dark Overlord said,
we need to talk more about Renekton.
It's enough.
Yeah.
We only vote for Kana here. We have angered them.
Wow. Okay, well, let's throw it over to G-Sun and see whether she gets terrified as well as we have the interview.
And we'll be here from Kana and Cuz from T1, taking down Afrika Freaks 2-0. 1,000 POG points, Kana. How do you feel? I think I've been doing interviews a lot. It feels nice and happy that we got a clean 2-0 win tonight. Back-to-back interview with Kana and Cuz. How do you feel? I saw the POG votes and happy that I got a unanimous vote over to me in the game number 2. And I'm happy that I was able to execute the plays that I planned. Well, out of 12 votes for Cuz in game 2. And this was Teddy's first Senna game in the Summer Split, and also Lucian over to Kana. Is that a new strategy for the playoffs? We've said this every time, and we are always practicing every possible picks. So I hope people just don't think that you're kind of team that doesn't really play Senna or other picks. And speaking of the picks, I want to ask you about Lilia, because Spirit said he's gonna play it in this series. I can also play Lilia, so we didn't really care much. And whenever a new champion comes out, we always do experiments with it, so I hope our fans are not worried about it. Coz, how do you rate this champion currently? I played Lilia from time to time on solo queue, and I carried a lot of games. I think it's a really good pick, so you can look forward to it. Are we gonna see it on competitive games? Every champion is viable. Typical players interview quotes coming out. And Kana. So you played Lucian, and that was not a flex pick Lucian. That was the last pick coming in from the side of T1 in a very later phase of the ban. A lot of top picks were banned out, and I practiced Lucian a lot recently on solo queues and scrims, and I was quite confident in this pick, so I told my coaching staff that I wanted to play Lucian a lot during the scrims. And you did the most damage on Lucian, and you are the only players on the side of T1 that didn't die once. So who plays Lucian better, Kana or Teddy? Teddy, well, he's definitely a good Lucian player, but for the top Lucian pick, I think I'm better than Teddy. What do you think, Cuz? I think Kana has been performing really well on top Lucian. So for top Lucian, I think Kana is really good. And I've never saw him playing ADC yet, but well, speaking of ADC, I think Teddy will be definitely the OP player. In game number 2, at the voice com, we heard that after you got the first blood, you stated that, well, it's gonna be a jungle carry game. I mean, I was definitely confident, but outside of that, if I kind of tell my players that I'm gonna carry, I knew that I can kind of get rid of the burdens of my teammates. So I do that really often. Well, you got spotted by Ash when you were camping the Raptor camp, and you ended up pathing around the top side of the map. Well, I don't want to go too specific because it's about my strategy, but I try my best to come up with some creative pathings. So I wanted to make a lot of setups, and also I was keeping my eyes on the lanes, so figure out where I can go for a gank. Well, Kana in the previous interview, he said because it's definitely one of the junglers that doesn't really camp in the top lanes, and he hopes to gank top more. I mean, he doesn't really call for ganks. That's why I'm a little bit sad that he stated so. I mean, because other laners calls him a lot, so I just didn't want it to give him the pressure. But I still hope because ganks for me a little bit more. But today I was really happy that he ganked top lane, and also he made great calls, so I was having a very comfortable game. Cuz you are the main shot caller of your team, so how was your call overall? We were able to execute some of the calls and plays that we planned during the scrims. And also today, Kana especially was beating down the enemy on Lucian really well. And cuz your set was also phenomenal, so let's take a look at the highlights. This was a perfect gank. Every time I always keep in mind where the opponents are at, and I knew that well, Volibear and Thresh was in a far proximity, so I went for that play. And you also neutralized the Ashe ultimate with your ultimate, so was that intended? I mean, I was just looking for the angle for the showstopper. But at the same, well, Mystic used his ultimate at the same time, so that was a lucky shot. T1 is getting back at their best form. So how do the players rate your performance? First cause? Well, we have two stronger teams to face up against, but we are now getting better at executing the plays that we prepared. So based on this performance, we will do our best to secure as many wins possible. Kana, what about you? Compared to the beginning of the summer split, I think now we are showing a little bit more of a stable performance, so we want to keep this kind of form and keep winning the remaining series. So, who's gonna win the T1's MVP belt tonight? Maybe Closer? Closer was popping off on Zoe. What about you, Kana? I want to say Cuz, would you like to change your answer? I cannot vote for myself, so I didn't say it though. So we'll check out the results on T1's social media. And as you mentioned, you will be facing up against TRX and Taman Gaming next week, but you guys have a week to prepare. Doesn't matter the opponent, we have to focus on our performance and plays. We have to be able to do the performance and the setups that we want to go for. So your next opponent will be Taman Gaming, and Nuguri said he's keeping his eyes on Kana. So any message over to Nuguri, Kana? I always thought that Nuguri is such a great player. And I've never talked to him yet, but I want to get closer to him. Well, I mean, we always think that top laners are tough guys, but we can always realize that players will always want to get together and hang out and become friends in real life. And Cuz, any message over to Kenyon? Your opposing jungler. I think Kenyon is a great player, and I will work really hard to take him down. I really hope so. So this will be the end of the interview with Kana, Cuz from T1 picking up 2-2 victory up against Africa Freaks. So T1 extended their game and match winning streak here in the LCK, and let's check out the new standings in the LCK.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the interview translation, as here we are. T1 moved to equal third place with Gen G. Plus 15 for both of them. Africa still hold fifth. KT still with a chance to equalize. But I believe there is actually no way that Sandbox can get up there.
Yeah, they're pretty much out. I saw that Yamato posted on Twitter where he's like, yeah, we're out of playoff contention, which it's a little bit sad, but I think he did a great thing coming over and turning the Sandbox team from what it was into what it is. And I think they even had some pretty good games today.
Yeah,
against
absolutely.
Gen G,
I think they almost could have won against Gen G, and I think the drafting especially actually looked very, very good.
Yes.
Coming out of Sandbox. I like the creativity, I like the ideas, I like the spamming of Gangplank, because I just like Gangplank. As tomorrow, KT versus Solo and Prince. KT need to win to keep their hopes alive. DRX versus Humble Life will have a result.
Yeah. I mean, DRX have...
they have a lot to prove.
They have a little bit of a history of dropping random games and series to teams that should be way lower than them, so there'll be a chance for them to...
Consistency test.
Solidify.
DRX, absolutely. And we don't know who it's going to be tomorrow. LS hopefully is going to be feeling better, and then it will be him and I. Otherwise, it'll be us back again, the Valdanalist and the Atlanalist. We're going to go to sleep. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
The world has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. And love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Faith in you like the rising sun. I feel so strong. I feel the freedom to be who I can be. You'll always be my hero. Give me everything I need. Everything I need. You have faith in me. You're all that I want, all that I need. Always ever in the dark I see. Always believe and have faith in me. You'll always be my hero. And love you for everything you've done. You'll always be my hero. Faith in you like the rising sun.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.